The Blast Bounty returns for the final day of online play. 4 more matches to determine the 4 teams who will join us here in the Malta studio. By we, I mean myself, Rose Spears. Sadly, I don't mean Pimp and Dupree, because you guys, you're going home. You do have other duties to attend to, so welcome to your final day, Dupree.
Thank you so much, Freya. It's been a joy, you know. But tomorrow everything is on the line. We're going back home. That's the case, and it's going to be disappointing not to get to see all the teams coming.
You've got a wedding though. You've got a goddamn Iron Man, Jacob. That's insane.
What even is an Iron Man?
What is an Iron Man?
You tell us.
What is an Iron Man? I don't know. I don't feel like Iron yet, but we'll see. Maybe I'll succeed. Maybe I won't.
How can you give us the numbers? How many kilometers of each?
3.8 kilometers of swimming, 180 kilometers of biking, and 42.2 kilometers of running.
That's insane.
And then you die.
That's actually insane. Is that why you shaved, to be like more streamlined?
More aerodynamic.
That's insane. That's crazy.
The arms are coming next. The arms are coming next.
Oh my goodness. Either way, some insane results going down yesterday. Let's recap exactly what we saw on the first day of round number 2. We obviously had Astralis versus Na'Vi, siding with the Danes. Dupree, that puts a smile on your face.
I was happy, you know, as a former Astralis man, as an Astralis fan, but also just as a Dane in general. It was good to see that Astralis finally pulled through and had a good showing against a top 5 opponent. I think there's a lot of good signs for them. It's nice to see that we're moving in the right direction for them. I think the likes of Device is coming back into his former form. I think that we are looking at the team in general just putting effort into becoming a better role team. And overall, just a very happy showing for them yesterday.
Very hard to disagree with that. I think that's a massive step in the right direction. I know it's just an online game for Astralis, but they were kind of hovering around, you know, ooh, can they beat some of the good teams? Can they beat a team that is in contention for top 5? I think it's not a win that is on a cheap notice, given it's online and given it's against Na'Vi, who's on a bit of a restructuring period as well with Makasi, but it is a sign that Astralis is becoming more competitive, and they're becoming more competitive in a consistent way, which is what we've been asking for a very long time. So trending upwards, which I think is a good thing.
And it qualified them for a LAN game inside the studio next week, as did the VP versus FaZe series. All 3 maps are once again the story of every single match yesterday, and I totally get it. There's so much on the line, particularly when we look at Virtus Pro. They want to be getting as many of those VRS points as possible and taking down a bounty in the process.
For sure, and the struggles of FaZe seems to be continuing, you know, ever since they've gotten rid of Brokey, then played a little bit simple, now getting Brokey back. It doesn't seem that everything has been resolved. We heard from Kerrigan yesterday that it is a struggle for the team where they're trying to find their identity and go back to this groove, and we're still a bit of a question mark to where FaZe is heading. But on the other side, I think that this was the first game for VP to show me that they can play good Counter-Strike against a good opposition. I'm happy to see that they finally managed to do it in a way where it was not just one map off, but multiple occasions.
I'm happy for VP as well. They showcased some good Counter-Strike yesterday. Definitely the better team. However, I think the big story was Kerrigan and the way he reacted to us in the interview afterwards. I was left with a feeling that he doesn't know what the hell is going on right now. Same in Cologne, you know, he thought he found some answers in terms of communication. At Cologne, it sounded like he was positive. He was feeling the team was moving in the right direction, and then they lost. Obviously, didn't make the playoff. Now they're coming to this tournament, don't make the playoff, and it just felt like he was lost in it. You know, he does not know what to do anymore. He does not know what the issue is, and that's like the first time I've heard Kerrigan be like, I honestly don't know. So that vibe is a vibe that triggers me a little bit, and I'm a little bit scared on behalf of FaZe for the future. And now we see all these rumors with potentially Twist and Elise swapping positions as well, and it's just. Yeah, I would love that, to be honest. I think it's just a dire time for FaZe, and that was showcased yesterday by losing to VP. By no means is VP a bad team, but FaZe should be winning any given day.
Third game of the day. This was the spicy affair because G2, they had first pick in the draft, and they chose to go with Spirit, and they actually pushed them in this series. We got a full 3 maps, like credit where credit is due. G2 trying to show up, but it's Spirit at the end of the day.
100% it is Spirit, but it was also Spirit that had Dong having probably his worst performance that we've seen out of him. And I don't think G2 could have asked for a better occasion or a better chance of actually beating Spirit with Dong putting in the performance that he did. I think this is the first time that we've seen, and you know, pairing Dong with playing like what you usually say a sack of potato is not something that goes hand in hand. But on the other hand, I think it's a good thing for Spirit that they can actually manage to win without Dong having this kind of super carry performance. But on the other hand, you know, G2 still in a rebuilding phase. They've recently gotten some Pius and also the likes of Source and Matty. So there's a lot of things that still needs to be working out for G2, but obviously pushing Spirit that far was still somewhat of a good showing.
That's the first time in history Spirit won a series where Dunk didn't have a rating above 1, and yet G2 still lost, and they lost quite convincingly on the third map. I gotta be straight up honest, I think G2 messed up massively by picking Spirit into this one. I love the format, I love them being ballsy, but as we discussed yesterday as well, the reasoning was to get more experience. The reasoning was to get a tough opponent from the get-go, but you would have gotten a tough opponent inside this arena had you won. And I'll also be honest, you know, Dunk had a terrible yesterday, and I think this whole reaction packet is kind of funny. At the end of the day, he won. At the end of the day, Spirit won. And if G2 cannot beat Dunk when he's at his absolute worst, then when are you ever going to beat Spirit? What G2 should have done, and I think that's where I want to give them credit. Yesterday, they played some decent Counter-Strike. There's other teams in that side of the bracket, sort of, you know, in the bounty teams. They could have beaten with that level they showed yesterday. Yeah. Spirit was not one of them. So why did you hinder yourself of even making it in here, getting the chance to actually get experience?
To play the format, Jacob. Stop hating on.
I'm not hating the format. I'm hating stupidity. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Well, imagine if they actually did win, then they would actually be looking like the
like
real
playing,
cool kids.
It's like playing Lotto. Yeah, imagine if I actually did win the Lotto. That'd be great.
I guess they won in an aspect because they did submit Donk his first ever negative rating.
That's a win nowadays.
On Spirit, and I think that counts as a win.
Okay.
I mean, you said Donk won the game. I don't think from those reactions that he felt like he won the game. Like,
well, judging by the facts, he kind of did win the game. He's going to be here next week for it.
There's a first time for everything, Donk. I'm sorry, even if it's a horrible first. Final game of the day, that was Liquid versus Furia. Furia, one of the later teams to be actually picked in the draft, which surprised me. And Liquid managing to get the better of them. 3 bounty hunters taking down the most wanted yesterday.
We got all the options that we've been asking for yesterday, and the likes of Furia not getting picked like too early in the draft, that was quite surprising to everyone. And I've liked what I've seen out of Furia. I think they played great, but and then I saw them that they had to go up against a Liquid, a team that we've been mocking a little bit, you know, a team that has been looking directionless and been trying to find their groove. But yesterday it seemed like a Liquid that I would say somewhat finally managed to play up to par with what they have on paper. It was good to see. It was maybe also a case of Furia maybe not showing up on the server, but I mean, anything right now, we talked about anything for Liquid right now could be the right thing, the right step in the right direction. And a win against Furia, which has been playing pretty well lately, I think that was very good.
It was the score of the game that was kind of weird in that one. You know, the closest map was 13-7. It wasn't competitive on any of the maps. And when you consider that Furia won 13-4 in the first, you would feel like, okay, Liquid, that's it. They're giving up. Furia was sitting in boot camp all together, you know, seemingly having great vibes. Liquid spread all over the world, dare I say it, you know, not sitting together. So for them to be able to pull off that comeback and secure a spot in here for it, that was probably the biggest result of yesterday.
Let's check in with the team standings to see exactly where that does leave the bounty hunters now. Every single time I've brought this graphic up, it's kind of been heartbreaking because the right side has been where we've been, knocking out those teams, but now some teams still standing. I say some. We get 3 out of a possible 4 from yesterday. That's pretty fire.
I think that's pretty good, and I think all 3 teams that did that yesterday deserved it. It wasn't like it was any luck or it was one round that decided the game and you could make the case that the other team should have won. I think the 3 bounty hunters yesterday, you know, that took down the most wanted, they did a good job, and they did it by playing good Counter-Strike.
Just happy to see some upsets, you know. We've been wanting that for so long, but finally we got it.
Yeah, and you're probably extra happy because over on Nova Shots, you went all in on Astralis, right? So we must have made some bank, sure.
We did make some bank. We still have a decent portfolio. We still have some blast dollars to spend. Obviously not real money. Everyone can play this game if you want to, and everyone can buy into it. So Peter, I must admit, you've been pretty spot on today. Now we have some games today. Anyone you want to go all in on? Any team you feel like?
Oh, really?
No.
I don't know why, but I have a feeling that MongolZ will show up in a really good fashion today.
A lot of other people have as well. The stock is up there.
I think there's the case, and you know, I've hit it with MOUZ, I've hit it with Astralis. Can we just go all in on MongolZ?
Yeah,
just prove that once more that you don't always have to spread out your stocks?
Keep glazing yourself over there, Peter. We're all in on the MongolZ. I'm with you.
Thank you.
I'm with you.
Lovely. Well, fingers crossed for your sake, Peter. That does come to fruition. We don't want that win rate going down. Let's head on over to the Blast TV simulator, though, because we can theorize the results of today's games. We've got 4 best of 3s coming your way. Let's begin. Let's go in linear order. We've got paiN, MongolZ up first. What's your take on that?
Well, we kind of have to go with the MongolZ now, right?
Exactly.
We just spend all our Nova dollars on the MongolZ. I also do think they're the favorites. I think they'll win the game. Yeah. And I would like to see them win in a convincing fashion. I haven't been impressed with paiN so far after the break. Obviously, what they did at the major was fantastic, but even there, the MongolZ beat them. So I have the MongolZ winning this one.
Well, yeah, obviously, we can't go against what we just did. So surely we got to have MongolZ, you know. didn't really feel that MongolZ played that great in their first matchup, so they have something to prove us.
Is production actually flicking between the two? No. Go with MongolZ. We got bait versus MOUZ, second game of the day. I mean, MOUZ would be the obvious choice, but they did get tested in round 1, so...
Oh, MOUZ will win this game. I would be super disappointed if they don't win this game. I'll be super disappointed if it's not a 2-0. I know you're sold on bait a little bit more than I am. Whenever I watch them, I feel like there's a hard ceiling to where they can go at. They're not a bad team by no means, but beating MOUZ, out of the question.
I mean, sure, I do like bait at a certain point and to a certain degree, but I'm gonna have to go with MOUZ in this one as well.
Do you think either of those guys are gonna wager, or are the VRS points too precious?
I hope MOUZ will wager something, you know. I hope MOUZ is gonna go all in and be like, listen, we go all in and we just want 1,000 of your bucks, you know. Just play it like that, you know. Establish dominance and put something on the line.
Exactly my take. Like, just show character. Show that you're the better team. Prove it. Go there.
Have some balls. Let's talk about Heroic versus Aurora. Third game of the day. Who is going to be getting the better of this one?
Well, the clear one would probably be to go with Aurora, but I actually think that Heroic has somewhat of an interesting lineup, despite them maybe not yielding their AWP, like the main AWP. They did get to play with Scrub last time, but I think like Nilo was super good. Tenir is super good. I think there's a case, and I'm still seeing weakness out of Aurora. I don't think they have played that great, and well, taking into consideration how they started the year. So there's still something to prove for them, but Aurora, like, I'm gonna go Aurora.
You kind of hit it. Heroic playing with a sort of stand-in right now. Complexity, beating them, sure. I don't know if that's a great feat these days. That's gonna be Aurora 2-0.
Lock it in. It's Aurora. Legacy versus Vitality. The team that brought the streak, if we're classing best of 1s, best of 3s, and best of 5s, they brought it to the end in Austin. Can they do it in a best of 3 this time, Peter?
I don't think they will ever get to a point where they would beat them in a best of 3. The best of 1 obviously was a one case thing, and that was just purely Vitality not showing up. But then again, Legacy did play great. And I do like what I'm seeing out of Legacy, but I don't think they had the level. I don't think they had the map pool to beat Vitality.
I think it's kind of cool because Vitality now have a reason to be super motivated to play this online game to make it into the stage. I think they want to make a statement, and I'd be surprised if Legacy gets more more than 6 or 7 rounds.
And surely Vitality are going to wager. Surely.
Surely Legacy's going to say no. Yeah.
Well, do you think?
Yeah.
Imagine having that.
It depends. Again, if Vitality, I would love if Vitality. I think Wu said it yesterday. You know, go all in, and all you want is just $1 of your opponent. That's it. You just want to establish dominance.
Yeah, that's the thing, because you don't have to match it this season as well. So potentially there's going to be some spice entering the matches today. But let's recap all of the matches going down the final day of online play of round 2 of the Blast Bounty Season 2, rounding out the day, of course, with Legacy versus Vitality. Not before Heroic take on Aurora. Bait versus MOUZ, that is our second game of the day. But first, it's paiN versus the MongolZ. Techno, today we get a rematch of the Major. Why were you able to beat paiN, by the looks of things, so easily in Austin?
Maybe at the time we had so much experience than much stage experience than them, and also we were performing really good at the Major. Yeah.
Do you feel that the Mongols are in the same form as you were at the Major?
Honestly, not really. But however, we are trying to manage it and fix our mistakes. Yeah, that's all.
Tell me about the maps today, because paiN, they banned out MOUZ, which you picked last time. Tell me about choosing to pick Ancient in this series.
Yeah, we saw the permanent ban was the Ancient, but I think that they're prepared really good maybe. But we chose our comfortable maps for this match, yeah.
And did you expect their pick of Dust 2?
Yeah, of course. It should be Dust 2, for sure.
How well prepared do you feel on that map?
We had pretty much practice, I guess, and we're confident for ourselves.
Yeah, completely different veto from last time around. Of course, the rematch that we're alluding to was that Major semi-final. Last time around, it was MOUZ Anubis. We didn't need Nuke because MongolZ just absolutely bodied paiN on stage.
Yeah, I think the MongolZ is the better team as well, to be completely honest. I think the playing field has changed a little bit ever since. Obviously, we're online, we're after a player break, the beginning of the second part of the season. So teams usually come out, either with an upswing or downtick in performances after a break. I feel for paiN it's been a bit of a downtick, and I think the same could be said for MongolZ. We have seen them very little, but what they did in Cologne was okay, but not up to par with their major level. What we saw in the first game against Peter, a little bit worrying as well. Didn't play too well. And same could be said for paiN. Nowhere near the level they were before the break. So both teams are coming out of the summer break a little bit weaker than they were coming into it.
I think if there would be a case for paiN to get some sort of wrench against the Mongols, then that would be the case now also playing online. I feel like paiN would have a better shot at playing them online than on the stage. And they've already faced off twice this year. The first time in PGL where they made it very competitive. And then obviously what we just touched on at the Major where paiN got a total of 10 rounds on 2 maps. So obviously that was a kind of a blowout. So there's a lot on the stake for the side of paiN. They want to get that revenge. But I mean, it's a team that I feel has stagnated a little bit compared to what we maybe have seen in the beginning. Also, once they got Davideus, we got to hear that, hey, these gonna go in and actually do a big of a difference. I haven't seen too much of them. And it just feels like every time they go to tournament, then you don't really know if they're gonna do good, they're gonna do bad. It's just very inconsistent.
I don't know whether I'm buying into Techno's point about him being very confident on all of the maps, because you remember last time, Dust 2 versus ENCE, that was a bit of a fumble there, wasn't it?
That was a bit of a bummer. On the other hand, they did play Dust 2 against the Falcons during Cologne, and they bumped them out.
What, Falcons that didn't make it to playoffs?
They didn't, no, but when you play against MoneyZ, Kyusuke and Nico on Dust 2, you must be quite decent to beat them. So I think MongolZ overall are comfortable in their Dust 2. What they did against ENCE, I'm glad you mentioned it. It was more so them just losing focus. I felt like they had a lot of advantageous situations. We spoke about the clutching ability, all the 3v3s, all the retakes. They fumbled and messed it up. So I think if the MongolZ are coming in with a bit more focus today, also knowing that there's a spot here on the line, some more VRS, I think they should be able to win Dust 2 as well. So I actually buy into Techno being comfortable.
Okay, well, let's see how paiN are feeling on the other side of things, because I caught up with Snow ahead of the series. Snow, I just want to begin off the conversation by talking a bit about your individual form, because you looked very strong versus NIP. Is there anything you've been doing to improve your individual consistency?
To be honest, I'm playing a lot of deathmatch and playing a lot of bugs. And yeah, now I think I'm pretty confident to play that match and to be consistent. And this is my goal in this year, to be honest. And yeah, hope I can do this with my team, of course. And yeah, I'm very happy that I play very good against NIP, and I hope I can stay with this performance in this match.
Yeah, today it's a big match. It's a rematch of obviously the Major versus the MongolZ. Tell me what you think went wrong last time that you faced the MongolZ.
I think the match was very hard for us. The start was good because we were 5-0 in Mirage, and at some point I was thinking, oh my god, we're gonna win this map. But they come back, and they come back very strong and win that series. And I think in this matchup, I think we can do really good Counter-Strike. I think we can do better because in the last matchups we have played against them in PGL, I think we have played really good, and we lost, but was a really close game. And yeah, I think we can do better in this time. Was hard match in Major, but I think we can do better.
Yeah, we obviously saw you guys banning out Mirage this time around, which leaves them picking Ancient. How do you feel about playing a bit of Ancient today?
I think it's a very strong map from us. We are practicing a lot this map, and of course they are strong, but we can show some Counter-Strike in this map. You know, we like, of course, all the players on our team like this map, and yeah, it's a confident map for us, and we will show for you for sure.
Yeah, this is very interesting because obviously with the removal of Anubis has meant that paiN have had to, foray into Ancient a little bit more than maybe they used to. So I'm interested to see what Snow's alluding to in terms of feeling comfortable, feeling confident on this.
Yeah, and that's always the case when you go into a video like, well, what's your thought process? Are you going to be looking at your own strengths? Are you going to be looking at your opponents? There's a lot of things that need to come into that situation, and obviously for Snow and paiN, they feel confident about playing Ancient. It must be a great feeling to feel that the map that your opponent pick is actually a map that you feel confident on, because they got to be like MongolZ is probably looking at them thinking they're probably not that good at Ancient, but now they have a chance to actually go out and show them that they can actually do it.
I like that both teams are coming in with confidence. We heard it from Techno. He believes they're going to win quite easily. Snow believes they can show good Counter-Strike, so it should be a great matchup.
Yeah, is it enough for paiN to put it over the line?
Absolutely not, but they believe in it. I'm excited for this game. I'm not going to lie. I think it could be a close one. I hope paiN is going to do better than they did in the major semi-final, but anything worse is almost also impossible.
Well, let's see how it will be turning out. Of course, single elimination is savage. Either paiN or the Mongols will be earning a spot here in Malta. So let's dive into it with Harry and Hugo.
Oh yes, it's that little rematch from the major. Hugo and paiN out for revenge. Do you think they can get it?
Thank you, Harry. That's not likely. It's not likely. It is online. It's not on a major semi-final. It's not on a big stage. So I'd certainly say that this should be closer. I echo what Snow said about, MongolZ and them playing close games at Astana and previous events. So that's reassuring. But yeah, I love to see MongolZ, man. I think they're in a great spot, even though, coming off the back of, some falling apart at Cologne on the stage themselves, I think these are games that should look very, very good for them. We have paiN on the other side, hungry to make it to Malta, taking on the Mongols. Single elimination, final day here of the online stage of the Bounty. 8 teams, 4 stay home and 4 come here. What's it going to be? Who's going to win this one, Harry?
Whoever plays better.
That's a good answer.
That's really what it comes down to. And Snow switched on in the pistol, opens up. Ooh, getting pressured now is Snow. He's traded out one of the dualies while his teammates gain some ground out in mid. Oh, that's kind of rough. And suddenly this 5-on-3 ends up even, 2 versus 2. Davideus and DGT left in the hot seat.
Did he spot him there? 9-10 just got tucked in the sight in time, I wonder. Davideus moving in, bomb on long. 9-10, he can be clinical with these pistols. Over the top, spotted. 9-10 revealed.
Yeah.
Getting baited in by this short player. Gonna fight the bomb. He knows his kill wins the round. He gets it. 9-10 on for 4. Puts the pistol to rest. MongolZ have him to thank.
Yeah, that was very well handled from the MongolZ. Things started so horrifically. They're able to turn around a 3-on-5. And it's 9-10 doing the bulk of the heavy lifting here. That pistol, his best friend.
And the AWP. Probably like a...
Yeah, but that's how it goes, man. AWPers, they love a pistol round.
True, what is that?
They're used to using that sidearm. And, there's 9-10 with the big green. Taking down NQZ.
It's better than the small green because the small green hit him, but he hit as well.
The scout would be, I know, is it blue? It's kind of
gray.
blue. It's gray/blue in a
It's
way.
not blue. There's no blue on the scout.
It's like got a blue tint to the gray.
It's gray and it's like there's black on it, but it's really gray. It's no blue.
I think I'm either colorblind or digital vibrancy is like wrecked with my.
It's not blue.
Kind of like a bluey gray. Well, I mean, this one is the Dragonfire Scout, so that's a hard example to go off of.
It's not blue though, I can assure you. Don't worry.
This one is.
It's green and it's orange. You are colorblind. You are a bit of a dog though, Harry. So.
No, come on, dude. It's the classic game. MongolZ, they're on the green side.
Yeah, and paiN are on the orange side.
Yeah.
And here we are on this grey, dusty map. Everything's black and white here. Everything is clear. The glass is completely empty. Or is it full? I can't tell. Water is, it has no color. Good reposition for Techno. Bit early for Davideus, and they give him what he wants.
Oh, I love that.
Techno 3K. Bosh.
Good round to put a stop to. We've seen the AWP second round punished a hell of a lot here at Bounty, so one of the rare times it works. It works here for the MongolZ.
So 9-10 to do that. It doesn't even have a helmet. Could get full punished, but yeah, why not?
Oh,
second try.
the baby blue versus the big green.
Yeah, you're not that tall, Senzu. Sorry, bro. You ain't blocking that smoke. He's got an HE for it. 9-10. Looking to break. And he won't peek suicide. Probably better that he doesn't commit. QC scoped in. Has to move now. paiN taking that mid control. Great grenade. Down lower. Snow just gets dunked. In the meantime, Harry's looking up photos of scouts. Realizing that they are in fact grey.
That's 100% just grey, isn't it?
Yeah, it's completely grey. Didn't trust me on that one, but learn your lesson. Bigger Zero will inside the smoke, trying to sneak into CT. That makes the object pretty clear here for the MongolZ. Up cat, go paiN. That's paiN. One word, paiN.
Yeah, they're slowed down by the MongolZ util. And now we're going to try and lob in this exec, but they don't really have smokes. They don't have anything to work with in this round. They're just going to drop down on the fly, try and brute force a play. You realize can't go mid, don't have a smoke.
This is desperate.
And so going to look for a way in up at the tunnels, but it's just been re-smoked here by the MongolZ. Techno up close, round in the palm of his hand. Does a boatload of damage and makes it real easy for Blitz to come in and clean that up.
That's weird because they had, I mean, it worked perfectly. I know they don't have a smoke, but they had Senzu quite far back in sport. If they just swung him when they were out middle, they would have killed him for sure on the trade, and then they would have had that path to mid to B. But I guess they literally just call, yeah, we should cancel this, go back to upper. So, not going to happen. Oh, yeah, look, Harry, it's all grey. It's awkward. Little last-ditch attempt to run B. Shut down by Techno. Looking good in the bomb site right now. paiN might test him again with the pistols. Now, what color is this orb, Harry?
Wait, let me see it.
All right, we'll get the Senzu's orb, that is.
Bruh, he's always scoped in. How am I supposed to know?
I've been waiting for Jay to bail us out here. There it is.
That's green. Yes. I know that one. I know that color.
You're on the money. My guy always knows the green.
It's true.
Nice little blue smoke out in middle.
but they've been reblocked. Just this trader util. The MongolZ, they feel like they can keep that up all day long. Last time, the problem for paiN was they didn't have the util to change their mind, so when they changed their mind, it caused them a big problem. This time, they've made sure to hold on to these smokes till late in the round. They're going to throw out mid to B corridor.
Oh my god.
Huge pickup for DGT. senzu going to be feeling some pressure here and will fall straight away. Techno's B holds have been fantastic. Once more, they can ask for Techno 4K to try and save them, and he just skirts out of there. He's done his job here, getting one, staying alive. You're not letting these site players get too comfortable. If they can stop Snow, they'll be able to break this down into 1 3v1 on DGT, and actually he's found first. It's Techno 4K playing lights out here on Dust 2.
That's a massive B holes. That's 2 3Ks, and then that's a kill and a dink on the other hit with rifles. So really good shutdowns for Techno. Getting out through the smoke. Snow gave it a good go. But Techno's there with the trade in time. MongolZ loving it right now. senzu really committed in middle. Blitz just gets drive-by with no helmet. And you'd feel like that's enough to win paiN the round off of their position. But Techno just dastardly retake. And close but not quite here for paiN. That's how all these rounds are feeling. A lot of them ending on this B bomb site. Setting up B util. This is mid to B smoke. Loving middle, but it's not loving them back. Maybe trying to exploit the senzu second orb. It gives it takes, Harry. I don't know what you feel about the senzu second orb. It's not my favorite.
I like you say, yeah, I don't love it, but sometimes I'll have some great moments on it, so...
It's just so good with the rifle. It's
yeah.
One of those. It's like the Nico effect. It's like, do you really need this?
Well, let's see. senzu, come on. Show us what you're made of. Techno stealing all the kills. Oh, bit of an ugly flick, but don't worry. Oh no, maybe we should be getting worried. senzu freaking out.
All his bullets.
DGT, dead in middle. 910 shows them how the AWP is supposed to be used. Davideus, he's hurting, he's wounded. He doesn't feel good right now.
Needs to move, they can't be boxed up.
Yeah, they're stuck on each other here. And with the tunnels flank coming in late, neither of them expecting it. They're both so fixated on the tunnels. Davideus at 5 HP can't clutch up here. And so the MongolZ still keeping this flawless. The thing that's making this flawless scoreline feel impressive is that there's been a number of retakes in it, right? And most of them over towards this B bomb site. They're still able to collect these rounds. So even though paiN have been able to get bomb planted, struggle to convert, and this plan of using the mid to B not working for paiN.
It's amusing for the MongolZ. They're having a great time retaking this B bomb site, back-to-back rounds, and yeah, some winnable positions, trading out effectively, catching MongolZ off guard at times, but Techno's still doing his damn job, man. He's still weakening them every single time they come to his bomb site, starting this game off excellently. And so paiN, what is there to do? Can they really make this interesting? Because right now, these post plants are getting shut down by the MongolZ. Everyone's looking sharp. Mizinho with a couple of key kills coming back in there.
Oh, dude, look at Techno and 910's damage.
I mean, yes.
200 ADR on Techno.
They're just coming to B, man.
Dude, when the B anchor has 200 ADR...
Oh, what?
I don't know what you're supposed to do.
Stop going B.
Yeah, that might be a good place to start, but hang on. paiN might want to run this back one more time just to be sure.
Yeah, just to make sure. Just to be certain. And I mean, you hear senzu firing off that second orb, you get very tempted, man. But 9-10, 8-0 on the A side. That's scary. Despite all the shots going out this round, no one's been hit yet. 5v5.
That's about to change.
No, it's a center war.
Bro.
Dude, just stay on the rifle for me. That's what I think. I've seen this happen too many times. There are certain positions.
Mongolian Nico.
Yeah, actually, there is more than one comparison to draw. None of them super favorable, apart from the fact that maybe like he's the best rifler when he's on. Oh, Mazzino. Good angle, but missed shot. David Deus, headshot. Nice adjustment. Senzu. In middle. Smoked off. Taking that orb to A. Are they going to go B? I actually respect it at this point to get the long kill and still end in this B bomb site.
Dude, if Techno multi-kills again.
He has no right to.
He's out of position. Well, he's getting back in position, actually.
Oh,
it's a good read from Techno.
No way, right?
Gonna get on the tunnels in time, but dink straight away. Surely there's no mileage out of Techno, and so finally they get past this immovable object at the B site.
Hey, say what you want. paiN have a game plan. They've come in with a point to prove, with something to do, and it may have taken 6 rounds, but they've done it. A win on this B bomb site off the back of picking Mazzino along. It's the last thing MongolZ expected. NT for Techno peeking out, just getting insta-dinked. Not to be. If he stayed on his off angle, maybe. Maybe. But even then, you want to save this double orb. Money is good, not great. And rebuying these are expensive, so... yeah, paiN are allowed to build some cash early in this T side. It's not too late.
Good to see some fight in paiN. Let's go. Hopefully this is the start of something. We want a nice competitive series, Hugo.
Of course.
Because soon we'll have our LAN teams. We will know everyone that's showing up here to Malta. And that's where the going really gets tough. It's also where the bounties start to become very, very eye-catching as well. I mean, a team like the Mongols, it's already pretty darn huge.
Mongols have mad money.
$7,500 on their heads.
Not bad. They're coming for yours as well. Orb, boost, and 9-10. Oh, they smoke it anyway. Bit of a shame. The break. Not baited in. Just go for the random shot. Do it. Do it. Random shot. No, not to be. Where's Senzu? He's locking down B alone right now as paiN take catwalk. Boost in CT gives Techno room, but they need to scurry.
It's a kind of insane read. The Mongols here, after the one successful round in B, and that being the object of desire for paiN, they've lent away from it. As you say, they've left Senzu there alone to hold it down. Techno, the guy that's been a beast at anchoring down that B site, is instead boosted in CT. And so this is Blitz and the Mongols anticipating a bit of a change here for paiN. They're going to move away from these B plays. Let's see if that wish is granted.
Second timing flash. Oh, it's perfect. Orb just dead. Nothing to do about that. So yeah, go out mid to B. Go out mid to B without a smoke even. Techno, he's here. Ollie is not good. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't burn him out. He gets a kill. Sends a warp. One frag.
Oh, but the bomb dropped out in the open at CT. DGT needed that follow-up on a blitz. 8 seconds left. He's got to start getting a move on. I don't know if there's time for this. I think just from staying alive, Mazzino's got it. And so the kills come through for paiN, but they needed all of them. Mazzino even goes down fighting at the end. Just him staying alive is enough to steal that round.
Oh, the bomb drop. It cost them everything. Techno on top of the boost. Was that him? He drops that bomb. They run past it. They don't realize till too late. And B lets him down once more. Or was it Senzu's kill with the AWP, actually? Probably dropped that package. Oh, disastrous for paiN. That one really hurts. And they wanted to go cat anyway. That was just their get-out plan, as all rounds are on this B-bomb site. But denied by Blitz with a flash play. Okay, this could be a pick. Techno's been pretty keen on getting on top of this box. He gets caught. They run through his Molotov.
Oh my god, but Senzu's on a rifle here.
Oh. But I
He
think
could have fast flanked, yeah. And when he doesn't, I think that is going to be a safe call. Unless, hang on, Blitz might be about to catch someone here through the backline. DGT.
He's going to hear him.
He will hear this. Blitz is able to get gun on, and that fight meant everything. That was the difference between attempting a late retake and just committing to the save.
Yeah. Understandable here.
And honestly, like, even if you get that kill, I think you still could have justified saving in a very big way. You're so out of position. B retake, especially with 5 alive, that's horrible to try and break through.
Oh,
and
but
so,
you want guns.
Don't attempt the round. You get out with 2 guns compared to the 4 you could have had. Oh, you get out with 1. You get out with 1.
Senzu,
and it's everyone's favorite.
Senzu Warp. He's going to throw that over.
Surely.
Yeah. Nice try, but yeah, paiN just running. They've had enough. They're like, I'm sick of these mid to Bs. I'm sick of these slow cat fakes into B. I'm just going to run through the Molotov. And it works. Techno, for once, caught off guard on his own. And maybe they just do it again. My God.
Yeah, but look, this time 9-10's in lower.
This is sometimes why a smoke is better than a Molotov. Just screws that vision up. You don't want to run through it blind, essentially. Molly, you can tank the damage.
He's going to have to go pop, pop. 2 players ready to come and face him. A third actually joins the ranks. There's no surviving this for 9-10. And so that AWP is lost down in lower. That's irretrievable. paiN should be in full control over this round.
Nice volley as well. paiN just locking the door, knowing MongolZ are probably round the corner, trying to force these kills. paiN say no chance. Jumping up cat is dangerous. Five sevens on the corner, pull back. Where can you really go from here? I'll play that range. Dropping into spawn, Techno trying to help out on middle, knowing that, hey, they're going to go B, aren't they? Insane flash.
Oh, well, hopefully it doesn't cost them everything.
Oh, no.
Oh, here it is! Costing them everything! Techno over at B. He's calling for the rotate. NQZ and Snow have to try and save this round.
Go on.
Techno's going to play through. NQZ with the cover. Is he ready for tunnels? A follow-up kill on the player out window. Mizinho loses his element of surprise, and that all blocks him out of the round.
Phew.
Whoo, good recovery for paiN.
Yeah, paiN is the right word for that round. My God, some missed shots, some missed flashes, but connecting the dots of the AWP puts it all down. The riskiest position, 9-10. First time they molly lower, it's when they know MongolZ are on low economy. So it was a good move. I don't even know where that flash was for. I don't know how.
Hey, if the comm was, Davideus, I'm flashing you, they weren't lying.
paiN have broken in, man. They broke the money. They're up to gonna get 4 here. All things makes it, yeah, presumably. And a chance for 6 if they keep finding this B entry. I wouldn't put it past paiN to B rush on that next gun round. Dude, these new Deagle animations are sexy. If you're not on board yet, you've already missed the train.
The one round they go A, it's going to be mind-blowing to the MongolZ.
Yeah. I mean, MongolZ are still playing heavy
I mean,
A
the MongolZ are playing
round.
A stacks more often.
Yeah,
than not.
like now they're 4. I mean, it's only eco, so it makes sense, but...
Oh my god, it's going A. This is a whole new bomb site.
It's actually the first time.
A whole new site for paiN. Let's see how they get on.
9 rounds of taking B. 10th round.
Oh, Techno missed a B site here in A and held by the NQZ AWP.
Bomb has been planted.
wow, we should go A more often. They're just reminding, deep down, Harry, they're playing a mental warfare.
They are.
Reminding MongolZ of that game against Na'Vi at Cologne, where MongolZ went B 10 rounds in a row.
Right.
On Inferno, and they lost the game.
I mean, it's like we said, you know, it's the IQ bell curve, Hugo.
Yeah,
the very
true.
bottom, rush B. In the middle, there's all the complicated strats and faking and
Yeah.
the mind games. And then on the far end, it's just rush B again.
Yeah, true. Well, right now it is working. MongolZ. This is the mind game, Harry. What do they do now? Where are paiN going to go? Do we stack the B site? We don't have our double AWP. We can't post senzu tunnels. At 9-10, he doesn't want to go AWP B, and then they do a cat split, and he goes, I've waited all game for that. So, yeah. Have to see. MongolZ actually calling a timeout. They're feeling the burden. This is the buy to decide where this half is going. Is it 8-4? Is it 6-6? This makes all the difference for the MongolZ, so good to chat it over. Showed up to the veto in time today. They actually get the coach involved. No AWP, Harry.
You don't want to feel like you've let paiN back in if you're the MongolZ. They got off to this 6 start. paiN amassing some rounds now on their pick. Comfortable here on Dust 2. You wouldn't believe it with how many B plays, but a good depth of ideas too. This was...
Go B fast, go B slow, go mid to B, rush through the B molly.
This is one of the backbone maps of paiN's Austin Major run.
Yeah.
Cropping up almost every series they played. And more often than not, leading to victory for this paiN squad. And so, you know, when they hit you with this many B players, it's because they believe there's something they can exploit.
But a good bit of fear in the MongolZ. 2 in the B side, no one watching middle. Blitz MOUZ is over. paiN puffing up their chest on this long and short side, but is this really a means to an end? Or is this just a fake again? Same setup for MongolZ that worked last time. Rifle up on the cat with flashes. Only one to go this time. Blitz peeks out. They wait for it, and then he begins to rotate. That's what paiN want. That might bait them in to an A attack. Blitz rotating, blocking on the short side. paiN, 20 seconds to make up your mind. Of course it's B.
Blitz forced out by the util. senzu going to try and catch them here as they move out through mid. He waits in the window, but the flash was supposed to get him off the angle. Techno can't get that trade. It's a snow double opener.
Wait, time,
oh God, time again. Time is a problem. Plant's been missed. You just have to stay alive, 9-10, and that's it. It's the round for the MongolZ.
Not again.
Twice over, paiN have been betrayed by the clock.
Not again. It was so good otherwise. I mean, really, it was kind of rough for the MongolZ. senzu gets his double, but Techno lets him die and then doesn't get that tunnels trade. Techno kind of let senzu down for the first time in this game. Trying to hold on to doors, perhaps, help out window. Techno needed that trade, but none of it matters when, again, paiN run out of time by half a second. That is the difference.
Techno just like me, for real. He's saying to senzu, yeah, man, I got your tunnels. He did not have his tunnels. Techno, now he certainly does. Aggression to make up for it. And 9-10 with a swing out through mid. This is a real pace change for the MongolZ, who have kind of given paiN the runway to run whatever they want out here in middle. In the final round of the half, they go and fight for it hard.
I love that call. Just full chaos here for the MongolZ. This is where they excel, flexing and saying, we've had enough of you getting to dictate the flow of this game. We're going to run at you, lower and upper, crunching that B tunnel. Techno in T-spawn right now. MongolZ needs to get out middle or he will get shot in the back. It feels like it's coming straight into the tunnels. Techno calling what's open. Only so many positions NQZ can be in, and the captain has B on lock. Gonna have to AWP headshot here.
Just awkward for NQZ. He doesn't have the time to like hold back plat, and so freedom was there for Blitz to pick and choose his fight. He goes early into the Tech 9. One to the dome for NQZ. He's now low, now wounded. Fake tap on the bomb, but that molly could be enough to find him. Burns him down to 2 HP. The clutch keeps getting tougher for NQZ, and full blind, they're both in here, both peeking him. What's he gonna do? Flash to try and set himself up for something, but clothesline, it's an 8-4 half from the Mongols as they finally come up with the solution to stop this relentless B-pop from paiN. Well, the Mongols in on an early lead here on paiN's map pick of Dust 2. Things start off well for the Mongols. There's a streak of rounds in the middle when these relentless B plays finally worked out for paiN. Only for the Mongols go on to close out the final couple of rounds in the half. That was them breaking through and breaking down the money at a kind of very important juncture in the game. It's left them with a good lead now moving into this T side. Davideus. Oh my God, where are we on the map?
I've never seen this position before, Harry. I'm not sure. Entering uncharted waters here. Sailing into the deep blue.
Dude, no way the Mongols go A.
Even Davideus is lost. He's looking at the sky like, wow, can they come from here? They're on the roof. Can't block that
he
smoke.
was looking for the smoke to block, but they threw the other one. Oh, he's just going to peek out with it. Flash as well to tee him up for even more. Senzu with an important trade. Trying to spill in now with the Mongols. paiN are here. 3 players waiting on the other side of this CT smoke. 1 to challenge from the jump up, but Bigazera never gets the chance. Dual Berettas gets quelled, and that leaves Snow in a clutch that feels unwinnable, but he's making it happen. 3 kills deep. Snow's got 1 more to find, and this, a crowning achievement clutch, but he's out of ammo. Has to look for a separate weapon. He's playing gun game. It's all lined up for Snow.
That's it. Bo Corallo for Snow. 4 kills. Clutch up alone. Runs out of ammo. Not even a reload available. He does it. That's incredible for Snow. Body shot. Had the bounty. And he takes the heads off MongolZ. Excellent. Out of nowhere. You can almost see it leave his lips, Harry. Nice.
Dude, you know, his uptick in performance here after a kind of coming back from the player break. He had a string of rough events, so it was nice to see Snow looking good here.
Said he's been looking to improve his individual performance. Right now, MongolZ, oh my god, into Snow, and he's done it again. 3 kills. Blink of an eye. A techno-esque performance on this B bomb site. Snow locks it down. They run into the man with hot hands. They get burned. MongolZ live to regret it. This was their game off of that pistol. Now it's opened wide up.
No, I mean, dude, having Snow in this type of form is really, really good. And as we say, you've had some of these games where he's gone a bit missing since the major. Some where he's felt fine. But good to see he's still trying to stay on top of that. Can't imagine he loved some of his, you know, 3 or 4 kill performances he gave us post that major run.
Yeah, that game via Astralis really hurt. Back at Cologne. Making up for it now. Said he's been doing the DM, said he's been trying to get his individual form back up. And no better time for it. It feels like at times he is like, he's not the star player of this team, but it feels like the team lives and dies on his performance, right? And that's part of the life of being an anchor at times, right? Like if you can't hold your bomb site, if you're letting your team down, your team's going to lose. But at the same time, if you get a little bit more output, you can set your team up to close the rounds that they're meant to close. And so Snow is a bit of a linchpin in that sense. 17-7, cannot deny his impact in this game. After the pistol clutch and the shutdown in the follow-up, MongolZ now go in for the full buy. Nades everywhere, leaving paiN confused. Pressure on this B site gives room to middle because there are watchers from the doors. Senzu committing. MongolZ pull back, go to upper. Blitz calling. Perhaps a fake from the short side. He's got nades to do it. That nade would catch. They've got 2 HEs in spawn, ready to break the smoke on a mid to B. The corridor is in. Blitz is walking through that door. So one smoke will not stop this split.
Gazera waiting on an off angle at the window, and Snow holding onto the tunnels, needs another multi-kill here, only manages one. Now, MongolZ do lose the mid-split, but that's a huge pickup from Blitz. Through the smoke, removing DGT, and that just leaves paiN in kind of an unwinnable spot. 2 versus 3, it doesn't feel like it's worth the risk.
Techno remains the MVP of this game because he comes in with a double entry, walking through that tunnel smoke, the gray screen, into the B site, and finds both kills to win the round there. It's a nice spam from Blitz. It certainly does shut down the retake, but even without it, it's a difficult call to make here for paiN. I think they would have gone for it. They have more money, but it's not a round they can win. So Davideus looks for exits. Very dangerous pathing. Fighting his way out of this box. They will come for him. Oh, that's a horrible spray for Senzu. Surprised he didn't chase him down on the reload. Lets him cover. And so triple exit makes money and removes it for the MongolZ. They're not out of the woods here on this T side. Spray, man. Techno with the spray is always good.
Fast long play. And paiN, who were going to try and take that space when they're smoked on the corner, they give it up straight away. That's a good pickup for NQZ. Oh, Senzu is ahead of the molly. He's actually blocked it entirely, looking for openers. Senzu gets this play going. And they're across at long now. The bomb coming in last, but that's not a problem. paiN aren't really in a position to fight for this. Don't have a nade for that smoke break either, at least not one in position. Going up short is their best bet here, but that's going to waste precious time. They have to clear all these angles, watch for lurkers. They don't have perfect info on 3 players being out long. And so they've got to be, methodical with this. They flash short, going through the motions of clearing all these spots. That's wasted half the time on this defuse. You've got to play fast now.
Sino having a rough game, 2 and 13. Needs to hold strong. His teammate's already fallen. Techno from afar. Mizzino connects a shot, but they're getting closer. They've got the kit. They've got time if they jump right on this. Mizzino will not let it happen. Smoke kit denied by Techno. Puts it to bed. Mizzino sets him up, doubles his frag count after a very poor game. And Techno will end that round as he has done so many times in this game. It's all Senzu though on the entry.
You see Senzu, you can't do this on an AWP.
Exactly. Phew. That smoke stick was about to come through. MongolZ live to fight another.
I mean, this is the round to end all rounds, right? This is the one where the MongolZ can look to put Dust 2 to bed. If they win this, they break paiN's money.
And if they lose it, they let paiN right back in to equalize his scoreline. They will be broke themselves. Will not stop them from buying if I know MongolZ, but still, it's high risk. Coming up, Cat. This should be a trade.
Close. NQZ dead, but DGT farms 3 kills. As they're throwing into his crosshair, that's gone horribly for the MongolZ.
Quick plant would be nice, and Molly might cause problems, but they put it down anyway.
DGT's efforts can't be in vain. This is a make or break round for paiN Gaming. Flashes up to try and get the MP9 in. Big Azera found first. Second player spotted ramp side. It's Techno, and another clutch required. Davideus deals with him, and that breakthrough round comes through for paiN.
They're all so close. They're all coming down to the 1v1. They're all post plants as well. MongolZ surely will buy to keep the pressure on. That's just the way they play. But now paiN have been allowed back into the CT side. What a spray from DGT. I don't know how he gets 3 kills. Techno still nailing them on the cross, gets 2 of his own. But it is paiN who are clinging on in this map. An infatuation with the B site in that first half. A game full of retakes. And look at MongolZ hesitant to buy, but buy they shall. 1 AK.
Oh my god. Blitz with the lurk smoke on B. Is Snow really going to try and piece this one together? No. Creeps towards it straight away, but that's going to keep 2 players on this B site.
With the setup from paiN, looks like it might just be a mow down unless 910 finds crisp entries in this position. The flash setup, ramp, goose. This is not an easy attack for the Mongols.
Molly in, they've got to play through that.
Good Molly.
And QZ lobs the flash out very early, actually, and then ends up playing ahead of it. Now burning at ramp is DGT, and 910 and Mazzinho get the openings.
It's the mollies, man. They force them to peak early timing. paiN have to go because they get double mollied. Really good placement for the Mongols through the smokes. Tease them up to win a round that changes the game. It was the force buy back in to break paiN's money, and it looks like it succeeded. With the smokes down, paiN can't risk an unrealistic retake.
That's kind of the problem here, right? Like, if you had a couple more grand floating around, you might still be interested in giving this a go. You know your util's done damage. You know these players are tagged up. You're in not awful positions to try and go fish for this retake, but money kind of decides it, and even then, Big Azera's gun gets removed. You don't attempt the 2-on-3. You really wanted to get out with both guns, and the gun you end up getting out with is a FAMAS on Snow.
Yeah, you would at least expect to win that fight down in spawn, but 910 jumps in. And this is why the Mongols are exciting. They live and they die on rounds like these. But what a great pocket strat to beat a strong setup. Double Molotovs, player drops spawn, and the rifle overwhelms.
And dude, that just feels a bit awkward. Like, because the ramp player wasn't spotting, and NQZ is playing on that flash, kind of blind in a way. He just throws it on like a timing.
Yeah,
and the timing's too early. They're still behind the smoke, so he can't even tell if they're blind. Doesn't want to just start spamming the smoke and then die midway through a mag. Kind of forces him to move forward and go looking for fights. And he ends up being the first kill, the first domino to fall in that A-take. And now look at this, the money broken for paiN. This is what the Mongols have been chasing after for the last couple of rounds.
And while the Mongols bought last round to capitalize on the damage, paiN are buying to survive. They're buying to stay in this map right now. They don't want to buy, they have to buy. And look at what they've got. They're running out of util already. One smoke is all that remains for paiN. No kit. Not even an M4. And this is to survive against the Mongols who have them right where they want them. A valiant attempt in the T side for paiN, a clear game plan, but maybe bitten off more than they can chew on their map pick. Mongols just patient. It's cheeky.
I mean, they're going into the stack. Opening found. Davideus somehow gets out with 2. The Deagles made this very interesting. DGT up on top of the boost, fires off too soon. Oh god, this could still slip through their fingers. Even though that mid-hole does a fantastic job of standing up to the Mongols, gaps have still opened. Now play through this smoke. Dropping the bomb with 10 seconds left would win you the round. DGT gonna try and go for it.
Oh,
They're coming in, but that kill wins it. That kill makes the difference. Techno can't finish him off in time.
He's throwing grenades, Harry. They're throwing grenades. Mongols are fiddling with things in their hands. They're not gun out. They're not covering the door smoke. Techno has had a great game, but he doesn't uncrouch in time. He doesn't stop that swing. And the smoke push with seconds to spare is enough to give despair to the Mongols.
This is just heroic play after heroic play from both teams.
So many close rounds. How are paiN still in this game? They have no right to be. Oh god, we go again.
Big Azera trying to rally the troops for the task that lies ahead, because sure, that was the hard round. That was the must-win round, and you had to do it with less.
A crunch.
They do it. But now's the time to capitalize. Now's the time to turn that one low buy round win this late in the game into a victory on Dust 2.
But Mongols are the experts of these rounds, aren't they? They've already won this exact round. This has more. 2 AKs and a Galil. Nothing's guaranteed. This is where paiN should win out. But you can't say anything for certain. MongolZ trying to make magic happen. paiN pick positions. They root their feet in. Flash is a problem. On top of this box, DGT has got to move. Blocks them into B a little bit. Will that create any gaps? Doesn't look like it. MongolZ don't want to threaten. They go back up catwalk. Only one player here. DGT swings with a flashbang. MongolZ take that fight with ease, and now they know A is weakened. They should have a read on this. Only NQZ.
You will have some semblance of support available from Long.
Sooner the better.
But it hinges on him staying alive. Something that feels notable is that it's NQZ with the flash, so he's going to have to self-flash himself here.
Two now.
Both on ramp. They're waiting for that NQZ flashbang. It comes out now. There's the peek on the back of it, and NQZ tries running away. Davideus fed to the wolves. Everyone's pretty wounded here for the MongolZ.
Doesn't matter.
But numbers alone, it could decide this round. BigazEra still seems interested. First shot connects. BigazEra's double.
Chill.
Suddenly brings paiN back into this. He's just tapping on the MP9. And Blitz dead now as well. That one gets away in an instant. 5-on-3 for the MongolZ.
Dude.
And an MP9 has just ruined it.
Cinema game. Full cinema game. How the hell has he done that? In HD, in IMAX, no less. Just bursting on MP9. It's not nerfed if you only fire 3 bullets. And he cracks 3 heads. As MongolZ take fights in post-plants. Not even bad fights necessarily. I mean, it's the only way they lose. But also, you got to kill them eventually. And BigazEra bursts every player out of the round. How the hell have paiN won that?
And dude, at this point, paiN deserved the win. In all of these breakthrough rounds,
I think so.
where they're having to do so much with so little, they've made it work.
Well, you've got
the
to
MongolZ have
earn it.
had many a chance to close this game.
For sure.
You know, you've lost now to low ecom rounds 3 or 4 times. You've had man advantages. You've had golden opportunities. You've had paiN's money at breaking point for what feels like an eternity. And even when they come through with MP9s, they're hitting harder.
Yeah, well, the bad news, Harry, is the villains sometimes win. And MongolZ, who have had those chances, who have been unable to close, will still have a final bye in round 23. It's not always the Cinderella story here for paiN, as they found out in Austin.
Something just feels different, though. I don't know, to hold your own in these moments, to capitalize on MongolZ's mistakes, to step up and be able to get so much done when this game could have ended 3 times over by now. It's no small feat. Let's see if paiN can put a bow on it here. They're looking to tie this up. Pistols exploding out through mid. Snow full blind, and the pistols get closer. BigazEra with the cover.
Okay.
Snow transfer is beautiful.
Ooh. I got scared there. I'll admit it. I'll put my hands up. But it's fine. 11 apiece.
I mean, Snow's just been a rock, right?
Yeah.
And when your anchor player's looking this good, topping the charts, that just kept the... You know, like we were crediting Techno in that first half with the same type of feat, right? He was looking really, really solid at B, but then did have a couple of rounds where he drops the ball. Still, you know, paiN are able to get through. Maybe he only gets 1, and sure, it's asking a lot for him to multi-kill every round, but I feel like Snow's been good for it every time they've come B. Even that round there that you were getting so nervous about, where he's flashed out through the window, they're splitting him through door. He's able to navigate it well, and this has put paiN in pole position. 11 all, but they've got the edge in terms of the money here, thanks to a cleaner round there.
Yeah, and still with a quiet Mazzino here. I mean, he's really had a couple of impactful doubles.
Where is Master Batbold? The MongolZ need him.
Yeah. Senzu had that crispy round running up cat with a double entry. Otherwise, can't think of much he's done on this T side. paiN really going to find their map pick in this series after a roller coaster run? Look at this. This is Blitz. This is
Oh my
Blitz
God,
from the
Blitz.
major. This is Blitz against G2. He's just going to run through the mid-smoke and try and kill Bigazera on the reload. Disrespect from the captain. Snow, he's been a rock, but will he crumble under the pressure?
Okay.
2 kills is fantastic. If Blitz dies, it opens up the round, so he lives.
Yeah,
Bomb
Blitz
going
has
down.
to survive. I mean, they know this round could have been over. If Snow didn't get 2, it very well would be, but paiN on for the retake now. Try to move in quickly,
the
knowing that
molly.
Blitz is out of position. DGT burns down low.
Re-molly. Oh, missed.
Okay, that's a bit of a disaster.
It wouldn't have landed anyway.
Can still make up for this. 9-10 holding onto the window. Nades rain in. DGT found. NQZ and Davideus trying to make magic happen here, but time is fast getting away from them. It's Davideus on the swing, opening up, and there's the closer. Mizinho and Blitz find map point for the Mongols.
Insane round to
Is
win.
this comeback, this back and forth, really going to happen only for the Mongols to win it right at the end of regulation?
It would just be heartbreaking for this to be the way to close it. paiN's own game plan leveraged against them. The B hits, never ending. And 3 kills, or 2 more, sorry, for Mizinho right at the end. He's only deals in doubles in this game. He's had 4 double kills. That is it.
Oh, NQZ does what he does best. Gets involved early on that AWP and knocks Blitz out as he tries to go for another run down middle.
I can't believe Blitz just runs through that mid-smoke. Bigazera gave it to him with the reload. Got what he was asking for. And now, wow, long. Haven't seen this one since the pistol. Mongols go back to it.
All right, you got to shine the bat signal.
Yeah?
You got to summon the bat bold.
Who do you need?
No, bat bold. Come on, Mizinho. Do something epic.
I thought you were cheering for paiN at this point. You said they deserved the win. You said they
I'm
earned
always
it.
cheering for Mizinho, and he's having a rough game. So giving him something here in this final round. paiN sat in a 5v4.
Look at this. Techno might catch them.
Techno could catch them.
Oh, God.
And he's just here after a B-lurk. He's rewarded a double. Oh, no, paiN.
Ouch.
It's a really solid move. They're taking space. They're pressing the advantage in a 5-on-4. They want the overtime. And that hunt might cost them dearly. Techno, who was out of position after a B-lurk, rewarded with 2 kills.
They're still committing with the bomb, and everyone's here. Nades land, 2 of them. That's info. paiN go flashing through. They try and lose on their terms. They want it to come down to their own play, but denied by the AWP. 4-on-2 now. This is how it comes crumbling down. paiN, a fantastic try, but Senzu ends it. Techno with a life game, and even though Mizinho goes quiet, a couple of key double kills just in time to win the match out for the Mongols.
At the 11th hour, the Mongols close it out and leave paiN in the dust. So heartbreaking considering the effort that it required from paiN to be mounting this almost comeback. But shout out Techno in those final moments, getting that cheeky little behind shot and sealing it for the Mongols.
That was super, super clean from Techno. I'm not gonna lie. That last round is obviously round defining for Techno to come in with a double kill. He had no clue whatsoever what was going on. paiN actually made a quite proactive and cool play, but got caught off guard by some timing. A little bit unlucky. One may even argue that had Techno not picked up that second piece of utility in T-spawn, the timing he would get into right here would have been even worse off. So all the details, Peter, the small nuances. At the end of the day, I think Mongols were better, but they really were pushed to fight for it.
This given last round obviously is just also what Counter-Strike sometimes showcase, that it is about timing and it is about luck, that you actually decide to go and pick up more utility, then you find the flank instead of being flanked yourself.
Yeah.
And I do believe that if Techno wouldn't have got these kills, or if they wouldn't have been aware of this flank, that could have been a case we have seen overtime right now.
100%. Should we take a look at how paiN found themselves in the situation that required a comeback, though? Because we look at that first half, it just felt like a B-side simulator. Why were they so obsessed with going towards B?
It's just be over and over and over again. We spoke about it in the green room, and I think we came sort of to the same conclusion that it's one of those things where it's It's a low-risk bomb site to hit in the sense if you lose out on your trades, if you play the round 2v4 or 3v4, you still have a great likelihood of winning the round. So it's one of those where you don't have to win your trades, you just have to match the trades, sort of. And if you do that over and over again, you should give yourself a decent chance of winning a lot of rounds. Unfortunately for paiN, it didn't really work out in the first part of the first half.
No, and there was also, it seemed like there was a clear game plan from the paiN side, that they either had figured out what they could expose, maybe on the B-bomb side, maybe they had a good understanding of how MongolZ wanted to approach, or maybe Techno was left there alone in a lot of the cases. So obviously that also creates the theory that now that they've constantly hit the B-bomb side, the MongolZ at one point has to be thinking, well, now they're going to be hitting the A-bomb side, but they just constantly went back to the B-bomb side and kept that mind game going and going and going.
And it was with quite a lot of mixed success, let's just say. There were a couple of moments where they did manage to, successfully get the ball down, win the round, but then there were moments where they were just kind of fumbling the bag in terms of time, right?
Yeah, we saw a couple of examples of that. You see it right here as well. The bomb gets killed in the middle. He has to pick it up, go all the way back, DDT. There's unfortunately no time for him. So they even have a 2v1, but just can't get the bomb down in time. So first time they actually were successful with it, it didn't really pan out. We fast forward to round 11, sort of the same scenario. A late hit coming in, a B split. Again, it's not a bad call. I don't think the idea is bad by no means, but a nice double kill right here in window, puts the bomb down, and then again, it's technically a 1v3 at this point. Bomb is outside the window. He fails to jump a couple of times and just don't have time to get the bomb down, and that is obviously going to feel very, very, very disturbing for the paiN boys. You see it right here, fails to jump, and that is the reason why I didn't get the bomb down. One would argue, Peter, had they won just one of these two rounds, maybe that would have been enough to push it into overtime. Maybe it would have been enough to win the map, but it kind of looked silly in the first half.
It surely could have changed the outcome of the game. Actually, as you mentioned, I actually like that last round call that they decided to go for the B split with 20 seconds left. It sure is a risky one because you do tend to get brawled out both from CT spawn and from the B bomb side. So there is a case where you can drop the bomb and actually don't have time to pick it up. And that was the case. But I actually think that the decision of actually going up mid, going to fake a B split, then rotating back to A, doing a little bit of a fake, and then going back up mid, that seemed to be working for paiN. But obviously the time killed them.
Techno did a great job of disturbing a lot of those B hits as well. Just straight from the get-go, it felt like he had a great read on what paiN were trying to execute and just absolutely shining it down.
Yeah, he had a lot of rounds with multi-kills, a lot of game-defining moments, dare I say it. I think it's cool to see Techno play at this level. I think he's had an uptick in performance, actually, after the summer. I know MongolZ as a whole team maybe have trended downwards a little bit compared to how well they're playing at the major. Techno hasn't been one of those players. I think he's stepped it up massively. I think his rating is also right now getting better and better, and we see that pretty much every single game they're playing. It's kind of hard to say, Peter, right now, but it does feel like MongolZ are transitioning into becoming one of those teams where there is no weak link. One would argue Misinho is the one who's missing the mark the most at the moment, but we've also seen him show that he can play Counter-Strike at a high level. So it's hard to pinpoint anyone who's weak within the lineup.
Yeah, but for a long time it has been Techno who's been on the watch, to have these performances where he hasn't shown up. And as you mentioned, he has been the guy that has stepped up tremendously. And Messina maybe taking a bit of a step back. And you also have the likes of Blitz, and a very high fracking Ingvali that also comes under the loop sometimes. But to see Techno play, I think he had a very important play in how they managed to clinch this one, not only by being the anchor on the side, but also getting those multi-kills whenever it was needed.
Yeah, from beginning to end, Techno was just absolutely shining throughout this. But we move into that second half, right? It's 8-4. MongolZ, they're starting the pistol. They're getting a man advantage. Jacob, you were so close to calling it over. But no, Snow, he had other things to say about it, and it ended up making it a really competitive map.
It did become a very competitive map, yeah. Round wasn't necessarily too pretty, as you said, Freya. It's a very much back and forth right here. It's a 4v2, a 1v4. Some may even argue at a small moment. Snow is doing a tremendous job getting 3 kills rather quickly here. All the players are on low HP. He's actually not headshotting them, and then at this point, it became a bit brawly. Jumping back and forth, finding a new gun, What can I do to get this duel? Both of them are down to 1 bullet, and Snow, unfortunately for the MongolZ side, were the last one to hit a bullet. Had it not been for Snow winning this round, it would have been over. I think the MongolZ would have run away with it, but it was a very important moment for Snow, who once again had a fantastic game. We gotta say that as well. And they kept themselves alive. I know it's easy to say that it wasn't in danger. It felt like the MongolZ were the far better team here, but I don't think that was the case. I think the MongolZ missed a lot of the key rounds, which made the game incredibly close.
Obviously, we talked about Snow coming in, having a good tournament, has had this uprising performance. He talked to himself about in the interview that he had been playing more deathmatch and been putting more hours on the individual side, and that's showing. I feel like he's been criticized for a long time. He has had a very long streak of poor events, so it's good to see him come back into the fray and actually play some good counter. You know, this round specifically was very important. It was a 1-on-4. Sure, they were low, but his decision making of just obviously that he was given the fight, and it got a little awkward the fact that he runs out of bullets, but also the round coming into this one, he gets a triple kill off the force buy, which actually puts paiN in a favorable position to actually take the game so far.
Deathmatch and aimbots. Apparently, that's all you need, according to Snow, to get back into form. Joking aside, of course, it's only been, you know, not even 2 series, 1.5 series.
Sure.
Snow. But it is great to see him getting back in fighting form because he's a necessary piece of this paiN lineup that sometimes we've seen him, you know, fading away a little bit.
He's been the one that's missed the mark a little bit too much, I'd say, within paiN. And that's harsh to say, considering the results as of late. Obviously, the major was a fantastic showing for them as well. But I do think that's the next thing for them. If they can unlock Snow on a more consistent level, then maybe the bottom floor level of paiN becomes higher. And that has been the issue ever since the summer break, that it does feel like they are a little bit fragile at the moment. And I'm curious to see how they're going to respond back on the second map, knowing that.
Jacob, I'm kind of, for once, inclined to agree with you in terms of MongolZ, you know, being the much more stable force in this, because even a lot of the rounds that paiN did manage to get over the line, they were pretty mental. They were pretty chaotic, pretty crazy around 2021. So instrumental for paiN to start manning this comeback, but they weren't necessarily like known quantities in terms of these rounds.
No, it was again moments where I feel like the Mongols should have shut down the game. A key round, so to speak. Not sure how they traded out so well here in middle. Then they actually lose the 2 players in the B bomb side. It's a 2v2, and you know, it's the last bullet right here, I feel. He gets that kill on the bomb. There's no time to plan it right now. I love the play. I love the proactiveness, Peter. That's the one shot of winning it. They know if they have to retake the bomb side, 2v2 is not going to work out. And round 21 here as well, it becomes very, very close. A lot of great utility being spent here. Look at all the players. This nade right here, that's golden. And somehow, some way, BigOzero all of a sudden pops up with an MP9.
And you know, that is also what it is. Like, we have a 3v5, but take a look at the health bars on the MongolZ, but they are all low, and that actually sets up BigOzero to just go and play sniper duels with his MP9. And we talked about the MP9 has been nerfed, but he just decides to go for bursting, and he hits 3 headshots in a row, and they just make it work.
He even headshotted the guy on side right there. You saw the dink coming in from the side. There was BigOzero on the other side jumping with his MP9. Yeah. So 3 kills at the headshot, and then a third one, the fourth one was putting the last player down to 20 HP. It was a phenomenal round by BigOzero, but also, again, that's what it required for them to keep the game alive.
Yeah, so ridiculous to be getting away with that one. But alas, doesn't net them the map. MongolZ do rebound. I think it's a massive shout out to Techno, who we've already praised. 910 as well. He was showing up particularly in that first half. So I guess within all the chaos, you know, within all the craziness, order, rationale does restore itself at the end of the day.
That's what it feels like, you know. And I'm glad on behalf of the MongolZ that they were able to win the game, win the opponent's map pick. Again, I personally would have loved to see it be a bit cleaner. I think if they play at this level, if they were to get in here for next week, then there'll be better teams who can punish them more so. We even saw ENCE punish them earlier in this tournament when they were a little bit sloppy. So I'm not fully satisfied with the MongolZ, but result-wise, it's a great start to the series.
They're getting the job done, right? But it still seems sloppy. I've spotted multiple occasions where, as I touched on the last series they played against ENCE, that the trading game is just not really efficient, specifically on those two. They also have cases where they actually just miss utility that they're not supposed to miss, like the Beast Block missed twice. And, you know, that just puts them in positions where they have to go somewhere else or try to figure something else out when stuff like that happens. And for a team like MongolZ, that has now been very consistent and is a top 4 team to be considered, it's just these type of mistakes that you cannot make too many of. And it just seems like it just keeps happening for them.
Well, a chance for MongolZ to be tightening the ship as their map pick does lay in wait. And this one is going to be very interesting indeed. They've chosen to go with Ancients. It's going to be going down after the break. potentially last chance saloon for paiN as Mongols do sweep up their opponent's pick of Dust 2. It does come down to Ancient, which is going to be a curious case, particularly if Biguzera wants to live by his words. He wanted to claim revenge versus the Mongols. This is one of the reasons why they chose to pick into this very opponent in that second round of the draft show.
Yeah, he didn't make it easier for himself by losing Dust 2. Obviously, as we saw, it was a close fight. It was paiN putting on a lot of pressure, but couldn't get it over the finish line. Moving into Ancient Peter, that makes the job significantly harder for paiN, not only to beat the Mongols, but even to stay alive in the series.
If there's something to be taken on the positive side of the fact that they're going to play Ancient now, is that Snow actually said that they felt comfortable playing it. Like, it's a map that they're happy that Mongols actually decided to play, because obviously they banned out Mirage, which is the one map that Mongols is excelling at. Now they get to play Ancient, a map that Mongols also like, but apparently it's a go-to place. Well, I wouldn't say go-to place, but it's a place where paiN doesn't necessarily feel like they look too bad. So I'm interested to see what they can actually do.
I don't know how much I'm buying into that.
No.
It feels like they've been kind of forced into a whole, okay, Anubis gets removed, they don't want to play Overpass, so they have to let Ancient through.
They have to, and honestly, the results have been very much up and down. I do think paiN play the map to a decent level, yeah, but the level of opposition here is different. The Mongols are used to play Ancient against the best teams in the world. Is paiN one of the best teams in the world as of right now? I'm inclined to say no, especially when you consider the map of Ancient, maybe on other maps. But for now, it's an uphill battle for paiN, not only to win this game, but just to stay alive.
Well, one chance for paiN to be bouncing back. It does come down for their opponent's pick of Ancient, and it's going down with Harry and Hugo.
Yes, it's a fight for survival, and it's on Ancient. There's going to be a lot of questions around this one. Snow was fantastic on map 1. You're going to be keeping a close eye on him to see if he can keep that up, because he finished as the top-rated player in the server, looked lights out. And even then, it wasn't enough to stop the Mongols on Dust 2.
Oh no, Harry, I think they might be in trouble as well, because I just saw Techno Kraken open a yogurt.
And he's eating it with a knife.
And that is crazy. And last time we saw him on our screens, he was chowing down on his morning milk for a little bit of breakfast. And yeah, the knife yogurt technique, it's strong. He played great already. With more calcium in his bones, how rock solid is he going to be?
Best unbox. Techno live knife unboxing.
Yeah. That's crazy, man. The knife in the yogurt.
Well, last time we had him on here, it triggered a whole conversation about eating cereal with a fork.
Yeah?
So he's just showing us, you know, it's all, what you realize, it's all kind of a lie. You know, you can eat food with anything.
True, but maybe there are certain tools that are better than others. Right now, Mongols feel like they are shoehorning their way to the LAN final in Malta, forcing a win on Dust 2. Then we go to Ancient, their pick. Snow may say he's comfortable, but how's the rest of his squad? Because he was not the problem back on Dust 2, even in those late penultimate B hits, holding his own. Snow down the ramp with the dualies, and he finds that opening kill. paiN get out with a 5v4.
Oh my god.
Peace.
Okay, NQZ got the third one, but for Davideus, it's still a disgusting pistol round. Oh, Techno's shrinking himself down, trying to be a small target. Well, how does he win this?
He doesn't. That's the secret.
Here he is, walking in the cave. DGT's right there. Oh my god, he's just missed the timing. Techno. Oh, there's the kill. That's opened up a route into this B site, and it is fully clear. He will get a plant. Decides not to go for it. He spots them trying to rotate in. He knows that window is closed for a bomb plant, and Snow is quick to deal with him. Is that? Were we just doing? Was that Pink Panther?
That was
Pink Panther.
Yeah. Classic. Julies are good in this round. Full eco. There's always one. That happens to be Blitz. Buying a deagle. Hot potato.
When you're the captain, you can do whatever you want.
Is that true?
Yep.
Okay.
They get the last word. It's like how it works on boats.
Well, Blitz go down with his ship.
He will.
Locks get in.
Actually, he's just fallen overboard. The ship is going on just fine without him.
Yeah. Oh,
hang on. Someone grab that.
no one's grabbed that.
Techno, come on, man. You've walked right over the Deagle.
He's big flanking. Picked up
Yeah,
by Senzu.
Senzu. Smart man.
Oh, ding. 99. 99. Come on. That's not fair. Yeah, man. Save your Glock.
It's fine. Don't give them the extra money on the SMGs, Hugo.
True.
You've already made money in the round. Senzu plays it smart.
Full buy coming here for the Mongols. Good plant. That's a decent round. paiN starting map 2 off strong. But Mongols will be swinging in with rifles.
Come on, Blitz. Show us what you got. He wants to rip through mid. Yes. And on the back of 910's flashes, Blitz will open the round. 5v4 straight away. Even moving to an aggressive path up towards red. This is already great real estate to have. Ew.
Had a couple of misses.
Like that.
Nice rotate here for paiN. They realize what's going on. Back to B. Davides, don't die here because you will open up a path out, but he backstabs 910 wide on the angle.
That's why the MP7's good. Nice little mid-range fight. It's very, very comfortable in those.
It is very good. Now Mongols rotate out. Realizing maybe they're going into the stack. Take the bomb back to A. Davides stepping. Blocking. That should force a player to cover the red room. So he's got to focus on his sight.
We were talking about it back on Dust 2. Still have the belief, I think paiN played a better game. But it was just a really rough start in like the first 6 rounds, losing a couple to time. You saw the desk breaking that down as well. Maybe even saying if one of those rounds had gone differently, it would have been a paiN win.
Answered.
So let's see if they're able to keep that ticking forward here on Ancient. This time, if they can get off to a great opening, that alleviates a lot of the worry. Backstab for Techno 4K, who just might have to live up to his name. 2 kills deep, him and Blitz have paiN sandwiched, and this is now a very tricky retake. They try and pressure Blitz back in main. It comes down to this, a 1v1, and Snow sticking the defuse off of it. Lightning fast for Snow.
Wow.
And the round saved.
How?
He is still so switched on. Was fantastic to open up the series. You are wondering if he could keep it going here on Ancient, and if that clutch is anything to go by, yes, he can.
Dude, Snow is on the ball right now. He is hitting hard. He is saving the game. He is the MVP for paiN. It's not even close. What a clutch. He was looking at the ground. Look at this flick. Oh! Despicable clutch for Snow. Can't believe he got off that defuse in time to hit the headshot. 5-0 on Snow. Damn good start of this game. Mongols are going to have to earn this win today. They did on Dust. It took everything. Careful bomb in middle for Blitz. Techno tagged up, 910 put down. This is going to be an easy opener here for paiN. Look at the damage they've done. A nade would just finish this round right now. Oh, there it is.
And boom.
Senzu luckily survives, but for how long?
All right, Blitz, that's pretty keen. Full blind, but able to get the shot off right as the flash goes off. Davideus dead. Mazinho gaining ground out on the A site. Suddenly reigniting a bit of a spark in this round for the Mongols. It was quiet to open, but him and Blitz created one hell of a situation here for the Mongols, turning around a 3-on-5. Snow looks to be the one to stop it. And senzu, other side of the map, 18 points of health, gonna die to a guy from T-Spawn. He heard him. Senzu with the info, catches a freebie. And so 30 seconds here, bomb dropped in at the feet of Snow.
Like the orb pickup, Snow playing inside of main with the smoke. Well, Senzu goes back, he doesn't get the orb. He's full resetting. I can't win this.
Does he even have time for this? Yeah, he's got to start getting a move on. They're both one shot from certain death.
Issue
so
is,
if he's left with so little time that he has to plant this bomb, that then starts the mind game between him and Snow. Is it a tap and playing for the kill, or is he going for that bomb plant? He's lost it. There just isn't time to win this. Senzu. This time it's the MongolZ on the receiving end of these rounds expiring. paiN still flawless, and Snow continues to deliver.
yeah, Snow 7-0. Perfect reposition inside of main, through the smoke. It just doesn't allow him to pick up the bomb, nor take the fight with that routing. Too slow.
Also,
paiN.
is Snow like the GOAT famous player?
He's looking good on it, isn't he?
He nailed kills with it back on Dust 2. He's made it work here on Ancient. Now he's onto the AK. You can't fault him for that. When you're 7-0, I think it's more than justified.
Been the difference maker today. A map that paiN aren't frequent on either. But one that hasn't mattered. Get the history right now. paiN living up in the present. Ooh. Got the best red smoke.
The illusion of a red smoke.
Oh, the boost is going to be weird. Davideus. Oh, he's so lucky. Actually, he's not. Good transfer for Senzu. DGT traded, breaking into the A site here for the MongolZ.
You see Snow moving in, though. Still have some degree of faith. It's just the MongolZ have great positioning. If you're not gifted a kill soon, you will have to save. And yeah, paiN arrive at that same conclusion. It's not a retake they're thrilled about giving away. You could tell they were interested, but when you get smoked at Donut, you're smoked at CT, and then a resmoke comes in, that kind of just decides the round for you. You'd be operating in the final like 15, 20 seconds, a man down. So keeping the money in check feels more important. The MongolZ in round 5 get on the board, and it's not with some crazy outlandish strat. It's not some insane set of openings. It's just a dry run in towards this A site, playing on a bit of a contact timing, the boost up to net that opening. Less attention paid to mid. Didn't stake the round on success there. It's very stripped back from Blitz and the MongolZ, but it gets them on the board.
paiN playing great right now, but MongolZ finding their first round. Looking to build off of this. Blitz. And keep the challenge in middle. Trading nades up B. Snow still fighting despite that. After some noise at the B bomb site. Gonna be the A contact. All looking for the kill. QZ back in temple. It's getting flattened at mid. Good flash though. Now they know where the AWP is, firing off. 9-10 trying to take that position. Donut, Molotov. Makes it very uncomfortable in the site, but MongolZ are still here. Smoke's down, they can look to plant. Davideus will not risk coming through. They make it out. No CT smoke. No CT smoke, so Snow has to be traded. He will. Oh. Comes Davideus. This is a mess right now, but MongolZ will pick it up. A couple late players sweep this one aside. The scope heard. Or not. NQZ with his.
Oh, nade could be huge. It's just falls short. Blitz was low on health, but the nade only able to find 9-10 for a bit of chip damage. And QZ, oh, given that kill, and now you're really interested. Blitz suddenly has to clutch, low on health, armed with 9-10's AWP. Has to hit this first shot, and he will. NQZ caught on the cross. Blitz holds his own in that clutch.
That hurts. Look at NQZ. He's not happy with that one. Blitz on the wide off angle. It's not a position. NQZ is pre-aiming. And so, yeah, you know, you have to hit the shot or you lose the round for Blitz, but no jumping player. No perfect peak. Makes it happen for the Mongols. Back to back. Building into this T side now. Will paiN let them in? Full eco. Little stack at the long side.
All right, Hugo, here's a wild one for you.
Yeah.
Who's older? Snow or Senzu?
Well, I'm going to say Snow.
Snow is older.
Yeah.
Okay, who's older? Mizinho or Snow?
Snow.
Snow is older.
Yeah.
Why did you guess them both times?
Snow's 18.
So are they?
Yeah.
That's hardly a... Well, that was your load. You
okay,
just
fine.
lucked out on the
No,
question.
they're younger. I just know that.
Okay. Well, that's sick. I'm glad you have that knowledge.
No, I mean, yeah. Yeah.
No, you did the classic thing, which anyone with, like,
What? I know
average IQ throws out there, which is you pick, like, the... You know, me even asking the question is the hint as to who the answer is.
Yeah, that is also true. You know, I meant to answer that Snow is younger, but he's not, so... No, because I remember these MongolZ guys on the scene at 16, you know? They were really young when they first came on. Full clean round here for the Mongols. All right, Harry, here's a good one then.
Okay, go on.
Who's older,
Yeah?
Snow
Yeah?
or Fallen?
Fallen. Fallen taught him everything he knows.
Yeah, that's the giveaway. That's how you know.
That's how I know. We all remember Snow's in and Fallen. Academy lessons, molding him into a player that would then go on to beat him in Austin.
In a major
Fallen, you did too good of a job.
Yeah, too good of a teacher. If only he sabotaged him 10 years prior.
The mega brain from Fallen.
He really could have set himself up.
He could have.
Could have won the major.
He could have. But
Fallen's
instead,
kindness is the reason he didn't win the Austin major.
there's the headline.
There it is.
Fallen, too kind, too smart.
To win. Well, he was a pretty nice guy yesterday. He gave Liquid that qualification game.
Yeah, they'll be coming to LAN. We'll be seeing Keith in person.
Yeah.
Which is always nice. I'm going to get him a coffee.
Not too many, though.
Only like 6 or 7.
Really get him going.
Man. Oh, DGT, aggression into mid, punished by Senzu. Even though they try and trade this, the reaction instead forced in through the cave. This is nice for Bigazera and co. Him and Snow lock out this B play, and for now that's going to force the Mongols to pick up the pace out in towards this A site. That tends throwing the bomb across from Mizinho to plant. Retake now asked for. paiN, they've made these rounds close. But they've been struggling to get them over the line. 9-10's AWP in a powerful position here, ready for the Brokey fight. NQZ dropping down, dead at the hands of the AWP. And it might just slip away from you again if you're paiN. Another retake where there's plenty of intrigue around it. You definitely want to give it a go, but they just can't stick the landing. And so the Mongols, they keep breaking through with these types of rounds. Going to start to feel frustrating. paiN.
Snow
Another save.
Snow looked for the win. He walked through the bomb site to escape. He couldn't find a kill, and no kit either. And this just feels like Dust 2 in a sense where We're just seeing these A hits over and over again like we did see the B hits on Dust 2. It's a one-site match right now for the MongolZ. Almost entirely doing A hits. And working well. We know how hard this
one bomb site games we're getting.
Yeah, well, it's a very hard site to retake again. Similar situation where if MongolZ can find a couple of clean entries, exploit a weak player, avoid Snow on B, well, they're going to win rounds, and they're doing it 4 in a row. Now, this is an awkward kill in middle. Now we have a chance where paiN can actually compete for this round. That smoke is a bit of a problem. MongolZ, do they have anything to block Donut as these players flood out behind the smoke into the site, causing chaos? Messy spray. Davideus gets a kill before he's put down, and Techno getting chased here. Has to pick up the orb. Can they cancel? Because Blitz can open up a route to the round here in middle. QZ's curiosity might get him killed. Blitz got a swivel. They're right behind him in spawn. They are past that volley. They're coming for this. Blitz not realizing, but he might still get away with something. No, Snow's got it. Oh dear. Oh dear indeed. Bomb drop, 1 minute on the clock. Blitz v BigUzera. This is just a mess right now.
Captain on captain violence.
No, don't overcook BigUzera. He's got the bomb on B. They're both overcooking. Blitz is holding. BigUzera is checking a flank.
Watching two IGLs try and outbrain each other is the funnest thing.
No one's doing anything. He'll make the mistake. They both say. He'll make the mistake. And right now, BigUzera is going to win. Unless Blitz goes for that bomb. 20 seconds. He's kind of outbraining himself. Because you're never going to stick it. You're going to be like, oh, he's ramp. I can't plant. Oh, he's cave timed me. I can't plant. Blitz has got to pick this one up. BigUzera knows.
Oh, BigUzera. He's won the mental game.
Oh, he's got it. He has got
plant
it.
Down. Bomb plant found, but Blitz trapped in at the site. The next move he's got to do flawlessly. He's got one chance if he is to kill BigUzera. Who knows he hasn't pinned in. And that's free as hell for BigUzera.
That's a good clutch. That's a fun clutch.
Finally, though, one of these retakes cooked up in a way.
Yeah, in a way. In a way.
You break through, and it's on BigUzera's huge brain.
Oh, dear. It's been entertaining. No one can deny this matchup that. Round win for paiN, breaking that streak. Timeout for the MongolZ.
This has been a game of very thin margins. Dust 2 went the distance, and the writing is on the walls for this to be much the same. Competitive to open up, paiN scrapping hard for every little advantage. It's another one of these A plays. The MongolZ, they really do have a favorite site here.
Orb v Orb. They've been boosting before. This one's just dry. NQZ favored.
Not going to throw his aim off. NQZ chance at a second, but it's Blitz and Techno in tandem.
Oh,
910's Orb fires off for a third, and that's it. Round's already over. EGT smoke spam will connect. Does this interest you? Does this make you want to give it a go? He's going to try and play through on a flashbang. DGT teed up by BigUzera.
How's he done that?
And a round that they were ready to write off, a round that they were ready to save in. The spam connects, and he's got faith past that point. Now it's just Blitz left to stop.
Beats the smoke. Damage done. Open sight lines. Knows where one is, but that donut is always a point of contention. The thing to fear. Blitz just overwhelmed by the anxiety. Hunted down by DGT as they push together. What a round from DGT through the smoke with the high flash, drops the bomb, lines them up. They're so paranoid of other positions. We've got Techno watching Temple, watching CT. There's DGT to worry about all along.
Dude, for the
9-10 run.
For the Mongols, it feels like they're expecting like a lot of respect in this game. You know, they've done the hard part in the round. The first 5 seconds of that site hit is stellar. 3 quick kills, everyone's really switched on. 9-10 nails the rotate. But then when DGT spams one, they kind of freeze up. They get stuck at the double box together. And it stalls out really awkwardly.
Okay, 5v3. How do you lose this? Not like that. This should be MongolZ hunting their 6th round half.
Oh, Snow, I like this, but
It's
he's going to end up firing off for this kill on the flank. He won't get the big reward of players in behind him. Gets that one freebie. Is he ready for an immediate follow-up fight? No. Techno deals with Snow and NQZ. This time, I'll say it more confidently, this will be a save attempt.
Attempt being the key word.
MongolZ actually delay the plant for a second.
Yeah, careful. This is close. A shot. Saving is going to be hard. Look at MongolZ spreading out. He's going to have to kill everyone. There's a start, though, in A main. Who's ready for this? So early.
Oh, Blitz knows he's got him. Blitz knows.
Oh, that's rude. He might turn on you.
No,
he might turn on you.
He might turn.
Not
Oh, he
today.
hits him with a double knife, too.
Disrespect for Blitz. Love it. MongolZ are having fun today, even if there's some real choke.
God, yeah, I wouldn't be having a lot of fun.
There's so many
I
choke
look at that
rounds.
as like a necessary knife kill, actually, for Blitz to try and rebalance the vibes in the MongolZ. They've lost a couple of rough rounds here down
MongolZ
the
have
stretch.
choked rounds. I don't think paiN have choked rounds in this game. Like, they've just had some really hard rounds to deal with. MongolZ have lost some serious advantages. paiN final try to win out this half. MongolZ out middle has been a way in. They've not really lost this mid battle when they go for it. DGT will probably just swing through a smoke. That's what he's used to. And he gets the kill with no flash, no support, no need. It's no risking at all, gets out.
He got Techno down to 5 HP. That's why he's so desperate to hunt that kill. DGT on the MP9, and I mean, these paiN MP9s hit really hard. He spotted the...
Oh my god.
Kind of an insane shot from Techno. And QZ fires at the shadow of the nade. Oh.
They're still going to win this round.
Snow and Davideus have been hitting really, really hard. And with damage done already, Davideus opening. Double kill from the donut. It's all Davideus the whole time. Mazinho falls last as Davideus closes another man disadvantage round for paiN. Well, this has been a bit of an odd series, bit of a mixed bag here, as paiN once more able to withstand the Mongols. This time on Ancient, things are looking good for paiN. I still think they're the squad with a bit of an edge here. The Mongols getting in a number of advantageous spots, only to have a bit of a colossal choke, which you don't love. If you're a Mongols fan, it's arguably the word you hate associated with this team the most. It was just a staggering number of 4v2s, 5v3s, going the way of paiN, and they were always the ones on the back foot. Mongols lacking in the composure a little bit at the ends of rounds. And it's more than a little bit, it was a lot of it. So let's see if they can make up for it here on the CT side. 9-10. Gonna get the spot, but there's more where that came from. All of paiN gonna try and barrel through into this A site. 9-10 and MouZ will open. They're going into a stack here with Blitz and MouZ both playing out from behind the boxes. Are they aware there's two? They'll deal with MouZ now. He was the guy in the kill feed earlier. Blitz comes peeking out, and Techno's dualies. Quick work made over paiN.
Bit of a slaughter. Mongols set up well for it with two players immediately in the bomb site, not overplaying in middle. They expect the A hit, and paiN keep up that constant A attack that we saw on the Mongols T side. It is a one-site matchup right now. Same on Dust, same here on Ancient.
B plays on Dust 2. A plays, which is basically the B site of Ancient. On Ancient.
Indeed.
A full eco, though. This one, unlosable, I reckon. You got one flash for Big Azera. Now, I'm hesitant to say it, but it better be a really good flash. It was there.
Flash can't stop that. 3 guns staring down. Respect.
Techno had the knife pulled. Was going to try and leap around the corner. Whew, okay. That's the ecos dealt with. Respect to paiN for making it fast. Now the guns are going to come out. And this is the real test. Mongols have tied us up at 7-all. They're the team looking for the 2-0 as well. paiN wanted revenge in this matchup. And this second half decides if they're able to get it. Done a good job on their CT side. But none of that matters if they get put down here. Slow to open up. No explosive mid-control. Instead, they look towards lane. It lurks on mid and A to try and pressure. And actually, that mid lurk is going to link back up with DGT over in main, who does get his opening.
Not going to jump the gun off that kill. Low health, no util to make this work. paiN have to group up and play numbers to win this round. Oh dear, DGT forced back. This cave control smoked off. There's only Techno in this bomb site right now, but once Mongols clear mid with this nade, they can hurry the rotate B. Oh, they don't see a lot, but do they see enough to convince them of this attack? All rotating now. Only one player in the wrong position.
paiN hear these footsteps. They hear the rotate arriving. And so they try and go quickly before it can get set up. NQZ.
This spray for Blitz, that cost them.
Long mileage for him. 2 kills out of the cave side. Senzu trying to pluck players from the ranks of paiN. His teammate is a long way away. MouZ only just getting up into heaven now. I think it's well worth giving this a look in. See if you can get a kill with MouZ on this flank. Dead instantly as soon as he rounds the corner, and that's enough. paiN have done it. They get this first rifle round out. They misdirect the Mongols and go quick enough into that B site that the CTs never feel too comfortable.
I mean, Mongols had the stack, right? They pulled everyone to the right place. They just couldn't get the kills. Blitz kind of whiffed on that second cave player, and if he gets it, it's a 2v2 where they can wait for the flank, where they have more room. Mongols can actually compete for that. They had kit too. But paiN, important frags from MongolZ. And they go on to win it out, taking the lead back here in the T side. After a missed pistol opportunity. Don't squander this one. Yeah, look at that spray, man. It's the break.
They made it out, tried to ready himself for that first fight on DGT, hoping he would have the drop on him, right? With a player already out in mid, but DGT still checks. Orc now moves into the line. You've got confirmation that there's a second player somewhere in mid. Mazzinho gonna go sniff out DGT. Orc arrives at the B site just in time. Oh, Techno! Unable to make it work with the SMG. Another missed spray. Davideus and Bigazera are both low.
They're done here. They're out of there. Or are they? Look at the health, man, for everyone. 3 or 4 players tagged to 10. Davideus is going to play A, but his teammate looks to play B first. That's the goal here. That's the fake. Or will he catch Mazzinho in mid? The one player with health in this round. Smart to back up, goes to play his own bomb site. Does leave big gaps open. Got to be cognizant of red. This is just a reroute for nothing. Davideus comes back round to play B anyway. No kills found. Techno timing is everything. 20 seconds.
He has a Molotov.
Could molly the bomb and win the round, but I think they're going to peek him first. Unless he can stay tucked. Oh, Techno almost doesn't want this fight. That molly forces a decision. It burns him down to 2. His Molotov, I don't know if it's far enough. It's just going to burn him off the bomb. They win the round off the fire. Techno on 2 health. Counter-terrorists win. Wow.
I mean, these are very, very thin margins to be winning the rounds by if you're the Mongols, but they'll take it. Nice to see him not leave it to a scrap, not leave it to a fight. Decided by the time. These were the types of rounds that paiN lost on Dust 2 that really came to matter down the tail end of that game. You hope this isn't the first of many. It's a good try in the 2v2. That molly just catching him at the end of the bomb plant.
So insanely close. Another step. Would have dodged it. But this one's going the distance. paiN with another timeout coming in. Starting to feel the burn. This is their lifeline. This is a map down in the series. Mongols equaling out. Can paiN stay in it? Map that I don't usually love. I usually try and avoid. Spy isn't great. Put everything in.
Maybe a bit of a faster round here. MongolZ tries his hand at the timing shot on the orb. They trade damage on a blitz. Techno on ramp aggro, hoping that they would be flustered here on the lane.
Smoke doesn't do him any favors. That's a CT smoke as well, but doesn't go really deep in the door. Otherwise, he would have kills available. And sure, damage done, but they get the 5-on-4. They get out. Back to this A bomb site, wrapping through the spawn. Mazzinho struggled in this series across both maps. Is the player to worry about close in main. He needs multiple kills. That smoke might buy him the element of surprise. He's going to hear them throw util from this position, but they're going out middle. Mazzinho moving. This is weird. He stepped.
Oh, he made noise.
Oh! It's not his game, is it?
Mazzinho's not feeling warmed up.
They're both there. Now you don't know where they're going. They have time to change their mind again. So back to B go paiN, and Mongols hasty rotation. It's wrong.
Amadeus walking out through mid. Catches the timing past Blitz. This isn't a gap that the MongolZ captain is aware of. Oh, he goes back and checks for it. Davideus dead in the red room. 9-10, 1 kill needed here. They line up for him. He brings DGT down low.
No nades.
Out of this retake. Snow on the line with the AWP. Blitz knocked out. That's the low HP player. It's got to be Senzu. That was his chance. Firing off. Snow moves back in and seals the deal for paiN.
Snow looking great.
That's a low econ round. And dude, this is so similar to Dust, right? paiN just refused to go down quietly.
Yeah. Every force buy seemingly working out. It's an AWP and an AK. Broken by. And Mizzino could have had both kills on that push. Really should have. And again, a situation that feels like it would have made the difference. Snow on the AWP shows off. See ya. paiN would not want to be, they're looking to take this map right now. Broken money for the MongolZ to give double digits. Gamble all you want, even gamble correctly. It won't save you. Rifles tear through MongolZ. Technos play great all series.
Because of the bomb trapped here.
Yeah, but they're coming in from all directions. Nice shooting.
That's really clean.
It's allowed the bomb out. QZ closing the door here.
Deep on him. Good line. Here's the footsteps. All the advantage for NQZ. It's a good of him to go and take that space, keep the round safe, stop any weirdness from Techno. Another timeout burned for the MongolZ. paiN wanted revenge for this match in Austin. Falling convincingly to the MongolZ in that semi-final. They managed 10 rounds in the series. Well, they've pushed their buttons here in this game that decides who graduates to LAN play. Just rounds away from beating them on Dust 2 and now holding this lead in the final moments of Ancient. Trying to make this a 3-map series. It's another buy-in for the MongolZ. Black in the AWP, couple of SMGs still in play here. And paiN with their eyes fixated on a fast B-pop. Blitz gonna open, bit of help from Senzu. And already the alarm bells go off for paiN. Could anticipate a bit of a stack here, and with none of these openers for the space, kills coming in out in middle. This round that could have broke the MongolZ. Not looking to come through. There's actually more aggression here. Techno trying to press the advantage, hands one back over. It was in the 5v2s, it was in the 4v2s that the MongolZ had problems. They lacked composure at the end of very advantageous rounds. Right now, they've fed DGT 1 kill. You hope that doesn't spiral.
And while that's true, it's par for the course that as soon as paiN get in a position to shut MongolZ out of the game, that's when MongolZ would pick it up on Dust 2 and keep this game going to the final rounds of regulation.
If the MongolZ lose this round, they're cooked, they're done. paiN are winning the series.
Yeah, but they're not going to in a 4v2 with your warning from Techno's death. A stack in the right place. paiN moving ahead of the smokes, pay the price. That's a good shot.
I think they're going to lose this. Low HP on 9-10. A peek from Senzu here. Yeah, do not do that. But now they're very, very claustrophobic. They're trapped in at the site together. Backs are turned on this cave position.
Both players fighting the ramp guy. The turn is timed well. It's luck that might save the Mongols in this round. As a 2v5 was coming together, NQZ has to save, and this is what I said. This is par for the course. Mongols winning a money round deep in the game. Orb is saved. That is a huge relief for the side of paiN Gaming. This is as tight as it gets. Unfortunately for paiN, not waiting for those smokes to bloom, going through the Molotov that Mongols threw. So easy entries lined up. As paiN don't know where to look, they have to check everything. Final timeout for paiN. Scary map to call yourselves out of, even though they're on the T side with a couple of nice rounds to their name. paiN are not out of the woods.
I mean, that AWP is all they have to work with. NQZ, though, man for the job, likes to be involved in these opening fights anyway. When he's got the hero AWP, it only becomes more apparent. Huge pickup for Blitz. You knock out that AWP, knock out the armor. It's now gifted over to Snow.
Speeding up. Good molly for 910. Forces them back. I want to walk into this AWP, though, Snow. He's been keen on this whole series. Good shot. AWP trapped, blocked out, denied, and don't need to give this kill away.
Oh, 910 broke these fights up really nicely. He's waiting for flashes now, tries to play, and the flash actually went too deep.
There were two.
So 910 kind of got sold. They both end up landing on the far right side of main. They don't blind the Davideus AWP. And so another 2v4 attempt here for paiN.
Oh,
this time with so little to work with.
Oh, timing.
Biggest error. I think he's been spotted there. And yeah, Senzu just homed in on this position. Bigazera thinks he has more room and a better timing than he actually has.
Getting trapped now. They just come swinging in. They know where the AWP is as well. It's starting to rotate back, but armorless AWP clutch. The smoke provides a bit of cover. Mongols even throw util into the B bomb site. They're scared he's already in. 2 smokes down. This is weird. And this will get weirder. Does he just want to save for later? They could buy an AWP. So he might just risk it. The big fear is giving an AWP to your opponent this deep into the game. Mongols don't have any economy established.
Yeah, especially when, like, in these rounds, even the ones that the Mongols pick up, they're losing a lot of players. Their money isn't good. You know that. So hold on to the AWP. Screw it. Don't give it over to your opponent. 10-all. The Mongols tying up this game, trying to go for another late-in-the-day comeback. As they look for the 2-0 over paiN. And just like Dust 2, these next couple of rifle rounds, these are the ones for all the marbles. For paiN, that goal is survival, the promise of a third map, Inferno waiting in the wings, should it be required. For the Mongols, it's taken a series over the line that they've had the advantage in many times over.
paiN get out mid. So mainstay of Mongols east side, but Snow gets denied.
Snow's been so good in this series, and that's how this super important round plays out for him. He goes out through the mid-smoke, he does his job, but falls prey to the spam and the util from the Mongols.
Now what do? paiN have been getting stalled out in these rounds. It feels like NQZ knows he's got to play a trapped here, but he's got no Molotov. Davideus has to throw it in. Is he going to? Maybe no certainty on this position, but a molly would complicate matters for Blitz.
No one's even holding this.
Oh God,
they're not expecting this at all. They're really certain that he's not in this corner, and that certainty is going to cost them. He plays for the double. Blitz in with all three. Mid shut down at the hands of the captain.
I thought that would let them down. We've seen that happen so many times, but Blitz forces 2 kills instead of 1 and is all the better for it. The scoped in AWP can't turn in time. Blitz puts on a masterclass, 4 kills in mid. One was not enough, and he takes them all. Unreal. And they had the molly from mid. They had the chance to burn him out. Now paiN broken.
It's
MongolZ
the most
looking for the match.
frustrating way to have potentially just given away this series.
One hero gun out of desperation for Davideus.
Gonna try and save them. How much can Davideus do? The AWP gets rid of the AK, grandfathered onto the next. DGT dead as well. 9-10 shooting gallery. Rolls out the red carpet to a win for the MongolZ. They've got 2 chances now to close this series.
Right there for the taking. paiN, a valiant game out of them, but this might be all it is as MongolZ win those key money rounds down the line and a game full of force buys. MongolZ now have the economy, they have the match point, they have a map in their pocket. It might be too much for paiN. Again, a better showing than the Austin Major, but here at Bounty, a 2-0 once more. MongolZ 2 chances.
All right, Blitz might not have had the pieces to call around some of the usual suspects going missing in this game for the MongolZ, but he has bridged that gap with a fantastic individual performance. Yeah. Answering the call during crunch time.
Oh,
and I mean, paiN, the way these last few rounds have gone, the way these openers have felt, it's so brutal. It's felt out of their hands for the last couple of rounds.
Just like the end of Dust 2 getting rushed to finish it off.
A valiant effort, but not meant to be. paiN's time at Blast Bounty is over, and the MongolZ secure an appearance at the LAN finals after taking paiN down 2-0. Revenge is denied.
The MongolZ qualify for the playoffs of the Blast Bounty, and they will arrive here in the Malta studio just next week as part of the top 8. Heartbreaking for the South American side when Big Uzera, you know, he thought he was going with that bold pick. He thought revenge might have been on the cards. And you know what, Jacob? At some point during that game of Ancient, I thought revenge might have been up for grabs too. Fair play to MongolZ for answering back and stopping that potential comeback.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say paiN delivered today. I think they applied a lot of pressure on towards MongolZ, not only on map number 1, which we saw a couple of hours ago, but also here in Ancient. There was a lot of rounds that wasn't necessarily too pretty for the MongolZ, but I think part of that, we also want to give credit to paiN for applying enough pressure for MongolZ to make those mistakes. And whenever MongolZ offered up a mistake, it did feel like paiN were capitalizing. It did feel like they were good enough in order to take that momentum sort of and take that opportunity and make something out of it, Peter. But I got to be completely honest with you. I think the MongolZ played a horrible game of Counter-Strike according to their standards. Missinio over the course of 2 maps were non-existent whatsoever, and yet they still won. So it depends on how you look at it. The MongolZ playing their B game, C game, still beating paiN. That's a positive, but for paiN not to win when they're playing their C game, is that good or bad?
Yeah, but it's still the sloppy trends that we see out of MongolZ, where they offer up so many opportunities and they don't. It's just they want it so like they want to take fights so bad that they put themselves in so many horrendous situations, even if they have the advantage. Instead of playing it, just take one step back, figure out grouping up. That is where I feel like that's the biggest issue I have with the MongolZ, because there is no doubt that the MongolZ strength is by having use their mechanicals, because that is what they're good at. That is what they have, what has brought them here. But now I just want them to also be able to take that step back and realize maybe a little bit faster, because I did see that they fell back and played more grouped, but I want to do it a little bit faster. I want them to do that before they end up losing 4 or 5 rounds. Just take a step back, play the rounds together, and just start considering talking about and playing with your teammates.
Why do you think that was? Do you think it was like an over-eagerness to try and get this map wrapped up and move on forward? Or like, because it's weird. It's not something that I've necessarily seen a lot of MongolZ doing, but there were a hell of a lot of holes in this game despite them winning.
I think it's subconscious to some degree, and I don't know if you can attest to this, but when you're playing online and you're playing as the big dog, sort of, you're playing against an underdog, you're just sometimes willing to take more risk, you know. Each individual thinks, yeah, it doesn't really matter if I overpeak here. Oh, yeah, it doesn't really matter if I overextend more extent. And I think it's like subconsciously in the back of the mind of some of these players. Obviously, they're not going into the game thinking, I don't care anymore. You know, I'm just going to play my game. I'm going to take all the duels and yada, yada, yada. But it does feel like whenever you're playing online, especially as a favorite, sometimes you maybe feel a little bit too overconfident, or you feel the consequences of losing are not as, I guess, severe as it would be on LAN. You know, you don't have a coach behind you who's going to slam in the back of the head, you know, take a time out and say, dude, don't do that again. It feels a bit more freed up, and I don't think that's an advantage for a team like the MongolZ.
It's just, they put themselves in a lot of situations where they do get the openings, and then they don't really tie things together. They don't really get that advantage out of what they just created. They actually just end up being, well, then we have guys sitting in red room, then he dies, or then they push down ramp, we have another guy dying. They don't get the trades. I did have a case where they had lost up until the game. They had lost up to 4 rounds. And then I did see they started working a lot more towards the A-bombs, where it was very easy for them to get the trades. But it just comes later. And they put themselves in so many of these situations that the game gets close. They start fumbling with the economy. And they just start putting themselves in situations again and again and again, where they just seem to not get the thing out of it.
Well, either way, MongolZ do prevail, and paiN sadly eliminated here from the Blast Bounty. We do have MOUZ on the line for a few words after that series. I know it's probably hard to put into words right now, but having the advantage on that ancient MOUZ and then things just kind of spiraling out of control for you, can you put into words what was happening during that map?
Was pure chaos, to be honest. A lot of situational rounds that we were in control and then suddenly we lost control. So credit to them, because I think they played well.
MongolZ, it's not a secret that the beginning of the season for you guys has been a little bit rough, you know, but do you feel that you're starting to trend upwards again? I think today's performance was probably better than what we've seen for you guys to begin with.
Yeah, I feel like we are growing and getting better. I mean, the game that we showed at Fisher and also at Cologne was not our best, but we had some conversations and now we're starting to play better and feeling ourselves again, like the pain that you guys saw in Major. So yeah.
What are you feeding Snow at the boot camp? He's been playing pretty well throughout this tournament.
Yeah, he's the most dedicated guy that I ever met and played with. So it's no surprise that he's playing really well, because he puts a lot of hours inside the game and outside the game also. So I'm really happy to see, mostly because people were saying a lot of bad stuff about him, and now he's popping off, so he deserves it.
It's good to see Snow coming back, and now just shortly talking about the map pool. Now that we don't get to see Anubis anymore, you got to play a little bit of Ancient, and we have seen Overpass coming back into the map pool. How do you guys see yourself in the map pool situation of yours?
Before Anubis was removed, I thought that our map pool was complete shit, to be honest. And now that it's gone and we got Overpass back and started to play Ancient, I feel like our map pool is getting stronger. And now we got way more maps to play and not be in that spot that, okay, Anubis is the last map, we're gonna play with our lives because no, we are not good at the map. So right now we don't feel like that anymore. I think that we are evolving in every map that we play, and our map pool is getting stronger. So yeah.
And MongolZ, just one final question from me, because obviously by far not the end of the season for you guys. You've got London coming up, you've got CAC. Are you guys going to be staying in this boot camp? Are you guys going to be flying home at all during that time? Like, what's the plan?
I think that we are coming back to Brazil, maybe tomorrow or the next day, so we can spend a time there and also practice. But maybe, I don't know, time before London, we'll come back to Europe and practice.
Well, thank you so much for your time, MongolZ. Gutted to see you go, but look forward to seeing paiN hopefully bouncing back as we move on to Blast London.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Bounty Hunter side of things, not going to be taken down MongolZ, who were indeed seeded 4th coming into this. I don't know whether this is too harsh, because MongolZ did win, but it didn't really feel like they are the 4th best team here right now, because there's quite a lot of holes still in the MongolZ game, right?
That's what it feels like, you know. And that's what I was trying to describe before. I don't think this is the real level of the MongolZ, to be completely honest. I think it is them not taking it seriously enough, you know. I think it is them, you know, opening up the rounds well, as you said, but then for some reason over-peaking and overdoing it a little bit, and I expect them to clean that up heading into the LAN. So I wouldn't count them out just yet,
no.
But they need to be better.
Well, obviously, there's a lot of things they need to work on. I mean, like, it's just sloppy. There's a lot of mistakes, not only in terms of the advantage, but the utility and and the game plan and the trading game was for me probably the biggest issue.
Well, MongolZ are the 5th team to be joining us next week here in the Malta studio. Time to find out who else will be joining them. 3 more spots up for grabs. It's going to be paiN versus MOUZ going down after this. Well, I did catch up with Jimmy ahead of the series. Jimmy, you're in quite a unique situation at the moment because you have brought the crowd to your online games here for Blast Bounty. Can you tell me what the experience has been like so far, having a little audience watching you?
Yeah, I think in the first game it was actually pretty nice. Of course, a bit weird in the moments because you see all of the crowd faces and all of the fans in the crowd. So it was a bit new, but in the end, I think we all really liked it, and it's also really nice that the fans can come here and watch our online games. So I think MOUZ is doing a lot of great job with it.
Yeah, paiN were put into a little bit of a sticky position, I guess. They were the second last to be picking, and the choices were MOUZ or Vitality, dupreeh. This is going to be a tough matchup for them.
100%, like pretty much either direction they would go, it would be a tough matchup. But obviously, MOUZ being the second best team of the season has been in my books a really promising team, and they've gotten some really good results. So lately, they did take down Vitality in Cologne, so that was them getting over their humbles. And obviously, for paiN to come into this one, they need to first of all win their own map pick. I think they need to be firing all cylinders. They need to be playing their A game if they want to take it even to a chance of getting to a third map. But obviously, they are not looking as a team that can take down MOUZ.
That's the issue, right? I think paiN were a little bit more interesting doing the major. I think that's when they were still on the uprise. You know, that's when we still didn't know the full potential of the lineup. There were a couple of question marks attached to them. As of late, I think we've seen the ceiling of paiN. And, you know, for paiN to beat MOUZ, that seems out of reach at the moment.
This is going to be quite the challenge for paiN moving forward. So let's see how HEROIC is feeling ahead of this series. Can you tell me what you think the strongest part of MOUZ as a team is at the moment?
I think they have pretty balanced roster. I think they have all puzzles they need, it feels like, and they have pretty strong map pool. And yeah, of course, it combines with strong experienced players. So I don't know, I think like they're just having good balance inside the team, and it feels that each player like fits each other, like character-wise and all this stuff, you know.
You mentioned about the strong map pool. You guys have chosen to go with Ancients in this series. Can you tell me why you felt like that was the best map that you could choose in this situation?
It's just, I think, checked some stats, and they had like lower win rate on Ancient, and also they play Mirage a lot, so we decided to go for Ancient, and yeah, I think it's pretty comfortable map for us, hopefully, and hopefully it will be a good game.
Looking at the first half of the year for paiN, we obviously saw you guys making it to the Austin Major. When we look at this second half of the year, what's the goal for your team?
We don't have one goal specifically, but we have a couple of them. Like we need to play like decent CS, like kind of all the time, so we can get invites to the good events by far. And also, like, of course, the major is very important for us, and we need to have some good points victories so we can qualify directly to the major. And yeah, these goals just play good and you'll feel good, you know.
Final question, HEROIC. Are you going to wager any cash on this match?
Yeah, we are going all in.
Okay, very exciting. paiN choosing to go all in with their 2.5k. I like this move from paiN.
Well, I mean, I guess that means we get the first, match where there's actually something on the line, because essentially, if you're MOUZ, you're taking that bet any given day, aren't you?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that would be a match that you would wager and go a match up, definitely.
I don't want to break your heart, Jacob, but do you want to guess what MOUZ did? They said no. They denied the challenge. I'm heartbroken. I thought if you were MOUZ, this is for the taking. That's just like, surely an extra 2.5k in your pocket, easy.
Did we ask why? Can we maybe? Okay, let's. No matter what, we'll find out why. Yes. I think that's a formidable question. Why not? What does MOUZ stand to lose? They're already set in the position in the VS ranking. They'll be part of stage 3 of the major. They're the second best team in the world. You're taking on paiN. The only reason I can come up with is that now with the good guys, we'll let you have your money. We don't want to steal all your stuff. And if that's the case, if that's the mentality, then what the is going on in the MOUZ game?
It's a little bit boring, right? I mean, I really wanted to see them match it up. Obviously, that was not the case. Maybe I can buy into your point. I can buy into your point that they just want to get they want to take more money.
Do you think they're nice by doing that? Because they're not nice. They're just
it just spoils the fun, just spoils the party. You know what? If we have that situation happen here, I can't imagine them looking dead in somebody else's eyes and just going, nah, actually not. No, they're just hiding behind the shield of what is Discord. Either
They
way,
live up to their name, don't they?
let's talk about maybe what hope bait could have in this series, if any, Dupree. Is there any way that you see bait getting the better of MOUZ on at least even just one map?
I mean, surely they need to win their own map pick. That's probably the first start. Then they need to be playing their A game. I think we need to see HEROIC and specifically NPL, but also Alex play up to a really good standard. I think we need to see MOUZ having quite the off day if they are going to be losing this one. But bait needs to take the first map to actually make it a possibility of going all the way to 3 maps.
Should be without a reach for bait to beat MOUZ, to be completely honest. But that being said, now that we found out that bait has significantly more aura than MOUZ, then maybe there's a
Talk to me about that Ancient then, the pick of bait coming into this, Dupree. Is I mean, if we're saying MOUZ have to have an off day in order for bait to even stand a chance, the odds are already looking horrendous for you, surely.
Yeah, of course, and the fact that bait gets to play their first pick of Ancient, that is where they can put in the preparation, and they can probably set up a game plan, and they've also looked at the numbers. That's what we heard him say in the interview, that they just looked up some of the numbers, and that's not where they've been looking greatest, because if you do take a look at the numbers of the MOUZ video, they do have a high win percentage on the majority of the maps, as long as they don't play Vitality. So obviously it's a tough choice. So the best way is to go in, get your game plan down, get your preparation done, and actually take your map pick.
I'm rooting for bait now.
Wager or not, we do need to get this game started. It's bait versus MOUZ, beginning on Ancient.
Let's go bait.
I agree with Pimp. Let's go bait. MOUZ, ooh. Ooh, you had a real chance, man. We could have had a wager.
Their favorites. It's always...
Bait were like, yeah, we'll put the money on. Look, they have a whole crowd watching them. They've assembled this whole thing. They have all the lovely people in Hamburg out to watch this game, and they wouldn't wager. And they're the favorites.
Yeah, I mean...
Normally, it's the underdog that's like, no, I want to, I want to have something from this event other than just the memories of playing. But bait were down. Bait were down. MOUZ, ooh.
I mean, the aura is definitely a conversation.
Negative
here.
aura.
It's definitely coming in. MOUZ, regardless of money on the line, they want to make it to LAN finals, and they've drawn a pretty good game to do so. But against a hungry bait, a bait who believe they can win, a bait who put their money where their mouth was. Is MOUZ lacking conviction gonna be their downfall? AAA. Roland gets that spot, he rotates quick. Ooh, Jimmy run down. Been a problem player for MOUZ as of late. The big stage games, Brolin gets through the smoke, shows him how he does it. 2 kills before he's finished off, and low on Torshi. Makes this a very hard round. Through the smoke. Exertion might have this planter. Good cover is there though. Smoke spam. Potentially playing in. He comes back through, gets his kill. Oh my god, Exertion is just a beast right now, chasing them down. There's one more man inside of the smoke. HEROIC looking for the clutch.
Go on, HEROIC. Gnarly 1v3. And doing more than talking a big game. A bait, they pull up and they win this pistol round. They claw it back in a 1 versus 3. We're all in on Team Bait. Well, actually, MOUZ are.
Yeah. Four-piece for HEROIC with the 1v3. This will be a huge upset if Bait can find it today. With 3 more games left of the online stage, 3 more teams to book into Malta.
It's just free aura farming, free good publicity.
And also only for 2.5k.
Yeah, it's not like they've said, oh, it's not like MOUZ have 200k banked up, and so you go, yeah, fair enough. Like, why risk it?
Ooh, there's some danger here in middle. Roland pulls nades, though. That'll be the end of him. Spinks tries to stop them from getting up heaven, but has to smoke instead. 2v3. Round hanging in the balance, but Bait in no hurry. Tag is nice. That opens up A. Group back on B. MOUZ reads this one. She hits a headshot.
MongolZ deleted.
No, they're going into both.
Spinks is coming back, and if this scout can even land another tag, one of these players low, even just bringing them down helps out Spinks in a very big way. He sits back in the cave, waiting for this push in. Chance to catch them. It's low HP on Head Trick. Still, Spinks can't find it, and bait carve a path back into that round. That's twice over now. They've kind of found themselves hanging in the balance.
Yeah.
And they've been ready to match MOUZ every step of the way.
Slow start to the series for MOUZ. Close rounds, not to be. baiN, no sleeper team. Yes, they're an underdog, but we know this team can upset and catch many rosters off guard. They dispatched of Foot in that opening game.
The big bait Foot game.
Exactly. It was real. We caught it on camera. Can MOUZ manage anything with pistols, or will this be a nice clean beginning of the game to bait? I want to talk major matchups, Harry. This evening we have Legacy Vitality going on.
And everyone's excited for it, but I'm so worried it's going to be the Happy Gilmore 2 of Counter-Strike. You could have just left it at the first one. It was great.
Okay, I like that comparison. I feel like it's meant to be that, but the thing that's exciting is Legacy still looked like very exciting on,
they do.
On the game against Fnatic. They came in confident. They were the top seed, but like, it's a new Fnatic roster, maybe with some intrigue. They were definitely underwhelming, but
the only thing that makes it, like, here's the big thing, right? Like Legacy, they are the team that broke the Vitality streak, and everyone said that's a fluke. If it was a BO3,
well, they said, yeah,
if it
no,
was a
I mean,
BO3,
they still got the BO3
Vitality
streak.
would have won.
Yeah.
And now you essentially have given them the chance to prove that right.
That's true. It's a good proving ground for Legacy, but
also if they win in a BO3, it's like the most legit thing ever. So
well, it's another caveat. It's online, so you can squeeze that one. BO1, online BO3, seeding match, whatever you want. You can find something. But yeah, no doubt about it. Vitality, they don't want to let that happen again. They're one kryptonite. Do MOU and Lato. It's coming up our last game of the day. Here we go. Torshi's AWP is out. Looking for a Torshi game today if MOUZ want to make this easy. Full A rush for bait, or at least the setup of it. Only 2 players in main, faking it out, forcing MOUZ to really panic. Look at that minimap. 4 players leading A, opens up middle, but Brolin, we know he loves to push this smoke. Hence it's all with some more double kill as they pull back from Donut. Bait leading the way. Team that plays many online games, finding comfort here. Against some MOUZ who can't leave the pressure of the stage. Still got fans watching on.
yeah, but spirits are high at least. They have that 2,500 in their bank. So
whatever happens
in a way,
they've won.
They've won.
$500 a player.
Brolin.
How do you do anything here? So low.
I feel like Brolin's usually good for 2 when he should get 1. What about none? Dead immediately. Just Spinks.
Bomb has been planted.
And he's not going to win this.
Spinks ain't walking through that door, man.
Like, do you not just think it's a bit of a mental L as well? Like,
yeah, but you wonder, does it come down to the players?
Like,
does it come down to the org? Like, who makes that decision?
Who made the decision?
That's true. I think we should find out.
And name them.
Name and shame. Like, I don't see Brolin saying, nah. You know, he's a confident young man. Or is it the logic, like, we could get eliminated from a tournament and leave with nothing?
I mean,
But But then you're
Not
like,
exactly, you know.
you're going into this game thinking, oh, we're going to lose. So
The amount they have banked, I'm not going to, and this isn't, you know, I'm not trying to put anyone down. I just don't think it's life-changing money.
No. Yeah, not for MOUZ.
You know, Brolin isn't going to leave this game if they lose it and go start like a bakery business on the side with the $500 he's getting.
So I would go.
What, Brolin's Bakery?
Roland's Bakery.
Bro's Baked, that's the name.
And he's left some crumbs, but they're delicious.
So I've just kind of been like really stuck on the one
Yeah.
thing. I'm moving past it,
It ain't
now,
that deep.
and we're into a whole round. It's a low econ one for the MOUZ squad. As bait have really showed up in the early stages of this game. A chance to do good on a 5-0 start here.
Spinks needs to find impact with this rifle. Him and Torshi fight red together. They find a 5-on-4, but not going to stop at that. MongolZ need to force the issue. Torshi, not clearing. Taken down. Spinks has him trapped, but not for long. MongolZ on for 4, but he finds only a triple. That will do. That should win the round.
Oh, well, Brolin thought he could have made a play. Ah, maybe Jimmy can. Jimmy P through the back line in a 1v2. And he'll save, if I have to guess.
Take full control of this game.
Hang on. He is rooting around here pretty quickly.
Well, exits are fun, Harry. They're good for your stats. No kit, no win here.
Yeah, and we'll decide it. Okay, bait, you have our attention. Not only have we all kind of liked the fact you were willing to wager on this game, which is very ballsy as the big underdog coming into it, but now you're backing it up in the server. It's hard not to respect it. Bait 5-0 up. MOUZ yet to leave an impression in this game.
Bait turning Hamburg into a library right now, 5-0. MOUZ had some trouble with Gamer Legion in their debut, or sorry, against OG in their debut game. Losing out that first map, having to reverse sweep. They did it dominantly in their defense. Come that second and third map, but it was a bit of a slow start, and this one is appearing to be the same. T-side Ancient pulling out all the moves. MongolZ getting full mid control, round after round. MOUZ unable to stop him. Not seeing many opening moves being made for MOUZ, not fighting down B. Torshi's orb floating in the back line. Bait getting away with some B executes. It's nothing crazy, it's nothing special, it's just working.
All right, back to the mid take. HEROIC's been a delight to open up this game. Him and MongolZ leading the charge for this bait squad. In more ways than one, they'll play first. The two of them out here into mid. It was the AWP roaming for the pick, and now MongolZ takes the space. Smoke spam. Ooh, he's just missed, firing either side of them. So they make it into the red room. It's a gap that MOUZ are aware of. Spinks is watching. I like the bait just pause with this map control. On one hand, you know that this is something MOUZ have to be considering. You're hoping, though, enough time elapsing, maybe they take their eye off the ball. Lets the rest of the team shuffle around the map as they try to break this into an A split in the mid-round. MPL forced forward. The rest of his team wait back in main. Essential, dead, down in mid. MPL left to try and close the gap, but these two donut players have no reason to fight him. There's no smoke either to block this for bait. This should be pretty unwinnable. That molly, can it give rise to a bomb plant at least?
I'm not writing this one off just yet. HEROIC in a post plant with a strong position, and they're even considering the flank. A couple of kills could come through here for bait. They needed that though. Now it gets very difficult. Open sight lines for HEROIC, hits one, but he's already got to consider the ammo, and Torch is coming in on the back line as well. HEROIC missed opportunities. They're on the full stick, and there's nothing he can do about it. They're going to try and get this AWP out of his hands. That is 2 legs for HEROIC and no kill. MOUZ getting loud as they find their first. And clean as can be. Jumping round corners past that all. Positionally strong round for bait, but any of the swing kills that could have made that interesting, they lose.
Oh, nades are punishing, but not enough to deter MongolZ. Spam could be exertion with a little sprinkling of damage here, but bait, they've just been fine going about this mid control, largely getting it. It's not been a point that MOUZ are really trying to contest for. Jimmy backs all the way up into the donut, but they're running at him now. It's MPL with the trade. Exertion has to deliver here. First kill connects. Exertion making it look easy, gets out with 2. Bomb plant found for bait again, but low health on Essential. Little time to get set up in this post plant. Alex gonna go back and check for Brolin. This was the kill they missed out on last time in their post plant. Brolin getting away with it. Gave MOUZ a leg up, and he once more deals with the player back in main. That's one of the 2 post plants removed, and with Essential low on health, but a shot away from death. This won't be easy. Smoke in his way as well. He's got a blind spray and hope that this connects. Oh, he gets them off! Essential denies the defuse for now. They're back on it. He's down in the pistol, and the shots just aren't connecting. Just barely. MOUZ gonna grab that one. Smoke not on the bomb. Smoke in donut, and Essential just spamming through it. Nearly squeaks one past MOUZ. That would have been a rough round to give away.
Yeah, nothing you can do about it. When you throw that smoke down, you put it down to chance, don't you? You have to spam back. You have to hope for the best. Body blocking from MOUZ is just enough to win that one. Bullets sail past the defuse as MOUZ save themselves from a very awkward clutch. They make it interesting. They keep buying. Pressure stays on here for MOUZ. No time to rest.
It's been, pretty slow rounds played thus far, and so I wonder if MOUZ are going to be ready for a change in pace here. This should be faster, a bit more explosive. Brolin in danger of getting caught out by the cave. You've been good to kind of sit back and hold on to this util, but not in this round. MOUZ feeling comfortable at having taken the pace out of the round here with that clash at cave.
Orshi realizes he can fight ahead of this Molotov. It's missed a little bit. It's going to cost him a kill. They get the trade. Spinks forced to check the long side. Flash falls too short. He gets his. Spinks holding on to this B site ahead of all the util. Committed with the flashbang, but they dodge and come back in with the kill. 2v2 here. Flank getting closer. Jimmy moving in on the long side, and now it's suddenly just HEROIC thrust into a clutch. Shifts into the angle, and so MOUZ will not relent. Building back into this game with 3 rounds straight after a strong start from bait. MOUZ warmed in now. No more easy rounds here for bait. Could rebuy, but it's risky. It's probably best to just give it a half. Let that loss bonus build here for bait. 3 kills and a plant. I say that. HEROIC actually has a lot of money, can drop some guns over. So actually, we should be seeing bait full send this. Try and keep it up.
I think it's felt relieving for MOUZ here is that even though these bomb plants are still getting found, they're able to break through in the retakes.
Just the hero gun.
Once more, there's this mid-bash. This time, MOUZ do fight for the control. That's real estate that bait have been used to having almost for free here. Well, knowing that there's only pistols and at most one gun in play, MOUZ decide to fight for this control early. A really tough round to recover now. The way that these often get out of hand for the CTs is like losing a player early, then the round starts to spiral as bait would arm themselves with you getting kind of shut out convincingly in mid. You don't really have the teeth to hack it in this round.
Spinks with a strong position just to finish this. Trade not allowed until MPL comes through with a gun. And he makes it interesting. He always does. The captain who could lead by example. A lot of firepower for MPL, but the AWP, too much to deal with. MOUZ building a streak of their own on this CT side. It's bait's pick. They've met their maker. No longer feeling the pressure of this strong beginning for bait. Xerxes not committing to middle this time, probably for the best. The flashes rain over the top, and even the AWP swings out.
I mean, the thing that feels very comfortable for MOUZ is because they've had their number in the retakes. Them, you know, giving up mid and letting bait have it hasn't really come to matter yet. It's not like they've been punished for doing this, and they're always reacting on other ends of the map. Here's a push for Torshi and Spinks down through ramp.
Missed it.
Stands the promise of catching a lane player. Essential. Barrel just got spotted there on that turnaround. Spinks is the info, has the drop on him. So another round where MOUZ say, have mid. You can't win the round there. And they instead go and fight these players on the outskirts.
Look how ready Torshi is for any control given up in this red timing. He's going to scope up in time. As the ball crosses in, Torshi puts it down. One player makes it through on a good cross, but maybe this is communicated. The bomb gets into A. Can Xerxes stop it? Yes, he can. He gets that info as well. Good head on Xerxes' shoulders. He is playing great right now as he locks in yet another round for MOUZ, just swinging off that molly. Dropping the bomb, taking two. MOUZ making magic happen.
Nice stuff.
Such a nightmare here as well. He did this in the other game. Constant cave spams. Coming through the smoke. You can always read the yes boys from Torshi. Jimmy calling for support.
Yes, or is it nice?
Yes, boys, nice boys.
Usually nice.
Nice boys, that's what I mean.
He has his signature way of saying it.
Nice boys.
Nice. N-A-I-S.
Nice boys. Oh, they are the mice men right now. And cool bait Lenny getting shot in the back of the head. Stare into the alfalfa. Think about them rabbits. Flawless round for MOUZ.
Yeah, you were hoping Ancient could have been the Curly's wife, but not the case.
It's coming up all red for MOUZ.
MOUZ in a chokehold. Pulling ahead at the end of this half. looking to win it out after a 5-0 opening for paiN. MOUZ have won up their streak. Let's see if they can go 7 in a row to close out this first half.
A return to form.
Been a serious swing of momentum in this game. Punishing nade as MOUZ, for really only the maybe third time in this game, go back to a mid-take.
Yeah, they've kept it dynamic, that's for sure. paiN can't guess when they're going to meet nades in middle. They've had it for free so many times, but not this one. Exertion has been a demon in middle. 12 and 6. Sure, Jimmy gives up A, but he's got that info on the cross and steps being made. Bomb very delayed. Can cross in, but winning the round is an unrealistic prospect. Exertion is not stopping. Mid is not safe either.
With this form, you're telling me Exertion wouldn't have taken the bet. 13 and 6, playing like he has aggression still to go find the 1 HP head trick. Looking for his 14th kill, and he's aware that this timing can exist. Shadow spotted.
No.
Exertion had to do it to him. Knife kill comes in, and that's 7 rounds straight for MOUZ on paiN's map pick. paiN were feeling good. They were willing to wager on this game, and a 5-round streak to open up on Ancient. In the beginning, you were thinking, well, I can see why, but then along came MOUZ. Along came Exertion. Like a whirlwind, it was 7 straight for MOUZ to close out on the CT side. Yeah. Talk about righting your wrongs in those opening couple of rounds. MOUZ now hold the advantage. A win in the pistol puts them on a direct path to victory. Can they make it 8 in a row?
Yeah, of those 7 as well. So many dominant, so many clean for MOUZ. Barely letting bait in, getting crunched at the B lane, getting massacred in middle. Oh, that one hurts. Spinks bullet to the head of Head Trick. More Julies round that corner. He does not want in. It's going to be that A hit. Jumping the corner makes this very hard for MongolZ, and he's not going to be able to land a single one. Just damage for exertion. Break on the smoke. Plant comes in. How do you win this? You don't.
They're not going to have a lot of time. Going to have to start moving quickly on the back of that flash. It's a good flashbang to send Alex in with a double. But it's the strength of the post plant. That's where MOUZ is supposed to be able to long this out. They chase exertion back in main. This 3-on-5 pistol can come through if they can get past Torshi. Time's too low. And so Torshi gonna lock it in. A big pistol round from him, and that's 8 straight for MOUZ.
4 kills from Torshi, and yeah, no time for the defuse, unfortunately. That first player had to get on it, and Torshi had to cover from Donut. Nice attempt from bait, 3-on-5. That's all it ever was. Not meant to be without a kit on the retake. And that's 8 straight for MOUZ, as they look to sweep this game from 5-0 down. What an impressive run. Favorites for a reason, showcasing that difference. Storming out of A here. There's a couple of SMGs up close, but wiggling a MOUZ. Not giving away a kill easily. The blind is awful. So flashed. And that's 9 in a row. Where's the limit lie, Harry?
I'm worried it might just be the flawless game from 0-5 down. Now, I'm saying that here in the hope that the curse still works like it used to. They need something. It's been a long time since they felt good here on Ancient. Spinks might even remove one of these saving players. He's not really feeling the call to adventure. Knows he has more to give away than to gain in a hunt.
Terrorists win.
So a 5 alive round. Ooh. Yeah, 5 alive round for MOUZ. 9 in a row. 9 in a row.
Well, they should be 10, right?
I have a lot to go up against here. So yeah, that 10th is waiting in the wings for MOUZ.
Imminent.
Alex with a little gimmick here, boosted up over the donut smoke. Ooh, just gonna catch a glimpse of Brolin and puts that Famous to work.
That nade for NPL very low, and exertion comes to finish it off. He kills the other player. He survives at what cost though? 8 health. MOUZ can just put all 3 of these rifles in the B site, which should be enough to win the round, unless Essential can complicate matters. But from this position with a 5-7, difficult. MOUZ closing in. Spinks needs to play a bit more active. His team are the one who have that close range fight, but Torshi has no problem. Spinks through the smoke. Spinks lost in the smoke. And with a flashbang, MOUZ get out, holding the flank.
Torshi don't have ammo.
They don't have health. NPL, wait.
Oh my god.
Jimmy's dead.
No.
Oh, no, he's not. Oh, yeah. No. all under control here for MOUZ. Never a moment of worry. And MongolZ saving nothing, getting exits here in spawn.
10 in a row.
Oh my.
Is it the perfect game after an 0-5 start?
I mean, this spy round here, they need to pull out their best setup. They need to read where MOUZ are going and try and stop it immediately. Because MOUZ are just getting to dictate this entire game. Stressful game here for paiN. He's going so well.
Unshakable Aura, but very shakeable Ancient, as it turns out.
paiN willing to risk it all.
I mean, everyone's judging MOUZ for not taking the bet, but I think they're nice guys. Playing both sides on this fight.
Yeah.
So then I never lose. Dude, look at Xerxion's util damage.
He was throwing the mid nades on CT. Dunking them. He also hit an 80 damage HE onto MPL 2 rounds ago. So. Alright, here we go, paiN. Gotta stop the B rush.
Alex, only guy in the site. Tries to get this crossfire set up with his teammate, but overwhelmed, overran.
Okay.
Jimmy even shoots Spinks in the back of the head. He's bloodlusting that much.
Not enough.
A TK still might be enough to do it for paiN. They're 2 versus 3 in this retake. The one thing that maybe holds some promise is this fast timing from MongolZ on the ramp flank, but there's 2 players homed in on him here. Xerxion holds and waits for that exact move.
Xerxion playing out of his mind right now. 17 and 8. Just destroying them in middle on the CT side. Supporting on A in those many A execute attempts for paiN. And now on T side, just ending this round to keep it flawless for MOUZ. 11 in a row. PL's gonna get out of here.
Terrorists win.
MOUZ looking for the near perfect game after that 0-5 start.
We were hoping this was going to be a cinema match, but feeling more like a current day Marvel movie.
Oh.
Villain, not much of a threat, in spite of some early promise. And a pretty consistent playing outcome here with MOUZ, 11 rounds straight. Xerxion and Brolin side by side for the mid opener. Finally, though, you've clawed back one of these kills, and getting rid of Xerxion is no small task.
MOUZ speed up and go B. Look at the stack right now. paiN are gambling. They have to at this scoreline. They have to make a risk, and it might land wrong. 3 on A forces them into an aggressive move, but it doesn't matter. MOUZ are walking into the undefended site, and that is 12. However you slice it. Positionally lost our paiN. An admirable gamble, but the numbers do not land in their favor.
I'm weirdly nervous that they're going to lose some of these players too. Brolin's coming their way. Oh, chance for a rifle to get gifted over, but it's protected. Spinks and Torshi have Brolin's back. MOUZ on track for the flawless game. 12 rounds straight.
Just been, what can you say, dominant. Completely dominant in every position. There's almost been no close rounds. There's almost been no moments where paiN can win. in any position. The best they've had is like 4v4s, and then MOUZ just pick the right position and win out entirely. Like here, 4v4, they just walk into the empty site. Out-red, out-fragged. Not out-wagered. But this is all that matters. 13 straight for MOUZ, that's the goal.
Oh, Brolin goes looking for the opener. It's exertion to get it. Oh, spam
close.
for Torshi.
Close.
Trying to show them, as he would say, he's the dog in the house. Dead up on the heavens, but there's the return. Spinks finds that 3-on-3. The bomb trapped on him in this cubby down in mid. Hetrick's going to try and give chase. They can hear him charging in, surely, but it's late reaction for Jimmy. Exertion is worlds apart. Trying to wrap this player in Red Room. Essential in amongst all of this is on a huge T-spawn flank. It's flanks on flanks, and they're coming out in favor of MOUZ.
Don't know where he is.
Low on health as he arrives, though. And MOUZ have to be careful in clearing mid because they still didn't have that bomb back, and so I'm worried that they will be prepared for the possibility that someone could be here. And Essential is not in the type of situation where he can long out a fight. One bullet ends his round. This is to try and stop the 13-0 from MOUZ. And he's been smoked off. They know where he is. They know where he can be, at least. They've pieced it together. Are they going to try and jump up heaven? Oh, Essential. This can be their first round in a long time. But he's missed the timing. He's missed the window. They've made it into B, and there should be no winning this now for Essential.
Good flank timing, but one bullet ends it.
It's got to be flawless from here on out. And as he rounds the corner, is this it? 13 in a row for MOUZ to close on Ancient. That's Bates' map picked up dominantly by MOUZ. They want a 2-0.
5 rounds to start for bait, but 5 is all they would get. A crushing defeat as MOUZ bite back 13 in a row, Jacob. That's a statement way to steal your opponent's map pick.
That is very impressive for MOUZ. There's no way around it. The first 5 rounds, maybe not too pretty, but they had to warm up into the game, and as soon as they got the first one over the board, then they didn't look back. MOUZ obviously showing us kind of what we expected, that they are a significantly better team on pretty much all aspects when it comes to Counter-Strike compared to bait. I think individually speaking, they didn't have a single player who didn't have a moment in this game where they did a good job. As a team, they seem well prepared. I know we spoke about Ancient maybe being a bit of a weakness, but during the Cluj-Napoca win, I remember Ancient being one of the maps that they like to play, even pick themselves in certain matchups. So it is a map they, historically speaking, even with Spinks and Brolin, have played to a high level. So I got what I expected, and that makes me happy.
Yeah, well, same. I think if you can win 13 rounds in a row, then you must be playing good Counter-Strike. And I like the fact that they didn't panic because they went down 5-0. And I saw some really good stuff from the sides of MOUZ Sports on both CT side, but also the T side. I think specifically on the CT side, it was more like the fact that they gave up mid so much, but they just played so much in the flanks by pushing down B ramp, pushing into A main, and then on the T side, I think Brolin had some very clean rounds where he would call with a very fast pace, but also he just turned his attention from the A bomb side and then into the B bomb side with like cynical effect.
It's something that you called as a win condition, a must-needed win condition for bait, is the individuals of MOUZ not showing up. That was not the case today. Let's run some exertion highlights. We might as well, because he was just looking so sharp in this one, alongside Brolin, alongside Torzy, and when you have more than half of MOUZ stepping up, you're in for a bad time.
I feel that was the name of the game here. You can talk as much as you want about the execution of some of the defaults that bait were trying to run, or some of the strats they're trying to run. At the end of the day, Peter, you can simplify Counter-Strike to a point when you have two teams who are just not nearly close matching up in terms of individual output or in terms of the skill level or the skill disparity on both sides. Then it doesn't matter how good your game plan is. It doesn't matter what kind of ideas you have. It doesn't matter how you execute your strats. You need players in order to show up and apply a bit of damage before you get into the next phase of the game, and we didn't really get to see that in many of the rounds apart from the first 5.
We had a lot of very close rounds at the beginning of the game, and we did have to see the MOUZ Sports players excelling, specifically Exertion and Torshi, but also Brolin coming out, getting some very important multi-kills and also even a knife kill inside the fray. And it's, as you mentioned, Jacob, when you have a team that, as MOUZ Sports, that is so good, and when you can just turn up and just start outplaying your opponent, then you can just really see where the class is just so different when you look at the likes of bait. And I think MOUZ Sports, coming from the game they played earlier where they did lose a map to the fact of OG, I believe it was, then it was good to see them not panicking that they had a bad start, but just turned things around, had it under control, played with confidence, and also just did what they were good at.
It's a cool sign, though, because it's important for MOUZ to show, you know, not only themselves, I guess, but also the likes of Vitality, Spirit, etc.
Yeah.
That when they come into this playoff, they're still playing at a very high level. I think the best way I can phrase it, depending on what we've seen so far in the tournament, is that MOUZ today in this game against paiN made paiN look like NRG versus Vitality. And I think that's like the biggest compliment you can give to any team. Despite going up 5-0, this game was never close.
Yeah, not a compliment for paiN on the other side of things, though. Let's be real, not too much hard-hitting analysis to be diving into in this particular map. So let's have a conversation, or maybe I should use the word debate. How good are MOUZ right now? That's the conversation we're having, because we did see them, you know, tame their demons of Vitality back at IEM Cologne. That was reliant upon the individuals showing up, right?
Yeah, and more so reliant on Vitality probably having the worst game they've ever played together as a team. I think Vitality were worse off playing in that game than even when they lost to Space Soldiers, which was the... Oh, not Space Soldiers. Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire during the first iteration of the Bounty. I think Apex said it pretty well. We did a desk interview with him after the game. He said, to be completely honest, that was the worst Counter-Strike we have ever played as a team, and he didn't feel MOUZ played that well. And I'm entitled to agree with him. I think MOUZ right now are playing worse Counter-Strike than they did before the major. During the major, all we could talk about throughout that entirety of the stint in Austin was that MOUZ showed an awful lot of resilience. They went 0-2 in the group stage, came very close to being knocked out by Team Liquid as well, but they showed resilience and fought their way throughout the entire tournament without ever playing well, Peter. In that essence, I want to give MOUZ some credit, but I feel like the level of Counter-Strike MOUZ played before the major was higher than the MOUZ we see now, and that is despite them winning against Vitality.
Okay, but like, what metric are you measuring that by? Because, like, yeah, the disappointment was palpable during that grand final versus Spirit. You saying, like, are we counting, you know, coming off of an extended player break, stage 2 of Cologne? Like, because that's the only other data you really have to go.
Oh, the major.
Right?
No,
yeah?
No, the whole point is that before the major, I think MOUZ played...
You're not saying during the major. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. They're kind of continuing the trend we saw at the major, where they seemed vulnerable in many essence. They seemed a little bit... I can't say inconsistent, because they have a very high floor, so to speak, but put them to an eye test. You know, the level of Counter-Strike MOUZ played before the major was way higher than the level they played during the major. No one disagrees with that. And I haven't seen anything from MOUZ so far coming out of the break that seems like they're playing at the same level they did before the major. They're still one of the best teams in the world, but they are a little bit far away from being at the level of Vitality, that's it.
Well, 100%. And I think MOUZ Sports' win condition is obviously their team play, but also having their individuals play good, but on a line where everyone kind of contributes. If they have more than one player, if they have two players that seems to not be playing at the par, play a little bit under average, then I think they do run into their issues. And that gets even worse if you have Exertion not playing well and also Torchi on top of that. Because I feel like Exertion and Torchi is the two main stars, and maybe a bit of alongside with Spinks as well. But I think Exertion and Torchi have so much to say inside the rounds. One thing is Torchi being the AWP, and he has a lot of impact. The other thing is that Exertion is the team's playmaker, and I have seen some very good stuff from him, but I've also seen him fall through where he doesn't feel to be looking, like he doesn't really find his limits of what he can do inside the server. It's like when he has a bad game, he constantly goes for the same place. He has issues figuring out something when the balance is, and that is where I feel like they can struggle against the best teams when they go up par to par with Vitality, the likes of Spirit, potentially even Falcons. When they have these superstars that can clutch you and close down the kind of substars of MOUZ Sports, that is where they seem to be struggling.
I'll give you this example for you just to win you over, because I feel you're a little bit on the fence as well.
I'm not convinced.
That's fair enough. The quarterfinal against Furia in Cologne, they should have lost that game. Furia were the better playing team. MOUZ fought back on Inferno, did a great comeback, didn't really play good Counter-Strike. Somehow, some way, they managed to win anyway. Just like in Austin, where they were able to win games despite not playing well. To me, that's one of the greatest assets you can have as a team. You had it back in the Astralis days as well. When you're playing your C game, your B game, you would almost always win. I think it's the same for MOUZ whenever they're not playing the likes of Vitality and Spirit. So that's a positive, but they didn't play well against Furia. And as you said, Exertion, I think it's the inconsistency from game to game, from map to map. Against Furia, Exertion went 4 for 16 in opening
it was rough. It
was very rough. Against Vitality, the day after, Exertion went 12 for 12 in opening duels versus Vitality, versus Saivu. Against Spirit, he was at 1.2 for 16 in opening kills, all in the span within 3 days. Exertion is super inconsistent in his way of getting those opening kills, but as Peter said, when he's playing well, when Torchi's playing well, no one is debating they could be one of the best, if not the best team in the world, but it just doesn't happen often that all of them performing at the same time.
I'm just giggling because, like, you use the comparison of Prime Astralis Astralis in a comparison and say that they're not on their A game? Like, that's pretty, that's kind of crazy. Either way, I think my worry for MOUZ is the grand finals situation, right? Because consistently we've seen them make it to grand final after grand final after grand final, and that's where they just, like, for want of a better phrase, like, they shit the bed in those situations.
Yeah, like, the one issue has been beating Vitality, but that has most of the time been inside the grand finals. Now they beat Vitality in the semifinal, and now they lost to Spirit. They got another silver medal, and this time they're actually making fun of themselves. You know, they say, like, we're just out here grinding second places. You know, I think it was Jimmy who put that one out.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't want to put it that this is going to be another mental barrier for MOUZ Sports. One thing was that they couldn't beat Vitality, but please don't make the grand final choking, cannot make the first place another thing, because that's just going to hurt them at this point. But I don't know where they put them. But obviously, they see themselves as the second best team. They are the second best team of this season. And for now to move into a position where they could potentially beat Vitality on a more consistent basis, they also need to go over the home of winning grand finals. And sometimes you just need to get that one win so they can actually convert it.
See, that's the issue, right? They played against Vitality in 8 series now, and it's 7-1 for Vitality.
But finally it's won.
Yeah, finally it's won. That's fair enough. And as Peter said, maybe if they face one more time and they get another one against Vitality, then we can open up that conversation. But it's way too early. Vitality have owned them 7 times in a row. They played the worst brand of Counter-Strike they've ever played during Cologne. In that game, Apex said he was being very upfront about it, very open about it. It begs the question, can it happen again? Surely now it happened once, but I need to see it happening more before we can even open that conversation.
Well, I did pose a question to Jimmy earlier after managing to take down Vitality in the semi-finals. Was that a confidence boost, or did it kind of fatigue them going into the grand final? Let's see what he had to say.
Confidence for us when we came to the final. I'm not exactly sure what went wrong in the final. Like, it just didn't feel like our day at all. Like, we couldn't connect, but obviously the Vitality win is a big for us since we have struggled to basically the whole last season against them. But I think still we didn't really finish our goal because we wanted to win the trophy. The Vitality was of course a nice win, but at the same time we really wanted to win the trophy, so we failed. But I think at least moving forward now is good to know that we are capable of beating them, you know, and they're not like an unbeatable team in some way.
Either way we look at it, I'm sure that's like a massive mental relief, right? Like, Dupree, you've been mostly on the other side of the equation. I'm thinking like the Astralis Liquid days, but like, it must be such a... I don't want to say you're like making a bit of Pavlov's dog of yourself, right? When you're looking at a team and going, they've just beat us so many times, we're just going to fall into the same routine. But like, the mental aspect, we can't underrate that. No,
of course not. The mental aspect is a big part of Counter-Strike, and I've mentioned before that when specifically this MOUZ Vitality matchup reminded me of so much of our own with the Astralis and Liquid, that every time we would show up against Liquid in a grand fight, they would all be thinking, oh, we probably lost. And I think that's the same thing that has happened with MOUZ Sports. Now they overcome it. Can they do it again, or was this just a one-off? I hope not for MOUZ Sports. I hope that this has sparked something that they actually believe that they can beat them, because they need to do that if they want to be winning trophies.
Just going back to our conversation before, when would you say MOUZ peaked then? If you're saying that they weren't playing as good before before the major as they are now, like when was the high point for MOUZ this year? I think in the stint and in the period where they got into all the grand finals with Vitality. They even had that one best of 5 grand final that was 3-2. I know that the maps they lost in that grand final, I think all of them were one-sided towards Vitality, but they were able to push them. Lisbon, I believe, they went 2-0. Yeah, exactly. But then they went the next 2 maps and won 2-1, and they were 1 map away from beating Vitality and getting a trophy. I think that was the sort of period where they played the best brand of Counter-Strike. MOUZ can still get there, and I think it's very important that we and everyone expect, you know, and kind of also hone on to the fact that they are the second best team in the world and have been the second best team in the world. And look at the goddamn lineup. Look at what the expectations were when Brolan came in, when Spinks came in. I think they would have sold it for a top 4. So for them to be the second best for such a long period, that's massively impressive. I love you, Jacob, but I'm not buying it. I don't think that MOUZ has peaked yet. I still think they have more to give. I think they're still in it. They still have more to give. I agree with that. They haven't peaked yet, but in terms of when did they peak in the current iteration, that was during that period. Can they get better for the future? I think so, because Torsen, Exertion, they're still relatively young. Yeah. Yeah, I'm buying into that. You know, I still think they have a lot to prove. You know, they're still young. They have a lot to learn. They are still a team that is creating consistent results. That's the most important thing. And obviously they're working hard, and that just showcases. Well, we are going to be moving on towards MOUZ's pick, and that is going to be Train. One more map potentially separates them from joining us in the Malta studio. We'll see if that is exactly how it's going to go down, or if Bait can bounce back after this break. Train to decide if MOUZ will indeed be heading to Malta or if baiT can bounce back. What do you think, Dupree? Is it over for baiT?
I needed baiT to win their own map pick. That was not the case. I think MOUZ Sport is playing too good, so I'm fairly confident they're going to be running away with 3 as well.
This game is over.
The quote of the century from Jacob. Time to see if it is indeed over. We're going to be diving into Train with Harry and Hugo.
Yes, indeed.
Is there any hope for baiT, man? It's rough. It's rough out here, Hugo. They had a 5-0 start. They lose 13 rounds in a row. Now you go onto MOUZ's pick. I feel nervous for baiT, who are willing to wager everything on this game.
Respect.
Maybe it's good that MOUZ didn't take it.
They leave with $2,500, Harry. That might be all for baiT, as MOUZ come through with a nice little streak to win that game out. 4-loss streak here on Train for baiT. It's not been a go-to map for them. For MOUZ, picking into it as well. They took down Vitality last time they played. That was quite a showing. So what's to say they can't finish off baiT? Looking for a bit of business here. 2-0 to go to Malta. A LAN final for MOUZ. Online has not been easy for them. A map removed by OG, but MOUZ coming swinging into this pistol. Taking that first kill. Julies do respond. MPL, that's beautiful. 3 headshots. They're not out of the woods.
Oh, Essential, that was it. Up and over. Could have been the double. Catches none, and HEROIC left up in this all alone. Jimmy to find him, the final 2. Him and Exertion clutching up in that pistol. And MPL's efforts end up being all in vain. A really nice sequence on the dual Berettas.
I love how they play the 2v1 as well. They don't like swing out, they don't commit to it, like run pop or try and take fights. They're just jumping on and off the ladder, getting info. As soon as they have that info, they swing together. MOUZ started last map slow, and they still won at 13-5. What's going to happen here?
14 rounds in a row if you're keeping track.
Don't do that.
What number do they get to?
At least 15, I'm going to hazard a guess. Does anyone have wallbangs like Twists? Because everyone knows a pop one. The Twist has got character, he's got red, he's got sight, he's got everything. Clean up. Brooms are out.
Been a great day in the office for Dorian Berman. Finished that last game top of the charts, 20 kills deep. But not a weak link in sight for MOUZ. Sea of green on the ratings. They all showed up on Ancient. Yeah, that really promising start from HEROIC on that last map. Him and MongolZ both getting away with some really sick openings. I think HEROIC started the game off 7-1. He went on to finish 11-14. So 4 kills past that point.
No helmet. Look at what the MAC-10 does. Tears through both players on this pop push, those nades. If anything, too soon for MOUZ. HEROIC does hold on the yard, putting that up to use. Central in a nice cheeky position. But they're getting closer, and we said those MAC-10s, apparently not enough. 2 kills for Essential, gets out.
HEROIC hears Torshi running this rotate. Surely he's dead when he rounds this corner, the AWP on it. Sneaking in. Oh, okay. HEROIC had to go back in with the rescope. It still makes it happen.
All fine.
There we go. 14 in a row. No, wait. 15 in a row is all they get.
It's all they get, Harry. Oh, the humanity.
Idea for you, Hugo. Get one of them little mascots. You know, like some people have the little plushies they bring with them. Get a manatee. Call it Hugh. Your in-game alias is Hugo, and it's you and the humanity.
My God,
there's something
humanity.
There. Oh, the humanity. That's the line for when you clutch. Of course, your best years are behind you.
Yeah.
So you've got a lot of catching up to do.
Okay. fire joke out of nowhere.
Oh, the humanity. Head trick! Love that!
He hears the bounce and he dodges it. Key. Hey, maybe the orb can be the difference. CT train. Lots of options. Seeing Orbis get way more comfortable on this map. Trick is not done. Very committed. I'd have the right idea here.
He knows, right? There's a good degree of pressure on him to be a difference maker. He's feeling good in this game. Started the series off really strong, and so Head Trick wants to try and carry that energy into the opening stage of this second map. He's been all over them with this AWP. And he even hangs around for more.
Surely you get the flash in main. Yeah, there it is. Dodged, Head Trick, third kill. Torchy's just got to dry fight this AWP.
He's on for an ace here. In a powerful position, Torchy feels trapped.
Nice
Will
play.
deal with Head Trick. Okay, 3 from him. In the pistol, you had 3 from MPL, and it wasn't enough. It can't be another 2v5 turnaround. MPL puts a stop to it. And so a sigh of relief for bait as that one started slipping through their fingers. Faith in MPL at an all-time high to convert on some of these rounds.
2v5 off the triple orb entry, and we have MOUZ make that very interesting. Not enough to win out, but enough to keep bait ripe for reset on this economy. MOUZ take 1 eco. Some Deegs going slow. Looking for picks. They don't use their util.
I have a sneeze that's like stuck halfway.
Oh yeah,
You're on your own,
be
man.
free, be free.
My eyes hurt.
Be free, let it out.
It's just not. It's like it's there. It's on the. It's on the tip of my nose, but it's not.
A chew. A choo-choo tray. What have you got? Come on. Be free, Harry.
It's gone.
Oh,
it went.
The worst. The tease.
It was horrible. Everything about the last few moments were uncomfortable.
They're gonna get worse for MOUZ. Middle finger smoke in the pop dog.
Dude, okay.
Is it back?
Kind of. This sucks. This is really sad. Essential, though, he's in a good position. So is Head Trick. Should be able to deal with this pretty cleanly. All right, Torchy, we see ya on that Deagle, and Exertion's going to make it down the ramp. Getting a bomb plant out of this round is juicy. Even 1 extra kill at range on the Glock. All right, that's a nice round for MOUZ. Keeping the money respectful for bait, building up their own on the back of a bomb plant. So even though bait take the lead, MOUZ should have everything they need in this coming round.
Just for the teaser overall, let's really fucking work for it because it can be tougher, okay?
Yeah.
Give me a fist bump. Let's lock in.
Lock in.
And I like that. It's a good recognition. Like, you can get put on the back foot very, very quickly here. T-side of train. It can feel tricky, and you don't want bait rebuilding confidence. You likely have them feeling a little sour in this series.
A few early rounds can set you up very well. Keep Molly, but they are way past that. I don't think it slows his team down from poking the back. They step, giving it all away. I don't think they realize 4 upper. How could they know? Everyone is here. Filtering out upper now. The flank held. Of course it is. Torchy can leave this. He's got a backstab to deny it. Jimmy there. 4 on 2. Can't blame bait for not realizing, but it kind of gave away all that info by running on the B side. Stepping in the pop flank. Molly let him down. So MOUZ, clean round to find their third. Cyclone's happy, they're locked in.
I mean, one of the things I have really enjoyed about the bounty is hearing these comm segments. Sometimes they're funny, but it's also been great to glean a bit of an insight into the coaches and what they provide. I mean, this is a bit of a jumping off point here for MOUZ if they want to tee themselves up. Strong tee half is a good way to go about it. Already keeping things even here to open up. A chance now to break the money of bait. If you can get up like 5-3, you're in a really pretty spot on this map. Once more, just a lot of attention over here towards B. I mean, I like playing numbers here. It's very, very common for teams to try and crunch this upper portion of the map with 1 or 2 players playing through the halls themselves, and then you have the pop flank try and come in. So just having a lot of bodies here keeps you ready for whatever adjustments bait can hope to make. It's forcing them away from B aggro. They're actually having to play this B site pretty passively as a result. Oh, that's a big miss for HEROIC. Gonna make up for it the second time around. He goes fishing for a bit more. Tag down range on a Spinx. It's Brolin thinning the herd con side. Spinx getting aggressive as the one that got away. Can't double up. It leaves it to Jimmy in this clutch.
There's an opportunity there, but he peeks before the smoke and the orb fires off. Spinx needed that kill. Onto the low player behind Oil. MOUZ trying to thrive in chaos. They get some insane entries. Lucky to make it that deep with multiple misses from HEROIC. And even coming down the ramp through the smoke, but they stem the bleeding. Reassuring round to keep their economy up on this CT side. The MOUZ not quite the same. Oh, that looked on, but Torshi just gets ducked by HEROIC. Gapped by the orb. HEROIC looking for a second. He is so reliable right now.
Second orb making its appearance on an Ivy push into Jimmy. It's thrown away, and he's just spied that that was another one of these orbs. Camera smoke. Was it? Ooh.
Ooh, lurk smoke.
I was thinking he wasn't aiming where you do for the camera one. It's all right, exertion.
Doesn't work when the player's up here, though.
It's all full blind. Exertion breaks through. That's got them out behind the red train. There's the full rotate here from bait. Player back in con, 2 in the bomb site itself. They use these smokes to create some new angles. Exertion catches another, but he's low on health and no time left in this round for MOUZ. It's a valiant attempt at the 2v4. The big problem right now is this HEROIC AWP. Him and MPL offering up multi-kills in every one of these rounds. They do feel like the dependable 2-man duo for this bait squad. Feels like every round that bait are getting, it's featuring multis from these players.
It's featuring openers from the HEROIC AWP. 10 and 6. Putting MOUZ back to pistols with just a saved M4. Very hard round to expect Exertion to carry them through. Gonna be difficult to arm your team. Close positions though. Could be dangerous here for bait. Back, HEROIC forces that 5v4 again. Just so full of these picks.
I mean, Train is a map suited to a specific breed of AWP, one that likes to remain active, likes to be involved early, calls his own shots, and HEROIC embodying that right now. He's been super active all across the map. You never know where he's going to creep up next. And so as MOUZ try hard to dodge this AWP, they once more play into its hands.
Roland has armor. I'd like to see him on this gun, but it seems like they're just going to go regardless. Pistol coming down the ramp. Spink's dead. Torshi loses his life, and Brolin gets armed eventually, one way or another. Dropping this AWP will be great, but he's not going to finish the job. And so bait take a flawless round. Now they have the chance to really make something massive of this half. Some early rounds for MOUZ, but only one gun round connects on this T side as bait have something to say. This is MOUZ's map pick, but the danger that we see so many teams run into is picking this train puts you on the T side. Not a fun place to be as MOUZ are finding out. Especially not when the AWP is having this much impact. Torchi doesn't have his to respond either. Makes matters worse for MOUZ. Gotta get it done by committee. That's where you need Exertion, who was the carry, back on Ancient, to show up again. Pop cross Molotov lands. They have made this aggression a mainstay. They're not gonna stop. Ivy push, close main taken, flash set up. Jimmy blinded. It's perfect combo here for bait. 5v4, 5v3 as MPL forces yet another. And that opener of MOUZ is put down first. So many of these rounds, DOA. MOUZ keen to check the box that they often play. Seen it before from bait in this game. MOUZ just have to group for a B hit, but afforded a two-man hold here from bait's advantage. The AWP trained in. Should have this shot, at least one. MOUZ throw out the lurk smoke. Gonna break it, timing looks good.
HEROIC with damage. Once more, this AWP just gets rolling for bait. Backstab now on the cards for Essential, and that leaves Torshi. Good trade at least, but they're charging at him. All three players just run Torshi down. Comfortable in the knowledge that if they get there fast enough, it's a free win for them. This is a very impressive CT side from bait. If they can keep this up, yeah, that's what you're watching. That's what all your attention is going to right now. Because sure, T-side rounds can be hard to come by. But if you can keep MOUZ on 3, this is one of their worst T-sides they would have fielded on this map. The closest to what Vitality were able to accomplish when they played back in Austin. Not at the rematch in Cologne, which obviously MOUZ went on to win. I also think it's interesting as well that the last few times Train has cropped up for this MOUZ team, it's usually been picked against them.
Strong CT
and so
sides.
Normally they get a CT side start to open up.
Yeah, winning out there.
Only team they picked it against lately was Liquid back at Cologne, and that's a bit of a reoccurring pick for them in that series.
Right now, bait putting up a serious fight. Saw Liquid look good on Train yesterday, though, over Fury of all teams. MOUZ, after just a dominant Ancient, can't really convert on any of these rounds. They start so many of these off, 4v5, 3v5. There's two multi-kill players, just keep on rolling for bait. More an overhead trick again. Jumping through, they're getting desperate. They get turned to mulch. Flower food. This one's going nowhere for MOUZ. They've had one gun round this game. Is that all it's gonna be?
I mean, in the past, this hasn't been a good map for this bait team. It's been one of the pieces that gets exploited against them a hell of a lot. Last time we saw them play it was back in Austin, so you haven't seen them on this map post the player break, post Cologne. And I imagine it was one of the points that they had to look back at and try and improve upon. Because as I say, this was a pretty consistent punish pick for this bait team.
Just can't hit anything here. Another 5v4.
HEROIC just keeps going, man. And dude, with this guy in your arsenal, with him having so much self-sufficiency on the AWP, he's just picking his starting point, and wherever he goes, he's going to pick up a 5v4 for bait.
Yeah.
You know, that's exactly what you want from your AWP.
Well, make it two, because Alex has just entered the fray. Torshi had a chance to pick him up Ivy, had him open.
Dude, he's just relentless with the aggression as well. He started the round off in pop, now he's moved back into main. They cannot dodge HEROIC. Only Jimmy left in a lost battle here. This first half, a sour note for MOUZ. Only one rifle round picked up. As bait only have Jimmy left to beat. And they're flanking him here. He's going to put some distance between himself and the wrap round. This is kind of strung out for bait. MPL's proven to be a safe pair of hands in these rounds gone by.
1v1's available, but not a lot of time to do it.
20 seconds.
He's covered.
Back in main, lurks HEROIC, so Jimmy, wrong clear. MPL gonna finish the job, and 9 rounds found on the CT side of Train. bait have their second win and a chance to make this a 3-map series after all.
Well, Michael MOUZ here on the T side of train, just getting in this map. It's bait running away with 9 rounds on that CT side. This is MOUZ's pick, Harry. Where did they go?
Oh, dude, I don't know. This is one of the weakest T sides you've seen from them in a long while here on train. Really struggled to get going, and they should have heeded the advice early that these T-side rounds are hard to come by. But on a CT, well, you know, it's a pistol. It's a step in the right direction, sure. But that's bait, brimming with confidence, trying to play a fast pistol round.
Yeah.
And they do all die almost instantly.
Yeah.
And so that maybe doesn't sound good, but there's plenty of runway. Here you go.
They've got lots of rounds, Harry. No one's ever come back from 9-3.
Stop being so facetious.
I am being a bit facetious, but let's see what they have on their T side, because I don't think MOUZ really got to play their game with how disruptive Head Trick was. Can MOUZ cause as many problems?
I don't doubt the CT side. It's just if Head Trick's able to keep finding openers on his orb, it might not be a remedy for that.
Yeah, even when Torshi had his a couple times in the T half, he was getting bested by Head Trick, taking those camera fights.
Don't lose this round.
No, they shouldn't. Spinx gets out after 1. And this upper play is going to get that ace up.
Get that ace, Spinx. Your exertion ruined it. But that's fine.
They're just happy to be here. Happy to be in with a chance after winning that pistol.
Well, hey, look, this was how they found almost all their rounds in the first half. Let's see if they can build upon it. Pistol and the conversions come through for MOUZ.
Right.
They're on the better side.
I got you guys. If you guys fucking listen to me and we play the way we know, we're gonna fucking win, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Confident from exertion. The in-game leader. Wait, no, that's Brolin. But no, very vocal player who knows what he wants, and I like that from him. Gonna get close, gonna force some early plays, calling his shots. And he was the difference maker in the last map as well, so I think it's nice that MOUZ have multiple players that they can rely on to be vocal in these games. Sometimes you can run out of steam. Exertion keeps the tank rolling. Keeps the train chugging. More coal.
They were eliminated in stage 1.
By Scrob. And actually it was stage 2. No, wait. Was it stage? No, it was stage 1. Oh my god.
Yeah,
He lost to Scrob. Who the hell is Scrob?
Brolin here. Looking in a maid. Catch Head Trick on his attempt at the boost. Now, you imagine, he doesn't think Head Trick's really tall. He knows there's more coming. And so a pretty convincing shutdown here. Now, you could be getting nervous at the number of flawless rounds being posted by MOUZ. And I wouldn't blame you. They have yet to make a dent, but that was the first attempt at rifles. Sometimes doing things for the first time is the sloppiest and the worst, and then it gets better. So let's see if they can dust themselves off when these guns next make an appearance. They're going to have a partial buy before that, so a chance to test the water a little bit more. You can see frustration setting in, though. These T-side rounds are hard to come by, notoriously.
Spinx having fun. Torshi with some keen shots, making that look very easy top train. They walk it over to B. Spinx playing this angle a lot here, but against Tech9s, it should be simple. Gets out with info, calls that rotate. Brolin spotting pop. MOUZ remain formed in this round. Util to block.
All right, Spinx. He's been having fun thus far, but full blind here, and the Tech9's closing in. Oh, Torshi regains control, and it's a fast clamp down on this B hit. Ooh, it's a nice shot for Essential. Does he have any more like that in the chamber? Next set of bullets rattle on past. And MOUZ now rejig the setup. They're closing in. Up through ramp. Brolin plays to deny that space. It only leaves the heaven climb out open, and Torshi's quick to deny it. Okay.
MOUZ are cooking. There is no doubt about it. Hamburg going crazy right now. Loving this comeback.
I was messaging a few of the attendees to the MOUZ HQ just to see what it's like. He said the vibe's actually really good and they hope MOUZ do it more often.
Hell yeah.
It does look nice. MOUZ, the people are liking it, so keep going.
I wonder, yeah, if they run it back maybe for London.
Yes, the opening stages of that are also online, moving in to the LAN playoffs.
Yeah, MOUZ will be having to play an online group.
It was weird going to the OVO in London and not being there for CS. Went there the other day for Bad Friends. Still a nice venue. Still holding up. So excited to get back there soon.
Waiting for the CS. Oh, that was a chance.
Nearly.
Don't want to give HEROIC his openers though. He gets one. Does it open up this A hit? Spinx is being aggressive on B, so he's going to have this quick flank and running through the smoke gets you nowhere fast. Torshi, he's on his new box, on his perch, and picking them off. 3 kills from this AWP. Bait sent packing.
Oh, Spinx on the aggression. Smiles all around from MOUZ. They feel like they've got them right where they want them. This comeback coming through. Flawless on the CT side. And the round's ending so quickly, so decisively in MOUZ's favor, and that's what's making you nervous here. It's these cataclysmic finishes. Bait can't say it. Any moment in this game yet, they've been close.
These T-side rounds are just so hard to come by. Dude, Torshi hitting some crazy shots here. They're going fast. That nade dunks them though, and look at them mauling. MOUZ have leveled out this game. So you think. Missed shots, it's all fine. 9-9. Someone call an ambulance for Bait. This is a comeback from MOUZ. 6 rounds in a row on CT side.
They need to chill, man. They're playing these rounds with a real rip-roaring pace, and they're never getting the openers. They're running into the full blanket of util to open them up. You want to see a bit more fakery. Like, you know Spinx is getting aggressive on B. When HEROIC has his AWP, which won't be in this round, I was hoping he would try and take an upper line to stop that. Spinx is just going back there again. That allows a heavier lean out in towards the yard. I feel like they have to punish Spinx and then try and slow down. They go for pop off the top. MOUZ are almost expecting a bit of an attempt to punish B. It might just be another fast play out and away. This time they get the opening. Exertion dead. And so a 4-on-4. They try to keep the pace high. Brolin looking to get overwhelmed next. Holds on for his. Oh, runs into their molly.
Wait, he's reading this.
Torshi. Gonna make it in time.
He saw him.
And they have no idea he's here.
No, this is
You last
crazy.
saw him out in connector. You will not be ready for him this close. He won't be able to stop the bomb plant, but he will get essential as soon as he's off the bomb. That leaves Alex in a very unlikely clutch. Now the bomb's planted for him, but Torshi's already on it. Cover in from the connector, and Jimmy taps him out. The fast pace, letting MOUZ now move into the lead.
Dude, that's such a read, just knowing that they're trying to create chaos on that A side before they take the bomb back. Torshi knows they're going to mid-round rotate, gets deep into B. What a great read. HEROIC had so much impact on the CT AWP, and Torshi right now is matching it. Roll a big double on the bomb side as well. That can't be forgotten about. Without those 2 kills, Bait would have had the A site from the first place.
Mate, we might go through this second half and HEROIC might not get to AWP again, which is a sad state when you think about how impactful he was. But because at this point now you've lost the initiative, MOUZ are in the lead, they're fast approaching that elimination point, and baiT's tournament life is on the line. They just need as many buys as they can. And they're still getting bomb plants, so they're scrounging these buys together, but it's gonna lack that AWP. They need a breakthrough round, or they need to find Torshi if they want one going forward. And I think the thing that does feel sad about this is it would be useful, as again, Spinks fights onto upper and finds an advantage for MOUZ.
Yeah, he was about to leave and he realizes that's clear. I've just found that both B players, so I've got all this control. He can check out PopDog, clear it out, force bait into this A play from limited position. paiN and Ivy. It's not really deady Ivy though. Jimmy's watching it from afar. Xerxes has to move in instead to stop this push. Jimmy can get contact first. He's going to make it a bit awkward, but only damage. Xerxes has to finish it off. Bomb dropped. 1v1 for the round right now. Alex wins it on 3 health. They smoke Spinks off. He won't risk going through. Not just yet. Double smoke.
That's weird. He's going to try and play through this as Spinks. MongolZ does not take his eyes off the prize. And so a tie game as bait finally break through. It's a huge streak of rounds from MOUZ. This keeps us tied up. I mean, now you have that AWP making an appearance as well. I'm assuming so.
You'd hope. Although I'm not sure.
I don't think they grabbed Torshis. Yeah, I don't think it will come out. Yeah. No, so
Torshi's got his though.
Still AWPless for bait.
They need a couple rounds in a row. They need to pick one up. That requires another win. That's their first T-side round. Full stop. It's a bit too quiet on the map. I'll rotate that AWP to hold upper.
It's just such a powerful line for the AWP. You saw Hedrick find a bunch of success in this position. Allows Spinks to just fully focus on ramp as well. That smoke will spread and see him fall. And now Torshi tries to cross in. That's an awkward miss. MongolZ low on health. Double opener.
Oh my god.
Takes it one step further. He's full blind. And it's MOUZ who go running into the waiting guns. MongolZ's looking for a fourth. He does this all at low HP.
Got a save, but I mean, money is good, yeah. Exits. Deny. Jimmy finds a second, reroutes, and is he done?
I think so.
They have so much money. I mean, he doesn't know it, but it's 1v1 for the round on B. Either way, not to be. And bait, back to back. More than MOUZ could ever muster on their T side once they hit the guns. Torshi, it's one miss that just ends everything, because that's MongolZ on a roll, dealing with that flash push. 4 blind, goes on to find 3 kills. Desperate B rush in a 4v5. Gets bait back in the game, taking the lead off of MOUZ. Fighting tooth and nail for that 3rd map of Inferno.
Yeah, credit to them. They've stuck to their guns, keeping the pace fairly high. They've taken out some of the early clashes, but it's still that hyper-explosive style of play from bait. Now it's starting to work for them. MOUZ approaching the end of their money. It's not quite there yet. They start no on B. Full 5 on A, so expect them to go looking for some room here. They lob in that early nade set. They see if there's any aggression, and when it doesn't come through, they'll move back into it. 3-2 setup.
Any way to get an advantage here, just going for wallbangs to the yard. That one. Nothing to collect here, MOUZ. Playing heavy inner. Punish before Exertion rotates out. Jimmy considering it. A lot of info for MOUZ. Ivy is always frightening. No one playing it just yet. Super late lurk from Alex. Hoping for aggression. Looks like they want to go for this out of sight though.
With the bomb left here, they're running out of a time where they could even change their mind on that.
Back to Pop Dog into Torshi Orb. He's going to get at least one shot off for free. This should just be a 5v4 for MOUZ. He smokes himself. I mean, the time is low. It makes sense. But bait are going to run through that.
Bomb still needs to be picked up here. No one's grabbed it.
Oh, Alex is going for it now, but it might be too late. They're getting massacred. Brolin triple from up close after the flash, and that bomb is going nowhere fast. 2 rounds in a row, MOUZ respond. And the money is again a problem for bait.
Counter-terrorists win.
Alex has not had a fun game, and it won't get any more, but he's going to be expected to save them here. If they buy up, they could get a couple more guns. Unreal for Brolin to be blind like this and just spray through it to find a triple. That resmoke for Torshi I thought would let bait in. Instead it shuts the door in their face.
Considering how pacey these rounds have been as well, MOUZ do a great job of recognizing the slow nature very early on in that round. The fact that Torshi even has a smoke to throw in at the 30-second mark, when you think about how explosive the rounds have been from bait, it's impressive, and it speaks to a good read on the situation in the game. They anticipated the slowdown. They kept everything in the chamber to stop it when that hit comes through. And it's left them in a good spot to try and close. 11 all. Money broken for bait. They're down to collection of hero guns here. Some Tech 9s.
I like the buy though. They had a bit extra on 2, so they buy up, but they're not overdoing it with util. They're still going to be able to buy next round.
They're playing for Ivy. They don't have a flash or anything to take him off the angle here. And so Torshi will have an open sight line for that first fight. And I mean, dude, he just wants to keep repeaking this. They don't have the util to punish him.
2's enough. 2
I don't know if it is if you're Torshi. Right now, you're feeling good about this.
Just don't want to let them in from this point. It feels unwinnable, right? 1 smoke. Xertion takes control of Ivy. Torshi's freed up. They're stuck in spawn. Comeback for naught here. They have to reclear everything. MOUZ from 9-3 down. Look to solidify match point, Malta point. Qualification to LAN. Take that little bit extra bounty off the head of bait. They are the most wanted. They want it more. 2 on B to stop this hit. 20 seconds down the ramp.
Jimmy on it. Takes first contact. Spinks springs out after the fact as Essential tries to keep this round alive. Spinks with a blinder.
Boom.
And the nades rain in. It's MOUZ on match and series point.
And I don't know
pulling this one all the way back from dire straits at the end of that first half. Just 3 rounds on their T side, but it has been punishing here in the second.
I don't know if we get that head trick orb that we were waiting for. No bomb plant is a huge problem. The double nade on default to stop the money. And head trick.
Stay focused, Ludwig, but after the game we renamed that spot Olaf to Brolin, okay?
Thank you, bro.
Let's go.
Renaming it Brolin. Close main rush here for bait. Charging out into the yard. Smoke shot for Xertion. And bait, it might be too quick.
I mean, now that they've shut down the player playing fast out towards Brolin.
Oh, God.
Spam even coming back the other way. No. Xertion.
It's done.
He's toggled on in the final round.
It's so easy to shoot back through those wall bangs. The traces really give it away, and you could be anywhere.
His eyes roll back in his head. Xertion becomes what everyone fears. He sees it clearly now, Brolin. They're not going A or going B. They're staying home. 5-on-3 as MOUZ look to complete the comeback here on their pick of train. That's in spite of one of their worst T-sides. Second only to the one versus Vitality in Austin. Just 3 rounds found, but this CT side has been able to withstand. Spinks with the lineup, and this is it for bait. It was a good try, but their time at Blast Bounty is over, and MOUZ are the ones to end it. 13 rounds straight for MOUZ on map 1, and a comeback to close on train.
MOUZ get the job done and they make it to Malta. Heartbreaking when you're looking at the bait on the other side of things, because both maps, they had quite the lead to be starting off with, but second best team in the world, Jacob, they get the job done.
They get the job done. They really had to sweat for it this time around, though. First match obviously was quite easy for MOUZ despite going down 5-0. Here on train, I felt like it was more so MOUZ, you know, having to fight their way back into the game, whereas it did feel like HEROIC and the boys from bait probably should have won train. So credit to MOUZ for keeping in the game. You know, it would have been easy to be like, we'll just do it on the third map, you know, maybe lose focus a little bit, but that was a hard-fought comeback in the second half.
It could definitely be a case of them losing a bit of focus, since they did manage to clinch Ancient that much, that easily. And also coming into train, you know, MOUZ board, it's a map that they have been working on. It's a map they constantly play against the top-tier position, and to find themselves against a team of bait that maybe plays a little bit different from what the teams are doing could also be a case. I think that bait went for a lot of aggressive plays in the beginning, what they're very categorized for, and that made MOUZ board sweat, and they seem to have a struggle, but a nice comeback to close it out.
Was there a particular turning point for you when we moved on to that CT side for MOUZ? Because we're talking like 7 rounds in a row to be bouncing back. Anything instrumental that they did?
I think winning the pistol and converting, you know, not necessarily something they did, but more so the nature of the map right now, the nature of the strength reliance between the two teams as well. Bait and their results are non-existent on train, so we knew that it was going to be tough for them on the T side. Now, had bait won the pistol and converted, it probably would have been game over. I think that would have been too much to handle for MOUZ. So I don't think there was a specific moment in the game where a certain player had a big moment or a big kill that changed the tide of the game, but MOUZ just got into the groove on the CT side.
I think Torsi was once again being very instrumental. Obviously, the Arbor gets to play a lot around train, but I also think that, again, exertion, but also Spinks having a good game. I think Spinks did a lot of good things on anchoring the inner bomb side. Had a lot of good situations as well by understanding the pace of the round, playing retake together with his boys, and just like playing things out to figure out MOUZ boards.
Shout out to Brolin as well. You were saying it, Jacob. You know, you might not think MOUZ are at their peak, but maybe Brolin is reaching his.
I think he's come out of the player break and looked very sharp. There were a couple of games in Cologne where, as I said, MOUZ didn't play well, and who steps up the most, who leads by example? Brolin. I remember a game on Ancient during Cologne as well, where he single-handedly brought them back into the game, having 3 or 4 buy rounds in a row with multi-kills coming out of cave, and I thought to myself, that's supposed to be Torsi, that's supposed to be exertion, but Brolin has that ability as well, and I'm sure if you spoke to the MOUZ players, they'd probably agree that from an individual standpoint, he brings a lot to the table, and he is a guy you can rely on. So yeah, I'm very much sold on Brolin at the moment.
Well, there were moments in the T side where Cyclone, he did have to chime in and hype the team up, so let's check in with what he said in this mic'd up moment.
Okay, guys. Just for the T side overall, let's really fucking work for it, because it can be tougher, okay?
Yeah.
Give me a fist bump. Let's log in.
Cyclone was totally right. First half, and actually at some points in the second half, it was tough for MOUZ. It was about focusing in, getting locked in.
But specifically what we just talked about, the fact that they need to lock back in. They had a very good, they won 13 rounds in a row on Ancient. Now they found themselves coming to train. Their map pick where they feel comfortable. They didn't get off to the start that they wanted. Maybe some of the frustrations is starting to come out, like, why are we not just running away with this one? And that is sometimes where you need to, as a player, to understand that just because it's your map pick and just because you're the clear favorite, that doesn't make it easy. It's not enough for you to just show up.
Well, with MOUZ netting the 2-0, we do have Torsi on the line for a few winning words. First of all, congratulations, Torsi. Tell me a bit about that train, because it looked a little bit more difficult for you to get over the line than that first map of Ancient. Tell me how it was in the server.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much. Yeah, the train was a little bit rough, to be honest, especially the T side, as you said. I think I have to give some props to HEROIC, because I think he had some really good angles to take versus us, and he punished us pretty well, to be honest. He got entry, I don't know how many times exactly, but all the runs we were down by the entry frags, and it was really hard to play. Like, especially on train, I think it's a difficult map to play on T side, and if you get entry as well, it's hard to win the runs, and they did a good job, but we know that our city side is really good, and we were prepared, so we were trying to stay in the game and just take as many rounds as we can. It was only 3, but yeah, we were happy with that if we can win the game. So yeah, but definitely there is some things we need to do better on train T side and be more aware of getting end-shit. Because I would say we couldn't even really play like rounds, because at 1:30 it's like 4-on-5, 3v5, and it's hard to piece the rounds together.
And we just got to hear a small TeamSpeak clip where Cyclone, in the beginning of the match, he tells you that this T-side might be a little bit difficult. You need to lock in a little bit and give you a fist bump. Can you walk us through like the thought process of this? Like, why would he have to come in and say, was it because of how Ancient went, that the way you close it out? But how was it to actually get your way back into the game?
Yeah, I mean, I think he just wanted, as I said, he just wanted to keep us in mentally, because, you know, when you are getting entry, you get frustrated and maybe you get emotional. And I think it's really important. I think Sertian said it on the beginning of the City side, that we should just play how we know to play City side and not play based on our emotions. Maybe we are a little bit angry and you want to push things or force things. And if you do that it will not work out. So we just needed to keep our legs on the ground. You know, and stay focused, because if we do what we know how to play on City, then we will do good, and that's what happened. We just stay focused, stayed in mentally. We didn't get too frustrated about each other, getting entry, you know, and things like this. So, yeah, I think that's what he meant in the timeout.
Torsi, I need your help a little bit here, to be completely honest, because it's not a secret that you now made another playoff, which you have a habit of doing pretty much all the time. Nor is it a secret that during the Major, as an example, you didn't play your best brand of Counter-Strike. I would even argue during Cologne, maybe not your peak level as well. Where do you feel you're at right now in MOUZ compared to where you were at, you know, a couple of months ago, where I felt like you were always reliant and always played your best brand of CS? It does feel like you guys are, I wouldn't say struggling more, but you're fighting more for the wins now than you used to. Is that fair to say, or am I wrong?
That's a fair question, I would say, but I don't think we are fighting more for the wins than before. But I give you that we always had this in MOUZ, that we don't really crush enemies. Like, we don't win 13-3, 13-5, but we need to fight for those wins. And I think we are still working on it, that we need some maps where we just gain confidence and we go 13-3 or we go 13-5, for example. The first map was a good example, but so I would give you that. But and about my performance, I definitely agree on the Major. I choked. I was not playing good, and I was really disappointed in myself. I was really angry, and I promised myself I will not do that again, especially for the Budapest Major. So I'm just trying my best, play good, and I feel like I'm doing good right now. I don't think I'm lacking at the moment, or I was lacking in Cologne. I wouldn't say that. So I'm happy right now, and I'm also happy where the team is going towards. I think we are getting better. We beat Vitality in the Cologne playoffs. So I think we are getting closer to that trophy.
Yeah, I was just about to say, no doubt you're playing significantly better than in Austin, and I think your entire team, we just spoke about it before, Brolan as well, stepping up to the occasion. I just have one more question, and to simplify it a little bit, how far do you think you are away from your peak, like your peak level in MOUZ, when everything is flowing, when you're at your best, when practice is going well? How far are you away from that MOUZ right now?
That's a good question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not sure. I think, you know, you could say that it's 1 or 2 steps away to get to our peaks, but, you know, there are a lot of things to work on always in a Counter-Strike team. You need to work on the meta. You need to, also, if you want to get to your peak, you want to be best in Counter-Strike, you always have to push the meta. You always need to figure it out what's going to be the next step to be in front of the other teams. So, yeah, it's difficult, you know, and, you know, we still need some work, but I think we are putting in the work in, and I think it will just matter of time when we get the trophies and we will be in top of the leaderboards.
Sounds good.
Okay, Torsi, one final question and another hard one. Or maybe it's a really easy one. We saw bait. They wagered 2.5K against you, and MOUZ said no. Is there a reason why you said no?
I have no idea about this, to be honest. I didn't know. I don't know how does it work, to be honest.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, I can't really answer.
You know, Torsi, if you could do some research for us and then provide us an answer when you get to Malta, we would love to hear that. We would absolutely love to hear that. Either way, congratulations. We will be seeing you in the studio next week in the top 8.
Thank you so much. See you in Malta.
I had to ask. I had to ask the question. I had to ask it. I don't know. Who's responsible for the wagering?
Sipix,
Maybe,
100%.
yeah, your boy?
That guy?
Yo, hit him up on Instagram. Yeah, get the DMs in.
I'll do that after this show. 100%.
I don't know. Either way, MOUZ making it to top 8. I mean, obviously, cause for celebration, but it is a necessity for them to be making it to playoffs, right? Like, we would be disappointed with anything else going on.
I mean, they're one of the favorites heading into this playoff, and I think all the other teams right now are respecting that as well. You have Vitality obviously still being the best team in the world. Then you have Spirit, who won in Cologne, and just after them, you got the likes of MOUZ, you know, pretty much on an island in that regard. I feel like MOUZ is definitely still a top 3 team in the world. So for them to be here, it's almost a given. And I also do think that when they're playing online, Peter, they play with a certain focus, they play with a certain resilience that we spoke about as well, that even when they're playing their B game or C game, they are so hard to put down.
Yeah, if we wouldn't have had MOUZ Sports here in the studio, that would have been a straight up disappointment. And I just hope we get to see another Vitality MOUZ matchup. I want to see if they can replicate what they did in Cologne. I think that's what I'm waiting for, so I hope that's going to happen.
Especially in a studio where they're sitting very close to each other, they can yell at each other, they can go crazy. That'd be perfect.
We'd be getting a hell of a lot of smack talk. Unfortunately, that does mean Bait fall and are eliminated here at the Blast Bounty. We do have HEROIC on the live just to give us a little bit of analysis after that game. Thank you so much for joining us. Commiserations. Can you tell me about the beginning of this map, right? We saw you going 5-0 up on Ancient. Was there a particular point where you felt like, you know, MOUZ were just getting the better of you and it was really hard to read and hard to call around?
Yeah, I feel like against these teams, like if you don't win some crucial clutches, you'll get smashed. So that's what happened. Like after 5-0, I feel like it was some 2v2, 3v3 situations, and we just didn't play it better than them, and they won it. So when you lose these situations against good teams, then like it's hard to play. Ancient, they're gaining more confidence like after the bad start for them, and yeah, it was kind of hard to play like second side as well.
Moving on to Train, we just spoke to Torsi, who said that you in particular was a tough opponent. The angles you took, your AWPing, was something that caused them a lot of issues. Is that something you specifically have been working on, or is that a map you feel comfortable on?
I just felt that on Ancient I didn't like shoot, like I had once op and I didn't use it enough, so I felt like I need to do it more on Train, and this is also AWP map, and I was just trying to get some good angles for me, so it will be annoying for them, and it worked on city side, and I felt really good. Like individually, I felt that they just need to pick me because of the map, and then I just need to hit some easy shots. So yeah.
And it's no secret that you guys in Bait has been grinding, and recently you've put in the performance to actually participate in tournaments where there's a lot of harder opposition. Do you also feel, by also what you're mentioning, that if you don't win these type of clutches, do you feel that the opposition has gotten harder for you? Do you feel like you're still learning, or where do you find yourself as a team right now?
Yeah, definitely. We're playing like better tier opponents like recently, and of course, like at the beginning, it's hard like right now for us at these specific situations. And but I think we still like have pretty good potential like with the close games we have right now. So we just need to move on, and I guess like be a better team for the next events. And right now, the most important is like to check the demo and see how it's better to play next time. So hopefully we will gain more confidence, and in future, like to play close and maybe beat that caliber of teams.
HEROIC, what is going to be next for Bait? I see you have like EPL on the card, COC, I think as well. Are you having a boot camp in between that? Like, what's going to be the next moves for the team?
Yeah, we'll have some LAN events at the end of the August, and right now we have some time for preparation. Then we will have a boot camp before ESL Pro League, and yeah, we have some good events coming up. So, as I said, we need to be better for them and to work even more.
Best of luck in those upcoming events, HEROIC. Thank you so much for your time. We'll see you later.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Yeah, I mean, it was just such a rough draw for Bait, right?
Yeah.
You look at this and go, okay, you can choose your own opponent. Wow, that's a really good opportunity. And then you're left with either MOUZ or Vitality. Like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't for Bait in this situation.
Not much they could have done differently. I think, you know, the Train performance was probably one they can use as well. You look at the track record they have on Train, and it hasn't been pretty, so maybe that installs them a bit of confidence that if they put in some more work into that map and figure out how to play the T side, that could be a card in the future to play. Overall, I almost, you know, intrusive thought right here. I'm just inviting you into my brain. I felt like when you asked that question for it was like, yeah, they're probably happy, you know, to go back and play a couple of CCT tournaments, you know, to get some confidence again, to get into the winning ways. Because making the step from being a top 16, top 18, top 14 team playing against the best every time, Peter, it's so tough.
Yeah, and he was being very honest about it. You know, he recognized that if you don't win these type of clutch, or if you throw away too many of your advantage situations, then you will not beat teams like MOUZ Sports. And I mean, I don't think it would necessarily help them to go back and play against teams that are of lesser caliber. I think the only way forward for bait is just to continue to get these type of matchups where they get pushed, they get punished.
Yeah.
They need to go back and learn, because that's the only way forward. You learn by your mistakes, and that's what I think.
But I do believe there's a point to be made that you need to win sometimes. You know, if you constantly lose, or if you play 10 games and you lose, 9 out of those games, despite you maybe learning and losing, at some point you need to farm a bit of confidence and get into the winning ways as well. And I guess it's not that simple.
Oh, we did try that in Vitality when things weren't going really the way, and we decided to participate in some online tournament where we ended up losing against like a Bulgarian team, and then we just looked like even bigger fools. So I don't think that's necessarily always the good way.
Because bait's fault that you suck.
Let's say that bait decided to go back and play a tournament like that. Then everyone expected them to win it, but then if they don't win, that's just going to take more confidence out of them. So I think that's like a very fine balance.
Either way, single elimination is savage. MOUZ do prevail. They will be joining us in Malta at the beginning of next week. And I don't know about you guys, I love listening to the mic'd up moments from MOUZ. So let's check in with another one, this time from the halftime of Train.
I got you guys. If you guys fucking listen to me and we play the way we know, we're gonna fucking win, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's exactly what happened.
Everyone agrees, and that's pretty nice. I like it. He's a big voice put in the team. Obviously, so nice to get to hear from him. Peter, you said it as well. Had a great game here on Train. Really stepped up when it mattered the most. It does feel like such a nice place to be right now. I think MOUZ, is one of those teams where they give me sort of vibes of, I hate to say it right, but Astralis back in the days where you're all friends, you're all hanging out, you're all traveling together, you're all spending an awful lot of time together, and they seem very friendly with each other, where we have seen teams before who had a lot of success where, on the server, they're all friends and they're playing well together, but off the server, maybe not as tight-knit as MOUZ are right now.
It surely feels like that, and also with the history of the majority of the team coming from the Academy project, also with Cyclone, their coach, then I liked what I hear from Exerge. One thing is that we've talked about what he delivers inside of the server, but this is also kind of a outside of the server kind of moment where he motivates his troops. He's not the in-game leader, but he takes up some of this kind of captain role a lot. What Magic reminds me did a little bit back in Astralis, whether it was actually Glaive being the in-game leader. This is something you will probably hear out of Apex and Vitality, but it's good to hear that it's not only necessarily has to come from Brawling, but it also comes from the guy that maybe just makes the majority of the plays for the squad.
Yeah, it's a proper brotherhood. I think MOUZ. That's how I would summarize it. I don't know whether we can bring up our, sidebar graphic with the most wanted versus the bounty hunters, but if we're moving into next week, you have got MOUZ, Spirit, the Mongols up for picking if you are the bottom four, so that's 5 through 8, and then most likely Vitality later. So I think there's kind of one clear, I don't want to say easier pick, but I think if you're going to be first pick, you're probably going to go for the Mongols, depending on your history. But like between the presumed other three, that's tough.
It's gonna be incredible tough. You're right. I think the Mongols right now is probably the team that most would pick. Then again, we saw G2. They went straight into Spirit, and they got to feel that was a bad decision, despite Dunk having the worst performance pretty much ever. I think the quality right now of MOUZ, Vitality, and Spirit is at such a high level, that you have to go for the Mongols, because honestly, the top three right now, they are a step above everyone else.
Well, 100%. If I were to pick, that's probably the most obvious choice is to go for the Mongols, also from what they have been showing. So having to go into all three is going to be very difficult, but that's also what's going to bring some very interesting matchups.
Gentlemen, I'm getting a little bit emotional because I have to say goodbye to you two. Now,
I'm
you're
so
heading back to Denmark. You are smiling from ear to ear because you've got to run how many kilometers? Cycle
marathon.
How many
Yeah, it doesn't matter, Freya. It doesn't matter.
Thank you so much, Dupree, as always, for joining us here. Hopefully, we'll be seeing you back very soon. But we do have plenty more Counter-Strike to be diving into. 2 more games to determine the 2 last teams that will join us here in Malta next week. Rounding out the day with Legacy versus Vitality. Not before HEROIC take on Aurora after this.
Welcome back to the Blast Bounty, where we've swapped shifts between the desks for the last time on this particular event. We're taking the mantle, we're taking the torch. I'm Darth Mike, joined here on desk by Vu and Maui Snake. How you doing today, boys?
Can't complain. Pretty good. Looking forward to some great CS.
I'm sad that the Danes are leaving us, so it's not my favorite day. I miss those guys already. I'll be watching, Pimp. We'll see if you complete that Iron Man.
We'll see if he does. We'll see if he does. Very exciting on the horizon for one Jacob Pimp Winicky. But what's exciting for us on the horizon is we've got a banging matchup. We are going into a matchup here between Aurora and Heroic. And this is a Heroic team that, with all the chaos of this last week, I don't know if we thought we were going to get at this point, but they have made it. And there's one hurdle between them and a trip to Malta and a LAN appearance for one Scrob, and that hurdle is Aurora.
It's not the tallest hurdle that we're getting, actually. I feel like Aurora has shown at the final stage of the major and at Cologne not the best side of themselves, despite being a team that qualified for every single playoff that they faced in 2025. At the major, they came up a little bit short, and I mean, I'm gonna say I called it. The writing was on the wall. I called it at the very first bounty of the year that they needed to probably keep innovating, but I felt like in the middle of last season, Aurora sort of stagnated with their approach, and I don't think that the map change of Anubis out, Overpass in is also going to help their chances into this season.
Yeah, I mean, the map change can't be ignored. That's Aurora's home map. It's kind of obvious that they're one of the most hurt teams by losing Anubis, and now they're going to have to, I suppose, pick up Overpass because they
don't play Ancient.
Yeah, they just don't play Ancient. So where else are they going to go? You can see in the, I mean, based on ranking, they're not going up at the moment. But I mean, you have to admit that Aurora had a very strong start to the season. And this isn't a team that I think before this year we really expected to do as well as they did at the beginning of this year. So coming into the beginning of this season, now that they've got Xantarez back, I have some hope for them to innovate, as you're saying, and actually bring themselves back up to a higher form.
I think it's also important to specify that, right? There's been some turmoil, there's been some tumult. Xantarez has had some health issues, has had some personal issues that kept him away from the team. They've been playing with xFloud and standing, but he's back. He's back with the squad, he's competing with them, and we know what this guy delivers. He delivers individual performance day in and day out. He has been this consistent rifling star for just so long now.
Xantarez should be considered in the rarefied air that people like Nico, that Donk occupy. I guess Elige, you would actually throw him in there. In terms of his entry success, his entry frequency, he's one of the best crowbars we have in the space, consistently finding ways to make Madger's job a lot easier as a caller and to elevate himself, rightfully so, to a top 20 position as one of the best players in the world.
I mean, Xantarez was one of the biggest question marks we had in CS for a long time. He had that stint on Big, he went back, and he just never kind of peaked to that level that you always thought that Xantarez could hit the top 20. He could be one of the best players in the world, but coming into CS2, boy, has he showed it on this Aurora roster.
Yeah, he has. And I mean, this should be a shot in the arm for this Aurora team where they've started it's never fun to not really know what your roster is going to be, to not know who you're playing with event to event. So now they've got their full five. They can cement it. They can sort of start to begin that process of the innovation that you were talking about, Maui, hopefully coming in. There's some other pieces here, though. There's one guy named Woxic who's going to be on the scope, and he's got to go against a guy that he probably didn't hear about before last week, Scrob Daddy.
I think Woxic is one of the underrated parts of the Aurora roster. You have that trio of riflers, aggressive riflers that get all of the plaudits. Everyone talks about Jota, they talk about Xantarez, they talk about Wikidia. I think Woxic deserves a little credit, and it is a huge theoretical firepower differential between these two.
I see we're doing him dirty on the graphics, showing 0 trophies for Scrub. Guys, he didn't know he was playing on his team until Tuesday.
It's not the kindest way to compare these players when Woxic has, at this point, more or less a storied legacy regarding Turkish players, the stint that he had on MOUZ, what he's done with Aurora, previously Eternal Fire. I mean, I think it's night and day in terms of experience, but Scrob did show us some very positive signs in that series that he played.
He did. He's become the storyline. He's become the name on everyone's lips, and to hear from one set of lips, we'll listen to his. We have an interview. Scrob, what a whirlwind it's been. When did you actually find out you were going to be playing here?
When was it? It was Tuesday, I think, last week, or this week. I was told that they were going to play with stand-in in this tournament. So yeah, not that long ago, but yeah.
Still sub a week. What's the experience been like so far, bumping up to the main team?
I mean, it's been great. Like, just to get to play this is amazing for me. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's great.
Now, we've gotten a little bit of an introduction to you over the last few days, but I want you to put it in your own words. How would you describe yourself as a Counter-Strike player?
That's pretty hard to say, but we'll probably describe it like more on the passive side as an AWPer, you know. But yeah, just willing to play the game and take some risk sometimes if that's what the team needs. That's basically me, I think.
And when we talked to LNZ about it, he said that one of his priorities was to make sure that you had some room to be comfortable, that it wasn't just dictating what to do, but a little bit of space for you to do your own thing. Has that been noticeable? Have you felt like they've done a good job of adjusting you into the team?
Yeah, of course. Like, of course, there's a little bit of microing me because, like, as he said as well, like, I've only been with them to one prac day. So, of course, there's a little bit of microing. But, I mean, when I come with some calls as well, like, I'm completely open to make the calls on the team. So, when I come to the calls, they're pretty much listening to it as well. So, I think it's great.
There must always be a mullet in the land of Counter-Strike. And though they've done him dirty in that player profile, I promise, he's picked up that mantle. Halzerk may have shaved it. Darty hasn't been at a LAN in a while. But Scrob steps to the plate to have some flow to go with the stats as well.
That's how I rate my AWPers. How is their hairstyle? Do they have the flow? Scrob's got it.
Scrob's got it. And in the matchup that we saw yesterday, right, Scrob was kind of occupying that space of not the problem, but not the standout, up until that last map of play when we really started to see him shine on the overpass, Maui.
Right, and the way that he was able to play in that one is kind of how he even described his own play style. I don't think he was ever really getting too aggressive throughout that entire series. He was picking his spots pretty wisely, doing a little bit more work in the mid-late round, just showing that he's not going to be the playmaker necessarily of the round, but when called upon, he can be a little bit of an X-factor difference. But I mean, for Scrob, this has only been a positive experience, and I only expect that this will be a positive experience even if he bombs versus Aurora, because he's not really even supposed to be here. So even one good series shows the potential in that he can fit into what is arguably a tier 1 team.
For being a guy that we really didn't know anything about until he was coming into this event, I think he's acquitted himself decently. And the best part is, right now, in this heroic team, he doesn't have to do anything extraordinary because they're riflers. I'm talking about Nilo, I'm talking about Tanir. They have been lighting up the server here, Vu.
Yeah, I mean, Scrob had a couple silent maps, but those were the maps where Tanir and Nilo showed up, and they showed why they're on this roster. I mean, Tanir has been a star this whole season. He's been this whole year. Nilo disappeared for a little bit, and it's still uncertain as to why. I wasn't super happy with the way he played just at the beginning of his time back, but I think in the game against Complexity, he showed exactly why he's there. He showed what he can bring to the heroic roster that can bring them to a slightly higher level.
If I were to make a top 20 list today for players of the year, Tanir barely misses it, but he's in that 21 to 25. He has been really darn good for Heroic, and real ball knowers will remember Tanir of 2025 as being one of the best players, even if HLTV doesn't put him on their list, because they probably won't, because Heroic aren't getting into deep enough runs in playoffs to show his mettle, but he has been darn good and consistent.
That feels like a very bold statement. What I'm curious about is if we're going to get anything bold in this veto, because it's time to find out what map we're going to play. It's time for the veto. Is there anything here that would knock your socks off?
If someone changed their ban?
Yeah, I guess that's that would be a big surprise. I mean, I want to see if Heroic, with the experience that they just gained on Overpass, want to test Aurora on it, given that Aurora's never played with this 5-man lineup, or at least recently. And actually, wait, they picked it?
Aurora going for Overpass.
Aurora just picked Overpass.
They did?
Wow, I'm kind of impressed by that. Wow, I liked it. I like that a lot.
Your socks, they're knocked.
They are. They're definitely off right now. I almost feel like in the veto now, Heroic's probably just a little bit surprised, and now they go with Dust 2. I feel like Aurora could have picked that one themselves, perhaps. Like, that's I'm happy about this veto. It didn't go the way I expected necessarily, but I'm surprised in a good way.
Yeah, if you put this into a simulator, I think they had Aurora picking Dust 2 and Heroic picking Train. Instead, it's Aurora picking Overpass and Heroic picking Dust 2. Backwards. It's backwards.
Yeah,
it's backwards.
It just feels a little backwards. Yeah, so I mean, either way, I mean, this will be the first time that we see Aurora playing this map. I mean, I don't know if actually they might have played it in 2023 when it was still in the pool, but it's been at least a year since they have last played it. So a lot of fresh stuff has been happening since then. I think people have slightly adjusted their play style since then. So we'll see what kind of tricks they have.
Yeah, I actually think it's a great map for Aurora's potential playstyle. It's kind of similar to Anubis on that CT side. You have to be continually aggressive, pushing, pulling across the map. Makes a lot of sense for Aurora, but the question is if they've practiced it quite enough coming into this series.
That is the question that we'll have to answer, the question that we will be answering throughout this game. Two guys who bring a lot of questions and a whole lot of answers. Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
The answers to life, Mike, I can't help you there. I'm sorry about that one. The answers about Counter-Strike, you guys have given us. Now it's time to see who steps forth, Launders. An Aurora under challenge by a hot-handed taiN. With a stand-in, Heroic impressed me, especially that Overpass game. It's nice to see that Scrob's got some legs to stand on.
I think it's kind of weird. Like, it's cool to see Aurora pick Overpass, but also it was probably going to get picked by Heroic. So they might have just wanted to float that and then show us how prepared they were for it. Instead, it just opened up a new option for Heroic to take the second map. So it's weird. It's kind of an interesting stand. Like, it does make the game interesting that they're willing to go here. So it might get in the heads of Heroic a little bit, but I'm pretty sure they'll just be happy about the veto. But yeah, this is what naturally needs to happen for a team that loses Anubis. There's a few teams actually that lost Anubis that they were good at it, and then they're actually happy to have Overpass because they were good at it before. Aurora, it's sort of just more of a question.
It's like potentially a natural remedy.
Potentially, yeah.
Replace what you did well with what replaces it, but obviously different beasts in Overpass. Obviously, when you've got Woxic and you've got a rifler like Xantares, and we talk about the importance of AWP and rifle combos on A of Overpass and how suffocating that can be for an attack, makes sense to me if they're able to tap into comfort. We'll see.
I agree.
Right now, starting on the defensive side, and Aurora lean back.
They were a top 5 team all last season. This is a map that if you're a top 5 team, you should be playing.
Yeah, exploit teams that specifically also have stand-ins, let alone a lack of experience. But it's not going to be the first kill for Aurora. Acadia takes one down. It's Xantares with the other pair of Berettas working out elsewhere. And here comes taiN. Early on, this guy's going to have to go for a clutch. Has really made a name for himself, like Maui said, kind of on the tip of the tongue when you talk top 20. Doesn't have the results to go with it, but the individual level is undeniable. 2 players in between this site await his arrival. Bomb beneath the dice box, but they feel like he's coming at them, thinking enough times past you'll find him in the open, and it's an excellent place for Joda to close it out.
Yeah, it'll need to be some deeper runs from Heroic to get him in a position where that can be talked about. But look, when you watch him play, it's like, yeah, he's like consistently making top tier decisions. It feels like he could just get a call up to a team. Like, it would be a risk, but he's probably better than Brokey was when Brokey got a chance to play for FaZe, right? It's like taiN definitely has turned heads, and it's the consistency on top of, I feel like, the aim and decision making. It's, he's gonna be an asset for a long time. Should be a hard match for Heroic and Scrob because, like, yeah, everyone's got a little game tape on Overpass, but this is Aurora's first time with this lineup and everything, playing it here in CS2, so.
If they're lucky, Heroic will just be able to tap back into what got them over the line versus Complexity. Problem is you don't have Complexity to play against themselves. And that helped. Aurora, no strangers to mistakes, though. For the time being, Aurora's given a lot of space over to Heroic, so comfortable on the approach to the site. Molotov down in the middle of the pack. Joda triple from the water, sets up the close from barrels, and it's not even needed because Xanterra's already challenges the Heaven Smoke. Very clean tethering off the defenders.
I'm already liking sort of everything about these rounds out of Aurora, so we'll see what this translates into in these upcoming, but they look ready, they look confident, aim looks good, not getting shaken by anything. Exec has no impact. I think that Molly's an inch off.
Mm-hmm. Takes the wind out of the sails for Heroic on the force buy. Save out, Tech9 in hand for Youngstar. During the pre-game, before we were on the mics, Tanir and Nilo came up as a duo, and you reacted fondly.
Yeah, they're definitely the duo. Sometimes it's manufactured the way people see it and the way it actually is. Sometimes it's an in-game duo, but in terms of friendships, it's totally different. I think when we look at the in-game aspect between Nilo and Tanir, they brought a lot of their 2vx situations very close or won them. And I think I was very impressed by Nilo's ability to speed up to match Tanir's energy in those moments, where I think if you put him in a 5v5, he's roaming a little bit more slowly, and he looked like he could adapt very well. So it feels like Tanir's going to bring the best out of Nilo over some time.
Assuming he can continue to keep up, because that's the challenge. Keeping up with guns in this round. That MP9 Scrob's holding on to obviously comes off of the dead CT towards long, so pistols creep out towards A, grab a weapon, group up opposite side of the map. And we can see some repositioning going on here for Aurora. Smoke comes down on Heaven, and they get dangerously close to the site. Again, not really working with the guns, so bomb plant would be good, and that's what they get. But Aurora not tested whatsoever in the face of pistols. The MP9 picked up also doesn't find a victim. The fact Heroic even get away with a plant, I think they should be happy about.
Yeah, it's pretty wildly successful on the kills front, not dying. I think that's what Aurora are thinking about right now. They just want to bank up as much money as possible in these first 3 rounds. They couldn't ask for a better start, honestly. Map like Overpass, you're going to want that op as much as possible. It's an expensive thing to have. Plus, you're going to want your CT mollies 100%. This is not a map where you come in, force down on $4,000 in low buy and see what happens, and then just get your economy crushed and lose out to T-side teams. You want to be ready. So they'll block the smoke.
We had a lot of praise to sing for Scrob on the CT side of Overpass. And it was his best map of the 3 in the series versus Complexity. Hasn't really got the ball rolling in these first 3 rounds at the disadvantage. See if the op changes anything. Madger jumps up, confirms 2 players short side already. But movement inside of Connector, so no guarantees here for Aurora.
It's one of those words.
It is. It really is. For Aurora. But
Heroic Aurora.
Seeing that player inside of short is enough to give Aurora confidence to make a play. There's this perfect balance between letting Heroic take over map control, let them kind of creep away from one another, get too thin, and then make your move. This is what we see. Then into the boost as we watch Heroic try to kind of crawl their way back towards B site, even if it was a fake. But it's not. Bomb behind LNZ. They're trying to walk this in. He has no trade potential. Each of these kills going down with not one player shooting back at Aurora. And now while Nilo creeps into the A site, something he did pretty damn well versus Complexity, winning rounds at times, everything else goes poorly for Heroic, and a 4-0 start established.
Yeah, unfortunately, when we watched Complexity, we could be critical of the fact that they were leaving sites unguarded when you have high numbers or spot bomb. And so, if Aurora are not going to make that mistake, and maybe that's what they saw last time from Heroic, from their demo, then they feel like, okay, well, that's an easy fix. 4 frags here for Arcadia.
Oh, after time.
Oh, yeah, that's pricey.
Uh-oh.
Pricey deaths.
It's going to leave Nilo with $1,100.
That tactic beautifully paired with the molly and the nade.
Heroic gonna buy lightly here, just keeping 3,000 on Scrob. Op incoming, soon to be. 3 sets of Kevlar, though. Aurora haven't been running anything too risky. There's that one death from, I believe it was Woxic over on Long when he gave over an MP9. That's the most advanced we've had any Aurora setup out of spawn.
Yeah, it's already feeling like a 10-2 game if Heroic can't take it up a gear. I'm not looking at anyone in any of these positions for Aurora and thinking, what are they doing here? Like, this is a little bit different. It's very standard. It's very simple. It looks fundamentally sound to how we've always seen Overpass being played.
I think it's a natural look for their first official on Overpass.
Towards the end, doubling up on Woodwall. Oh, aim so good. It's that Xanteris bathroom rifle combo we've talked about.
Oh, God. The daunting task of pushing through Woxic and Xanteris.
Again, you're a top 5 team, so that means you have an elite opper, and then you have an elite rifler. You put them together on bathrooms. That's why you play the map.
We got a great showcase of it here versus what was Pistols. Galil almost catching him off guard. Tanir's going to come wide, showing both players present front bath. Long player for the CTs should still lock this in. It's a great attempt here from Heroic. They put themselves into a post plant, but back's turned and Madra's position goes unnoticed long enough for him to just come through with an easy retake. Again, showing a bit of promise here when they finally put that pedal to the metal.
At least they're getting plants, but I mean, all the while, so much money is being made for the CTs. It's 5-0, like, pistol round was a 2v1. I don't know if there's any other rounds that were less than majority.
No, just the pistol. 3 players alive at least for the other 4 rounds since pistol. They waited for this buy, which means Op back in the hands of Scrob, hunting for the first kill. A little more forward versus an expected gun round.
Trying to spot that boost. Great to see Xanteris back at it.
Yeah, it just didn't feel right, Aurora not having him in the server.
Yeah, it's almost weird to even bring up their results without him.
He's also officially in the 30 club of Counter-Strike players.
Is that when you have over 30 ADR?
Nope, that's when you're, believe it or not.
So I'm in that club.
30 years old. You're in that club too.
Double club. Gold member.
Oof, on that smoke on half wall.
They're running out of time, so it's going to be obvious. If Xanteris still pushed out here, so if they don't start throwing nades from where he is, he could just tell his teammates to leave. It's simple as.
Heroic get onto the perimeter of B. We get this movement, but confirmed by Madra. He sees all those bodies. Now there's going to be a franticness to Heroic. They know there's no element of surprise. Gotta just brute force your way through. Tanir, a bit of a specialist at that, is the only guy to pick up frags. Madra's on the scene to stop him. Molotov's gonna make that low health player uncomfortable. Joda, 4 HP, 5 seconds. He could get the kills here. Scrob, you've just gotta push. Push this last player, and the round hits. Oh, he just missed it. And he loses the duel regardless.
He seemed to almost not know where that last guy was, or communication was probably hectic. A lot going through his mind. He did just kill someone back of the site in water, so nice try. But ultimately, it's a close round, but like that was a lot of control there for Aurora. The start was great to this hold. 2 kills to kick it off. The 3v5 response. Very late into the round. Unfortunately for Heroic, they did not set this up to be a very surprising exec. They had Xanteris was not pushed back to the site. There was nothing done on long at all at A. The only thing that was killed was the clock in this spot. So I think it is the perfect time to get your coach involved.
And just to rub salt in that wound, Scrob ends up dying after time.
Oh.
So money again going to be affected. Second time already. 6 rounds of play on your Opper, no less. $150, a Glock, a smoke, and a flash. He's playing a different game. Got to give a bit of credit to taniR for almost strong arming his way through. Great grenade. Flopped on Madger's head. And the wallbangs just off the mark slightly. LNZ gets chipped down, but considering that walk-up took that long and he put so many bullets through it. Easy one for Woxic, though, up to the leg, and that wallbang from Madger is why LNZ goes down. That's the Tech 9 dead. But it really feels like Heroic are almost too scared to skip steps. And in not skipping steps, they're playing so slow that Aurora have always had time to figure out what's coming.
If you don't skip any steps, you're just obvious. You're just like everybody else.
This is a pace of play that Aurora are going to find comfort in.
Sometimes you got to put your pants on 2 feet at a time.
Just jump. They'll try it now. Remember, 2 Tech 9s out here. AK's in the mix. taniR, again, the one player to try to break through this defensive line. Scrob's gonna go down with nothing, so bomb to be scooped up. taniR, it's a 1v4 and an ace needed. And you can see the confidence. Xantera is gonna come swinging out heaven to put this one to rest. 7-0 CT side.
Big statement here for Aurora. They pick a map that Heroic may have and probably would have picked versus them. They had a chance to pick it second if they wanted to. And, well, they show us why. They look prepared on everything, whether it comes to the spams or the setups. Their util tactics on short, they're definitely drilled. They're ready to play overpass. It's looking like, you know, they're ready for another level of competition on the map.
Right, yeah. You said it before, it's looking like a 10-2 half.
Yeah.
I'll go one further. It's looking like an 11-1 half.
Okay, I like it.
You know, we haven't really seen Heroic even try to change up the tempo just yet. This round looking like it could be the one, but you're going to be constantly slamming yourself against this majority Aurora B-hold. Trying to crawl up short. Looking to do it unannounced. LNZ, tip of the spear, starts to move it in. Wakadia and Joda for the first 2. Monster player this time
3.
held back. And Youngstar's double kill puts him to the clutch. Bomb's gonna go down. Got a frag grenade for Woxic. This A combo of Woxic and Xantera, and that nade hits him perfectly as he's trying to get out. Concerned about Heaven, and they're way too close already to Graffiti, so this is just a suffocating defense for Heroic to try to stomach.
It's like, this is actually a pretty solid attack, but one guy on Woodwall gets 3 kills. And that's why you play here. It does net you the chance to have a really good advantage on both fights, and you see the shadows on long. You can turn it short off support, but not supposed to get 3. That's above and beyond, and that actually is not a fluke of a round either. Look at his scoreline.
It's like, at what point do we just start to get into those all-ins from Heroic?
Yeah, that's the really tough part about overpass is like your fastest option is like slow, you know? If you're not rushing B outright, how do you start to have fun on T side when you're just getting constricted on every choke point? It's like almost hard to get motivated to do the defaults correctly.
Yeah, I think that's why the haters of Overpass are so loud, because it is such an extreme example.
When things are going badly, it sucks.
It is probably, you know, one of the worst halves. That and T-side train, same deal, right? The parallel between the two.
Definitely. It's just a hard map.
It's like you can have 0 fun for 12 rounds if you are on the attack.
You start getting wall banged from every angle on short. You start taking nades from places you don't know. The op on A is miles away from you every time you die. And the map just feels very small and very slow. But if you're good at it, you're going to have fun.
That really is the solution. Simply be better. Well-timed flank from Wicadia. Haven't seen Aurora get aggressive on the flanks like this, but they can sense blood in the water, and they will sweep away all the pieces of Heroic. Again, it's all about the timing. You finally get close to that A site, but you've given up so much behind. And they were lurking around that B site at the start of the round, trying to get away from it, trying to show presence. It's just Aurora test them, and they find nothing there. No protection on the flank.
It's kind of crazy because, so if you don't have blue control on this map, then your rotation goes from like 6 or 7 seconds downstairs to like 15+ seconds rotating all the way around through spawn. It's brutal. But in this map, we haven't really had Aurora even try to take it on CT side. They're not really bothering with forward aggressive CT spots. I don't know if that'll change, but it feels like Heroic really want them to try that.
Here we go. There's that aggressive move. Already players out through Monster, dropping smokes at their own feet. Wicadia just looking to survive. Madger gets his, and Joda's got vision from inside of this. Joda and Wicadia have been lights out between the two.
Oh, brother.
5-7's just tearing through the players. They finally get footing on site, but they are still swarmed. There is no place that's safe. And when we talked about this duo of Xanteres and Woxic, who's going to tear you apart on A, the solution, avoid them, continue to hit B. Look at what Wicadia and Joda are doing. Look at their scores. 16-2 is Joda, 14-6 Wicadia.
And that's to say that Xanteres and Woxic have had a couple of clips. They're actually not really missing either. They're just not getting the action because they're playing A.
None at all. There's that one round, 2 rounds maybe, they tried to trickle out through bathrooms, and we did have that moment where Woxic just pummeled them with the op. B-site's seen so much action. Here's the 10-0 half, and at this point we can say, feeling like a 12-0. Aurora may have lost Anubis in between the seasons, and we thought that was a massive red flag for a team that was slowly but surely falling off from their heights of starting last year with a bounty win.
And unfortunately, it'll never be a benefit that they lost Anubis.
Sure.
But if they can pick up off of this, that would be so impressive at the very least.
It definitely stopped the ship from taking on any water. The map pool department should be fine.
Crazy.
You go back to the A site, you decide, screw it, let's try him. Test that Opper, test Xanteres, and you give up 11 straight.
They could still get that one round if you think they could. They could still do it. Still chance for that 11-1 that you wanted.
I'm going to say 12-0.
12-0, he's saying 12-0.
I mean, just
as long as we don't say that
rounds.
other thing. Ooh, Nilo 1-10. I mean, this game. How do you kill anybody? I don't know. I thought games like this, I don't even like picking on individual form. It's like, hey, Nilo, how come you didn't save him? But like, you know, Zanir even, you know, how come Zanir's not saving him? It's like, dude, this is, there's levels to this.
This is a full team beating a full team. And in an act of desperation, Youngstar's just gonna dive bomb this B site. Starting to look a little better. Man advantage, something that they have not been able to come by too often, but in preparation for that challenge, Xanteres gets the gun out at the perfect moment. Nilo's down to half health, and you've got Xanteres' prying eyes already posted out from heaven, ready for you, and so sharp, keeps the challenge going, and so it is indeed the flawless CT side. Heroic riding a high with that victory over complexity. Don't find a single morsel on this attack. Well, it was hype on one side of the server. Woo! Aurora absolutely dominating their way through that CT side. A flawless 12-0 in their first official outing on Overpass. So
yeah,
good to know the map pool is being rebuilt with the absence of Anubis. That was a crazy red flag that Aurora were always going to have to deal with.
I would love to continue to talk about Aurora as a top 5 team, continuing off everything's normal, because they were playing that quality Counter-Strike. And even though they never really got past top 5, they were consistently good. I mean, that's still very impressive.
Yes.
All the playoffs, lots of great matchups. They're the reason the Vitality streak wasn't stronger to begin with. They got that 2-0 earlier on in the year. They were a team that played great CS. Again, a nice composition, nice national team here that's gotten the best out of their region all in one place.
I mean, Shanghai was a higher peak for MongolZ than it was Aurora, but MongolZ and Aurora were kind of just cruising at the same altitude.
Absolutely.
And we were talking about how both these teams could actually break through simultaneously. How cool that would be for Mongolia and for Turkey to have a full representation from their region. And then we had one team go to new heights and the other just fall under the radar. But that half, I'll say they're back. At least on the CT side of Overpass, they've got legs to stand on. They win this pistol, they give us the 13-0. We wash our hands, we go next map, and hopefully there, Heroic will be able to find a bit of their mojo. Zentera's floating around B site. Is going to call the pack to come back over.
Youngstar did struggle in the complexity game. I felt like this was going to be a second chance, even though they pulled out that victory. But right now, he's going to be really necessary to stop this B attack.
There we go. Gets the first kill to Heroic's favor, but we've got a couple of gushes for the defense to deal with, and Wakadia going to whittle him down eventually. Scrob into the feed with Tanir right with him. Wakadia clutch, 25 seconds, no bomb just yet. It sits on the other side of Pillar. Pulls back for a second.
You did have to say 13-0, didn't you?
I did. I had to. We got to the 12-0. It's the next logical thing to say out loud, and it's not going to happen. Heroic go ahead to take their first, and it's small smirks, but at least it's not the goose egg.
It's not getting egged. That's unfortunately becomes priority number 1. Avoid the headline, avoid the embarrassment, then talk about a semi-dignified comeback.
Like, fuck this map. Just get warm. I don't care if we lose 12-11 or if we lose 13-0. Like, just get warm now. So next map we can fuck them. Okay?
Okay. That's fine. I got a couple OKs. They're on board with the captain speaking. It's LNZ getting older. But you know what? I mean, you want to play a few more rounds because so far it's only been about a half.
Yeah, I'd say you hold on to that mentality until it's about 12-6.
Yeah.
And then you go, all right, guys, now that we're warmed up, let's make them sweat. And then you get to 12-10. Once you're at 12-10, you might as well go overtime. That's just the natural evolution of Heroic's mentality. But for now, just get warmed up. That approach is fine and dandy.
But it is true, and it is what Kerrigan said. Don't let them get warmed up in this position. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, something like that, you mean?
What a kill. Wakadia 17-8, that deagle.
And it's Tanir down. If there's been a beacon of hope at times, it was Tanir's entries.
Tanir's ready.
Mow down the monster players. From a pistol win to 2 consecutive rounds. Something Heroic probably didn't think they'd be able to string together.
No.
After the 12-0, but here we are. Step by step. We'll walk this path with them.
Yes. It feels like a preordained loss, but by how much is the question. And to be fair, LNZ gave us, there's no part of that speech that said, we will win this game.
Correct.
It said, let's lose and not care about it. And I think the message is loosen up. To start playing to win.
Ooh, a mistake.
In general.
The first mistake we've seen Aurora make. A Molotov that didn't hit the ground. Oh, Pack it up.
Right. Here's where the game can just be won. 2 fights, they're kind of out in the open. Also off angles, though. So advantage to Heroic on the first engagement. Let's see how they peek this. They even attempt the flash. If this is a round where they walk up through bathrooms all together, oh, it gets a little uncomfortable. I think that's actually a pretty decent situation for Heroic. They're going to run rotation.
Scrawley into that. Not ideal. Famas also hits the ground, but at least Nilo keeps the numbers thinned. Bomb to charge down. You're going to find no further resistance, so retake needed here. tauneer was good, trying to bail them out when it would boil down to the monster hits. A retake is kind of like an execute. Let's see what he can do. Kit on his belt, incendiary and a smoke, and Youngstar to play with, and the T's give them space. Bomb planted right on the corner.
2 great grenades here for tauneer to use.
Found a flash as well now, Youngstar. He's going to creep outwards, picks up the headshot to Wicadia. Bathrooms player spotted. It's this eventual long play, though, coming down from Madger. As tauneer gets on top of that bomb, Madger's going to make his move. Oh, and that's how he closes. A lineup on the smoke. It was always going to be short-lived. How short was the question? Is it even enough time for Heroic to warm up? Because they somehow have to rebound in this series.
Gentlemen, we have just witnessed a murder. A murder on the server. Aurora came to play today, and they gave Heroic no room to catch their breath.
Murder on the Overpass Express. That's what we were looking for. I mean, I'm shocked that Heroic's T-side looked as flat as it did there, given that Aurora has never played the map. Correction, of course, from the pregame segment. This was indeed Heroic's pick, and it did not look like it was their pick.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic obviously thought, oh, you've got Woxic and Xantarez on A, let's go B. Let's go B. Let's try B, guys.
Yeah, we can just dive into this. We've got a little bit of a package assembled here. There were a lot of attempts at that B site, and the results seem to be pretty conclusive here.
They were lackluster for the Heroic side. This is what Tier 1 anchoring can look like, honestly. If you're aware of the utility that's likely to be coming into your face, the angles that you play to negate the likelihood of being flashed, if Heroic doesn't actually throw great flashes all the time necessarily, then you can just find multi-frags like that. It was brilliant what Joda and Wicadia were able to pull together in some of these bomb site holds, because it felt like they were, 1, in sync, and 2, just abusing every fault in what Heroic was doing in terms of their site takes.
Yeah, I want to be positive about Aurora because the defenses are great. They know all the utility they should be throwing. They've clearly dealt with these XX before, but at the same time, Heroic, as you kind of alluded to there, they didn't always throw the flashes you need to be throwing. You know, there's 2 types of B execs. You can do a bit of a dually play where you're trying to fight it out, or they were going for a little more executes most of the time, but they weren't doing the timing of the flashes right. They weren't correctly clearing pit. They just weren't ready, and they weren't forcing back the A players onto the bomb site either, which means that you always had a comfortable 3 players in the site for Aurora, ready for the exec with utility to spare. It's great from Aurora to make these defenses look so easy, but at the same time, I expected more out of Heroic on their map pick.
You know, they say the definition of insanity is just doing the same thing over and over and over again, and if that's the case, maybe Scorb is bringing in the madhouse. Scrob, sorry. Scrobbin'? It's Scrobbin' time.
It's one bad map and you guys forgot his name. It's Scrob, guys. It's Scrob.
Scrob Daddy.
But yeah, it was hard to remember his name in this one because you didn't really show too much. Again, he's a stand-in. He's not really supposed to be the guy that's going to save them in these kinds of situations.
Now, here's the thing, Maui. You'd think they might learn from it, and we've actually got to listen in.
Oh, that's fine. It was the closest we get. It was just like unlucky trading here. That's fine. I think we can do this again and again.
And true to his words, Tobiz committed them to doing it again and again. I don't know that I agree with his conclusions from those first 8 attempts.
This round 10 was one of the rounds I really had a problem with because there's a couple lurk smokes thrown by Aurora. Typically, historically, you'd have a flash through the middle of the site, you'd bomb over, and you try and duel them in pit. There was no flash. There was just some people trying to shoot their guns off, and it wasn't working.
That's, I mean, What I'm seeing there is a Heroic team that is basically just working with this singular experience that they had playing maybe one practice day, but really just the match that they played yesterday. So versus Complexity. I think they got away with that kind of stuff versus Complexity a little bit more because Complexity weren't quite as tight on their setups. Also, I think their flashes, Heroics that is, were probably a little bit more effective there. And so they were kind of in a, if it isn't broken, why even try to fix it sort of mindset, when in reality, you definitely needed some different flashes. I saw the same flash every single time that was just kind of landing around that monster area, but that wasn't even the spot that needed to be blinded.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't expect a deep strat book, again, because no practice here, new map coming in, all those different factors, but we did expect it to be more than one page.
Okay, I don't like to also just really just like turn the knife into a guy that's already dead.
Okay,
I mean, like,
take the knife back out.
I also need to just talk about the very last round there for the buy that Heroic went for. When you're down 12-2 and you have multiple players with a few $1,000s, you could have upgraded some of these weapons. Okay, I feel like having a scout on Scrob in the final round when you could have afforded an M4 or a FAMAS on any of those players. Like, you're fighting for your life on every single round. You don't care about keeping money in the bank. I don't think everybody even had a kit either that could have purchased one. So there's a lot here for Heroic where I think it almost felt like they're just ready to move on from this.
I think that's exactly the type of buy you have when everyone's ready to move on and you're thinking about, how do we usually play these rounds? How do we usually do this? And nobody goes, hey guys, by the way, we're down 12-2 right now. We should buy out.
Well, I like how you said you don't like to twist the knife, and then you did. But, you know, we don't always have to like the things that
occasionally,
we need to do.
Occasionally. But it's not even an individual. It's just, guys, as a team, that should be something you do.
If Heroic was here, they would say the same thing. They'd be like, damn.
If they look back at that, they surely would buy differently.
Now, we did have the listen-in at the half where LNZ was saying, guys, I don't even care how this map ends at this point. It's just about getting warm going forward. It's just about getting something going. They got a little bit of something going. Do we think this is going to be a Heroic that can show a better face as we head into map number 2?
I think when he says we should get something going, I think he means winning a gun round, which they did not do. I think they could have got a little more going. Do they have hope going into map 2? There's always hope. There's always hope, Mike. There's always hope. But
that's all they have.
That's all they have.
All they have is hope.
Because on the other side, the guy's snuffing out the hope. I mean, he looks like he's yawning. He is yawning. That's, I think, after the game, frankly. Absolute massacre coming through from Aurora, and the young guns, Jota and Wakadia, a huge part of that as well. I mean, they didn't miss.
I'm just fixated on the nose rub from Madger there. That was something I feel like I would have seen in The Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not going to explain that.
Stop.
I'm not going to go on this journey with you, but we'll let it hang in the air. Much like Madger let them hang off of the map.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Wakadia and Jota, though, were fantastic.
They can't all be winners.
I mean, no, we already went through the package of them defending the B-bomb site, but actually, I want to even remark on this. Aurora hadn't played Overpass since 2023, or really this core hasn't played it since, I mean, they were Eternal Fire back then. They were decently good at it, but what Wakadia and Jota, the newer additions, who I don't think were on the team.
No, Wakadia joined at the start of 24.
Yeah, so, and then Jota was this year, or the end of last year, one or the other. If those are the two guys you have on your B-bomb site, you might be cooking something if you're going to play Overpass if you're Aurora. And that's kind of what I'm thinking about for the future of this team. Do they see this as their 6th best map? They're always trying to second veto, or could they actually in the future move towards it as a pick? And right now, I know one half is great and it's rock solid.
Yeah, I mean, that's a half that you're looking at. You're going, maybe they should pick that map. And then they pick it and they get absolutely destroyed by maybe a team that has better protocols, better things going on. I mean, this is a Heroic that obviously thought, Shota and Wakadia, we can exploit them. We can go to them. We can go to that bomb site. Maybe they're not prepared. They thought about exactly what you're thinking about. When was the last time they played it? Obviously, they've been playing it in scrims. Obviously, they know what they're doing. And that's all we, I think, really get out of that. That is a Aurora squad that isn't bad on Overpass, that has played the map, practiced it, and can play it at a top level. And that's scary for their opposition going forward in the tournament.
It definitely is. It definitely is scary. But for their opposition, you know what they need? They need a hero. Ick. And maybe that guy can be Scrob. We'll be right back. Righto, chaps. Wonder if we're going to pop down to Wembley for just a little bit of the Counter-Strike. Should be a lovely day.
You did that last time, and last time I said, Mike, that's a great accent. And it is. It's a good accent.
It's a different accent. There's a lot of them in the UK. It's a small place, lots of voices, lots of accents. You know who they might need some more voices for? Heroic. Might need to find their voice in the server here because they were silenced on Overpass.
It really feels like we are roughly 18 rounds away from Major eating pastéis on Malta. That's what I'm getting from that last map.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
He's hungry.
Heroic has to actually show up to this map. That's a Heroic side that just didn't get anything going. And you can do that. You can do it. But if it happens for 2 maps in a row, I'm starting to question what you're doing entirely.
Are you going to question Scrob?
I'm not going to question Scrob, man. T-side overpass.
Yeah.
Maui, what are you supposed to do as an
Yeah,
opper?
for sure.
What opper has a highlight from T-side overpass?
Mo killing Device at the PGL major.
Guardian has the 1v5.
Yeah.
And it was necessary because he was opping on T-side overpass. His whole team ran into B and died.
That's
just
true.
like Heroic did over and over and over and over. And just when you thought they were done, they did it again.
Look, let's set the scene, though. Let's zoom out a little bit, do a little bit of context. This is a Heroic team that made a roster change last week.
Yeah.
Scrob hasn't even known that he was playing this for a week. He found out Tuesday. It's been sub a week at this point that he's known he was going to be stepping in. They got 1 day of practice with him. They've played 2 officials with him. It's honestly gone better than it probably should have. I think that that's quite fair.
Aren't they just playing their second official now? It's 1.5.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah.
I added an extra round in my head. This is the second official.
No, it's okay. No, I mean, yeah, no, of course. The expectations of Heroic in this tournament were to lose to Complexity in the prior round, and Complexity dashed our dreams as they frequently do. They're actually experts at that. But for Scrob and Heroic, this isn't really where the judgment comes down. Like we're waiting to see what's coming next from them overall. If they're able to put up a great fight against Aurora here, then maybe you can dive deeper into the future demos of Scrob if he shows a better face here. But yeah, Overpass was such a wash for them that I can't. If they bounce back in any semblance or form, then I'm just pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I think when you look at this series, this isn't one you were expecting Aurora to have really any chance of losing unless they just completely collapsed. It's really more about Heroic, as you said, putting up a fight. Heroic need to put up a fight, and then I'm happy.
Well, we'll see if they've got any signs of life. Here to attend them at their bedsides, we've got our doctors, Scrawny and Launders.
That's right. I do have a PhD, as does Launders, but we're not going to tell you in what. Don't ask questions, Mike. Here we go. Dust 2, map pick of Aurora. Makes much more sense. And honestly, when the question is, have they gotten warmed up? I just don't see the runway where that really could have happened.
I mean, it looks like Overpass could have made sense, though. That's the thing.
Sure.
And then you hear listening to LNZ, and you go, wait a second, but this is your map pick. That starts to make more sense now, too. So, Dust 2, I mean, hopefully they're warm, but Aurora just showed us they're unbelievably prepared. It feels like there is no chance that our Heroic are going to be able to pull this back. I've never felt more sort of hopeless for the opponent in any one of the games so far at the Bounty. That's with all the favorites and underdogs included, and oftentimes because the underdogs were winning the first map. Like, all Heroic have to do is... All Aurora have to do is just keep on delivering a fraction of what they showed us on Overpass on a much easier map.
Easy does it. And Aurora are going to wind up being one of the teams that actually stomped quite a few maps on their path to making it here to the actual Malta phase of this event.
Also, Vu needs to remember Fallen's 1v5 T-side Overpass. But anyways.
Ooh. Let that jog your memory, bucko. Flashes announce it. Aurora out the long doors towards the site they'll stomp. Gap on the smoke.
Wonder, dude. I wonder if that's being left on. It's the third time we're seeing it, and it could be that they want to fight that way, but it's just surprising when you leave open a kill like that.
And then you just, and also the fashion of which they just then jump through and over top.
Yeah.
Joda, though, gonna make up for the moment. We've got a rebuttal. Heroic, man advantage. Wakadia on site, needs Madra to come help him.
Oh.
Now Madra's gonna have to clutch this himself, and he will find Young Star. Oh, and Nilo too. Woo. LNZ trades back. One survives for Heroic, and finally they get a chance to play a little bit of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, close call. I think, was there a team gush there from the two CTs on? So it didn't seem like that was a peek from sight that did that. Scary spot, but
they did look jumbled up.
No, oh, okay. Nice try, Madger. Almost got away around the corner, and that would have been very sketchy. Few can stand the test of peak Aurora on Dust 2, that's for sure. Also, now with Madger getting that clip, their form on every single player looks fantastic.
Just Tanir on ramp. Long player, deep commitment. Scout floating around in middle finds damage. Dropping utility from the A site. It's going to keep Aurora back for now. Ooh, Scrob takes one. Scout goes both ways, folks. And now they're going to jump on through. Site player and Tanir has an angle through CT spawn.
They've only got one smoke, so I don't know if they're actually just going to look for a kill to try to do this. Wow, more tags. Scrob going to go back in.
He's beckoning them forward so that maybe they step into that Tanir cross, but he goes one step too far, dies to the MAC-10. Smoke on CT. We get this flank out from LNZ. And he catches Madger.
Well, everyone's low.
They're going to come back to try to kill him. Missed shot from the scout. Ooh, clean stuff here from LNZ as he finds the majority of Aurora down for the count. And because of that early damage from the scouts, you'd think these two Galils could just be quite valuable in the next round.
Yeah, Katie just trying to draw a rotation while they go for the save. And all that scout damage definitely mattered.
Well done, LNZ.
Yeah, and the flash for himself as well to get the second kill.
Counter-terrorists win.
Quality play.
It's always a bit scary when you come around that barrel and see 4 players. But he picks the targets well, and the flashbang guarantees it.
Absolute zero pressure. We cannot do any worse. That's the main takeaway here.
It's true.
Yeah.
Great take. LNZ speaks truth.
Yeah. There is always an upside.
Absolutely no pressure. There's no way we can do worse. Those are words to live by.
Show me one team that's more ass than us. And I'll give you a reason why we'll lose.
Something very satisfying about that camera angle. Thank you, J-Raz. Scrob on the A4. Oh, no. Now catwalk's open. LNZ back from long.
Pretty much an open invitation, so that'll have to be something heroic from LNZ.
Eats a couple flashes, lets them get real far out, but Nilo's got the recovery.
Oh,
look how
goodness.
Look how badly they want that duel.
I mean, does make the round, but what if that bomb got dropped in a spawn? Not something I'll have to think about. Planning for Cat, because they're just not sure where he's coming from, but Youngstar, he's going to be on the right side of the bomb here.
They both play ramp. Could he find a matter of timing? Again, bomb for Cat. Nah, Joda's going to keep eyes on it, watches smoke, and we've got Aurora on the board, round 3.
Joda having a hell of a series already. It's a 3-frag round.
Yeah, out of curiosity, what was his rating by the end of the first?
Him and Wicadia were at the top.
Yeah, those two B defenders. Wicadia with a 2.10, Joda a 1.87. Look at the ramifications. Already heroic. Forced down to pistols. Good grenade, though. Immense damage from that, but the A1S lines them up!
That's beautiful from Jota. Doesn't panic at all.
While blind, just holds that left click and crosshair where it needs to be. So, God, it feels like Heroic were so close to finding something in that one, but they handle the pressure well. And Wicadia clips Nilo's wings. Scout in Scrob drops bomb. How does he make this any more interesting? The smoke going down actually cuts off Wicadia, so effectively still a 1v2.
Doesn't know about Pit.
You'd think that should be the death of him, but he gets Xantares. And then, yeah, Joda just creeps up. So information is the name of the game, and he didn't have that full picture pieced together.
Hey, knocking off 3. Nothing to scoff at least, especially with the tactic that came in, the utility damage. It definitely could have been a 1 round. This is such a nice play from Jota. I mean, people definitely, I think, underestimate how hard it is. It looks like you're just going for a spray in the same spot you were aiming, but sometimes you adjust for no reason. Sometimes you can't remember that spray suddenly when you're totally blind.
Yeah, you lose the feel for where the crosshair is exactly.
Yeah.
And nobody can fault you because you are indeed fully blind, just like Xantares here.
Lots of great flashes.
Great coverage from the teammates as well. So nobody drops here for Aurora, and it feels like we're tapping back into that domination that went down on Overpass.
Everyone got a piece. That looks like a nice boot camp condition right there.
It's because of the, was it because of the
surrounded
greenery?
by the trees?
That's it, man. Greenery goes a long way. A little fauna. Nope. Flora.
Foliage.
Foliage. Here we go again. Back down to Suicide, the insta jump. No damage for Woxic though.
Why'd I deserve that? Down to 38 health off the cat spam. There's a lot of space given back by Heroic. I mean, yeah, they don't have that much utility. No mollies is going to be quite difficult here if they want to put a lot of pressure on the cat cross. Yes, Xantares is up here holding B, but we know that Aurora, they like to repeat things a lot, but maybe they are going to try to split through mid.
Could be deadly. Nilo flashed, gets traded. Oh, they clear it hard. Wicadia doesn't let his guard down.
Good on him, right?
Thorough.
That's I'm not surprised Veneer didn't walk out wider, because who would do that? Who would double check?
And you can see him almost half-ass it, but he snaps back. Young Star double. Not bad for the solo B hold. We go evened out. Smoke towards door. Denies Scrob confirmation. Still gets a bit of chip damage in. They've got 1 flash to set up Scrob. T's utility comes through. Oh, the support is burning, but LNZ trades the player. Ooh. And we get tied up at 3 rounds all.
That's a fully missed molly. It needs to land like exactly inside of the window. You don't want to have people pushed forward. There was space for even 2 people to stand pretty comfortably. So small mistakes. Very good clear of the middle area. And a real mistake from Youngstar to walk off the ledge when he was up by the window. That was definitely a chance. But no, they will not walk away with this one. It's a response from Heroic. Uh-oh, just missed that. Supposed to be landing up on cat bricks, but look at the guns they have to stop this. No op posted up. Nice tag once again.
Scrub's finding his groove here.
Got a little extra damage. Down to 8 HP as Woxic before he even shoots. Poor guy.
Scrub's damage output, despite only having 3 kills.
This looks so correct from Aurora, though. Once that little bit of pressure came out, they see no one's here. See if they get some spam damage on the cross.
Moving up, Scrub. Good on him for finishing Woxic while blind. Nylo knows he's getting shot at, answers. It's a Xantares 1v5. 3 players from middle trying to come bail out the site play.
Nice,
Not
Nylo.
needed. Nylo reacting quick enough and then also closing down on his own.
Man, I mean, the fact that he got the first kill was already miraculous. Someone had to tell him about it, but turn that into 2 more. Very special. I love that Scrob did all the damage to Woxic through that door and finally got the kill. Smoke spam USP. Worked hard for that kill.
Yeah, he deserves it. Certainly put the work in. And putting the money in is Aurora this round. By God, he's done it. Opt in hand for Scrob. With all the scout output.
Hey, that's what we'd love to see.
About time. Ooh, but the peek. Never even gonna get to shoot it.
Oh man, that's crazy. If he just had gun out there, it's a free frag. Such a good timing from Aurora. And look at them, they're coming out with no utility. They have to make plays like that. Scrub had no idea. Is Nylo even gonna go for the upgrade? Never seen him use this gun.
Ooh, and what could have been another player dead while nade in hand.
Okay, let's see if they give up on this.
It's just a scout holding.
Not even now.
Turns away. Nylo takes a duel versus said scout. Honestly, gets away with only 9 damage.
There's no mid beast mode.
Oh, no. But it's a Glock, so he gets lucky.
That's actually mental.
Worst possible weapon for that chase. He knows he got away with that. Anything else he would have been done for. But look at the moves here from Heroic. This is going to be a 4v1 on this A site. That Molotov's not going to continue burning, so Tanir keeps his head tucked down. LNZ and Youngstar trying to get behind this cat commitment. Will anybody be holding the flank? Can Tanir hold this on long enough? Yes, indeed. Well-timed flank in the end. LNZ a double, Tanir the same thing. Felt like Aurora could have just brute forced through, but they never really pulled that trigger.
They never saw him, and he's picking default because they don't have mollies. And the only reason they know that he knows they don't have mollies, or probably don't have mollies, is because a Glock just died trying to go out of mid. So this is just really good spot selection from Tanir, and his teammates are rotating off, pushing long. So you knew he'd have help soon. It's a good combo of let's pick an active spot and try to fight. And it's going to get us the first kill because you don't just play default versus cat most of the time if a full exec can come your way. Even though it's just a Glock that dies coming out of mid, there is now to the knowledge there's only 4 players on the map for the T side. So only a certain amount of spots can be watched. It does take some power away from the Ts. And I think in that spot, Wakadia just assumed that Nylo was lower on health, which I did too. And I looked at his health, I was like, he's not even close to dead.
Yeah, that makes total sense. He was tagged for 9 when he went for that burst versus the scout. And it was a pretty dragged out fight over the smoke. So Economy gets rounded off by Aurora here. Mac-10's featured in round 9, but Heroic CT side starting to look real healthy. Not looking nearly as scared. But it is man advantage for Aurora, despite Tanir's best efforts. When he's on the bomb site, they've held the round. He gets active, pays the cost, and it's scrobbing time.
I guess they're going to take it back to long now.
Falling down onto the AK. He is locked in now. Nylo jumping over, trying to draw players into Scrob's scope.
Oh my God, the Ts can't really decide what to do. It's the CTs that want them to fight here because they're not in a position to rotate.
Oh, and the gap on the smoke gets punished. LNZ on the fallback. They're chasing him down. He gets into the site, but doesn't play the cover.
He tried to get to the best spot instead of just taking a good one.
So no stoppage of that bomb plant. Madger sticks around in middle and doesn't get a point of damage over Nylo. Frag grenades to soften them up further. Scrob switches guns over to the AK, so 1 CT, 1 catwalk.
Whoa.
Wakadia commits to the drop. And you've got Joda base of the ramp behind him. Sprinting up from spawn gives away any element of surprise, and Wakadia with the double kill to close this out as Joda opens up that site, pushes forward, and yet again takes to the top of the charts. for Aurora.
That's an awesome move, man. I mean, dropping in, masking the drop with his AK shot, and playing what I'll call a very active defense. It's a position that looks like a T would not take a risk in. That's the best time to do it. Tanir, unfortunately, messy spray coming off of Cat. This really opens the round up. And it's an Aurora that needed something to get the money back in order. Tanir opping now.
Knows you're back there. Nilo, nicely done. Holds lower. Clean kill to Xantares. Madger's gonna try to move up. Dodges the flash. Can't get the fall back. Not entirely. Tags him down for half. And Heroic, happy with a 5v4. Peel the Opper back. Get their lower player out. Play sites instead. Looks like LNZ into CT spawn. Will give a bit of wiggle room to Aurora if they want it, but right now bomb floats outside of long where Scrob's op's been waiting for something to shoot at.
They haven't looked the most decisive here on this T side. Some of the fights they're taking. This 5v4 doesn't make things easier.
Ready for this peek too. Didn't pull the trigger, Tanir. Lets him get out. Starting to close that gap now. Tanir, missed shot. Joda and Woxic, they've got the kills. A1S is empty, but now fresh mag. LNZ gonna let that bomb go down. Holds for the top ramp swing, and Madger goes so wide that he is unready for it. Young Star, a 1v3 needed. Aurora find their footing up catwalk into sight.
4v5, it's a great exec. They had Tanir dancing around all those mollies, had him flash twice, and Tanir straight up just missed 2 shots. So if he's gonna op, like that's a position where he needs to be able to pick something up, especially with his teammate dying at the exact same time. So real abject failure from everyone over on the A site from Heroic this round.
Such a strong start.
Terrorists win.
Tanir didn't go for it when he had vision, and his follow-up shot looked far more uncomfortable. Stepping into the fire to go for that. 2 missed shots actually off the goose corner. And Madger gonna fully lock it in. Tobe is with a bit of frustration.
He sells toes, or
I knew you were gonna say something like that. It was in the back of my mind, Mohan.
You don't know me that well.
I know you. I know you.
Not always thinking about that stuff.
I know you better than you know yourself sometimes. Especially when it comes to feet. Easy pickups here for Xantares.
How do those smell? Xantares.
Couple more? Yeah. Well, maybe not a couple more. Tanir's got an AK for his efforts. A well-performing LNZ as well, 12 and 6. He said, boys, we've just got to warm up for the next map. Well,
I mean, he did.
He's found his groove.
They should have listened to him. That's the only issue.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But it's pretty cool having LNZ go through the route of being like a full-fledged rookie, you know, in terms of the way he looks, getting promoted, playing alongside Device, not being comfortable yet, and like taking some time to learn. Him and ZTR very similar in that sense.
Yep.
And both have like developed really nicely. I mean, it's a surprise that it's the Swedish players that are rookies that are turning into IGLs. That's something that Sweden's really never had a lot of in the first place.
Brolin inspiring a generation.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, if that is the absence, you'd think eventually it just makes logical sense, fill the gaps. That's why, North America, we're still waiting for our next big offer.
Yeah, I mean, we could use a few of everything right now.
Hey.
I mean, M80 just
Liquid
caught
beat a
wreck.
top
We don't
10
even have
team.
anchors.
Ah, it's true. Yep. We've got commentators.
Yeah.
You know what they say, those that can't play cast. And those that can't cast, analyze.
And those that can't analyze?
Descos.
Co-stream.
No, those are the ones that can't travel.
Oh, yeah.
MongolZ individually doing enough. 5 rounds for Heroic. If they could just cheat a 6th onto the board now, I think they're looking forward to a T side where they can play their game without being suffocated by the map. Overpass was just so limiting. It effectively disabled them. Xantares and Woxic open up on long, so this one's gonna get pulled apart pretty quick. And you've got Xantares about to go running in. Looking for another entry. Wicadia catching Tanir on the jump up. So Aurora have found their slot in on this A site. Trade frag effective through the smoke out of Joda, who again is just top performing with Wicadia for Aurora. That is similar from the last map, from the CT side of Overpass to the attack of Dust 2. 2 stars shine bright tonight for Aurora, and a 7-5 half looks likely, barring an excellent Nilo clutch. So let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Final round on the defense. Nilo's got a kit, frag, flash to work with.
Just needs an opponent now.
And he was waiting. Xantares takes that timing as he starts to climb up. It's a 2-round lead for Aurora on their map pick, and an uphill battle ahead for Heroic. certainly looking better than it did on Overpass, and now freed up the shackles of a suffocating map like Overpass. No longer restrict Heroic. Mohan, this could be the breakout moment of the series for Heroic if they're truly going to take a swing at Aurora on an uptick.
Yes, so they get a pistol. There's a world where obviously there's no chance of Overpass getting overturned, but if they pull out a pistol here on Dust 2, definitely it's possible. I think the worst part about this for Heroic is Tanir put himself in a spot to get like 9 or 10 more kills,
sure.
and could have actually really won a few more rounds. Normally when you watch him, it's just aces every single day, and God mode, and really good peaks, and pretty unstoppable, to be honest, but not in the best form ever in that first half.
A couple of those op rounds, I feel like, would have been better off maybe had he just committed to the rifle.
Yeah.
I don't like Tanir with an op. I want to see him mowing people down. But alas, can't change the past, focus on the future, and it's a T side now for the boys on Heroic. It feels like this is the half that you warm up into. If you just say Overpass is a dog shit map like LNZ said, then this is the one where you get to set the tempo now.
You know what? All the stuff from that map just makes no sense now because they picked it.
Yeah.
So they're using it as a warm-up. They're calling it ass. Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
You better win Dust 2.
I believe they call that cope. Again, this smoke, huh? Just thinking you can jump on over, but it's costing a T every time. Both Ts leave that gap. Both terrorist halves, they lose a player. They will then duel down into CT, so maybe the cross is the dangerous part. The hold is where its strength comes through. We get evened out. Nilo's got a gap to work with. Player locked into car. Those dual Berettas in Wikadia's hands. They know he's still tucked in that deep corner, and now he's going to have to be the end-all of the pistol. They'll go over top.
This smoke is like, you do see some things that happen where you're like, all right, well, a lot of pro teams are copying each other doing it, but it also just like isn't working. This feels like this is just going to fall out of favor very soon. Someone's getting picked off almost every single time. You have open line from CT spawn, and the thing it definitely stops or maybe dissuades you from doing is setting someone up against a wall for a flash to go and peek long and letting them have vision. But they don't even really need it to set that up. So, yeah.
Ooh, damn. Hit him on the jump, dude.
Play rate's high on that smoke. The success rate, not so much.
Scrob's bobbing.
I don't know if you go for Scrob right now with the scout. He was so good in the first half. Oh, what? Where's he even going? How does he even know where he's going? How did he just do this whole spray by heart? Jumped out of a smoke, strafed through a door, didn't see a thing.
Must have been doing that new Elige warm-up, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ooh,
oh.
With the last couple shots.
Oh,
ooh,
that's
the USP.
I mean, Scrub probably thought some damage was dealt to him.
Sure.
No.
And Scrub, kind of has to try to force that trade frag, but he was already down to 30 health because of the mid-fight.
Scrub only has to force that trade frag because he's a stand-in. If he was actually, that was like simple, he wouldn't go for it. It would be the better decision. But you don't want to look like a baiter when you're standing in.
Sure. Because you want to stand in again in the future if you need to.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Well, that changes things. And Aurora, with the force buy, win the second round of the second half of the second map of the third game of the 6th day of the second Blast Bounty.
Tobis is not happy. You know what site he owns? Only Feet.
Is that a thing?
Honestly, probably is.
Probably, yeah. Oh. Renstu. Mom, get the camera.
Yeah, for this to near 4K.
You think so?
I feel like he's just going to have a moment that just reminds us what he can do.
Sure.
But
ultimately, this map may fizzle out to Aurora's favor.
They're looking tough. Very tough.
Looking to lock in a place here at the Malta studio.
Why not Molly cat plant there instead of so far back?
It's a valid question. They set it ablaze regardless, and a frag grenade chucked in for good measure. It's not the worst amount of damage. Heroic could still pull off the upset with a deagle kill like that from LNZ. Oh, and Tanir's got one as well. Nilo offers it. Tanir's got a second, and it's 4 Desert Eagle kills. 5 across the board. The triple for Tanir. My God, you just called it.
Just let us know what you can do. Just had to let us know right here.
What else do you see in that big crystal ball?
I mean, only had 3 kills, so it wasn't the 4, but man, was it loud and impactful. Kicked off by LNZ.
Deagle headshots, if I'm not mistaken.
Nilo even jumped in.
No body spam.
Wow.
No noob stuff. Just 5 clean Deagle headshots. And now it's an Aurora that's going to have to deal with pistols themselves, and you give Heroic a chance to just unleash. They'll do exactly that. Strong arm through long, nothing they can do about it. If Xantares had a Deagle, maybe he could look like Tanir, but all he has is a USP. And as I say that, he still gets 160 damage with it, but far too much of an ass.
And now that one small decision to not molly the cat plant and just molly closer to elbow actually matters. They could have slowed down that plant by so long. It's a Nico and team running at you.
Andre, you entry? Kill 5?
Probably 25.
Oh, ебать.
Oh, ебать.
Ебать.
I don't want to hear that word again.
Ебать.
I don't know what the word is.
Me neither.
Your butt. Your butt. Your butt.
Your mama's butt. That's another website. Acadia dead. Joda, no way. He gets away into the car, but obviously going to get chased down, and LNZ is going to catch him before he gets truly tucked into the cover.
It's a nice hunt. Surprisingly, he doesn't commit forward, but like he's right. The CTs are going to be there shortly.
Scrob on the hunt. Ooh. Missed it. Madger keeps his head down.
Bomb is still in tunnels with the lean from Madger. Is he onto something?
Feels like he is, huh?
So Madger's actually making the push happen. They're smoking behind him.
I love this. If it pays, yeah, knife out, rewarded. Nilo kept his gun out.
It's too early to meet like such a distinct advantage. Oh, there it is. That push.
Oof, Aurora stepping up into the mid round. But you're going to push Nilo into a place where... Oh, never mind. He gets pushed back into the coffin. Woxic with the wallbang headshot.
He got pushed into purgatory right there. Damn.
And that's where, like, the experience and confidence of a guy like Madger just shines through.
Yeah.
You know, while his counterpart in LNZ is pulling his knife out.
Yeah, pushing upper tunnels right there just made the whole round.
What a shot. Claps all around. Aurora back to the lead. Blinded are the T's out long. They thought they'd get away with it again. They had successfully slammed into the long corner. Not this round. The 18th looking like Aurora's 10th round win.
Very impressive game from Aurora, even though it's close. The way that Jota's just on command putting up these 2Ks as well.
He really was the final piece for this Aurora roster.
Yeah, man, he plays great CS. He played great CS from the jump. Like, there wasn't as much news around it when he sort of joined the team, but it sort of almost feels like Molodoy in terms of how good he was right away.
I like that.
Yeah. Feels like he plays like a seasoned player, even though he's only played for a season.
You can hear that? A little late to the party. Acadia gonna get dropped. But they keep the pressure up.
I mean, you can try to save, but I don't know about that.
Roasted. Aurora back to the lead. And I mean, they stepped up to the terms of Heroic's decision making. That challenge out long.
Brutal.
Great work under pressure. All that utility could frazzle a lesser man, but Joda holds his nerve, switches between the targets, finishes off what he started on the guy jumping for blue. And now it's pistols here for Heroic. So looking like an easy path to victory.
Yeah, I mean, we are reminded the last round they won, they had Deagles, and they all hit a Deagle headshot. That's not going to happen again.
Got Glocks out. And an MP9 that's looking to make some money. Oof. Lines him up, knocks him down. It is 2 rounds from victory here for Aurora. 2 rounds from the LAN finals in Malta.
Look at these two again, top of the board.
It's cool to see that consistency from the exact same 2 pieces.
Yeah.
Day to day, things can change, but map to map, this is a couple of the Aurora players locked into a level that is going to keep a clean amount of distance between them and their challenger. I'm sure Overpass and the suffocating nature was just a tough start to the series, but Scrub finally trying to tap into something. Him and everybody else had a rough go of it on the opening map. He's still sitting down there, spinning his wheels in the mud to try to get his impact going, and this round he finds it. Could still be recovered.
They
got that double op for Aurora.
They ran full swing into that cat player because they thought that it was Woxic sitting in suicide with his op. So Wacadia's situation was just a bait. Said go make some noise in mid. I love the way the CTs are playing this because they're pretty active towards B2, so it gives the Oppers a lot of room, a lot of extra time. It's not going to be tested by Heroic. It's kind of a round where, you know, mid B would be the right choice if they could figure it out, but
real blind. Wacadia peels back.
They're going to fall for that. I don't know. They're just mauling the CT off into the rotation.
35 seconds. Wacadia starts to throw himself on the climb up. Tough place for an Opper to be in.
I like him taking a risk, to be honest. Okay, never mind.
Owned. Woxic at bat.
It's going to take because he's so low.
And if they keep overstepping, he'd have another target, but he takes a bullet to the head as they go chasing around the sides of this. Nilo is his next victim. Snapshot in that case, and Madger to close. Just walks around the smoke. Let's cue up that Woxic kill, shall we?
How wide was that flick, and did we get the full context on that? That looked ludicrous.
We kind of jumped right back to his POV as it was going down. But that secures the 12th. First Opper and Wacadia dropped as he climbs up. Woxic picks up all the slack. Big multi-kill moment. Watch this.
Wow.
Lassoed. But the game not tied up. Looking to put a bow on it right here in the 21st round of play. A lot of bodies already up inside of the tunnels. Heroic gonna try to slam their way through the defense. Joda ready to receive, was a brick wall on overpass. Fires off, and Nilo finds his timing through. Sprays into the one player committed to that site. And that double op setup we saw last round now sits in both the mid entrances. And with bomb planted, Aurora peeling away.
Yeah, it's just 2 ops, slows down this retake.
All right.
They have the flank coming in. Like, it's just the 2 ops, I think. Otherwise, it would actually not be a bad situation to give it a test.
Smack 10 was hoping for an upgrade, but Xantares comes back around from Cat to clear him. So
they can punish every exit now.
Gonna put Heroic in a weird place. Nilo's gonna find Madger. Not what he was hoping for. And 2 players to hang on.
Terrorists win.
Here they come. CTs want a piece of this. No?
It's just too far. They needed to have that Woxic molly from outside of B.
So the first of 4 survived by Heroic.
Once again, loved how Jota played it. To be honest, I think he just got a little unlucky. He got the first kill, and then second player traded him blind, but his spray looks solid. In a moment like that, you just have to not get nervous. Sometimes it's easy to. Oh, good kill for Nilo, though.
Down goes one of those ops. Madger committing to the fight.
They don't have long door smoke, so how will he fight this?
Ah,
oh, wow.
Nice headshot.
No support there. Nilo just tried to get out. Great use of the util.
Madger wanted to be certain that he didn't get out for free.
Oh, my goodness.
Woxic peels back. Does he get into cover? Ooh, just through the
But
doorway.
Still, if he sets up a push, then...
Oh, he hears it, though. He turns. Oh. And great reaction from Woxic as he was surely frazzled for a second. Joda's going to climb up. These aren't the players you want to be hitting. Joda down to 22 health, and Woxic clips to near. Tunnels player trying to exit. He will find a bit more space. Scrub to the block, denied. Woxic stepping up. 24 health cleared out, and the AK right there to respond. Madger to try to close this. LNZ to the Glock, now the up. Oh, but it's empty. And as it's empty, he's stuck on the sidearm. Madger will close the second map too. Woxic with fast reactions to that all-in mid-push. Aurora back to the playoff stage of an event. Exactly where they were at the last bounty. It's where they need to get back to. And it's a strong start to the season as they eliminate Heroic.
An empty op sinks the hopes of Heroic, but Aurora triumphed. This time tested, not just a walk in the overpass park. They had to battle, they had to brawl, but they brought it home all the same. We will be seeing them next week here at the Blast Bounty. They will be progressing on, and this Heroic stand-in story comes to a close.
I'd have to say that's kind of what I was expecting out of this series in general, which is Aurora getting tested a little bit, but at the end of the day, Heroic, they have a stand-in opper. They're just not at the same level as Aurora. Eventually, Aurora is going to push it over the line, and they did that. I think Aurora looked great in this series.
Yeah, Heroic gave them a nice little fight. There were a couple rounds where the individuals got to just display what they were capable of. I mean, we've been talking about Nilo and Tanir at this event, and we really did have a couple pop-off moments from both of them. But overall, Aurora is just a significantly better team, cohesively, and even the peaks of some of their individuals.
Now, my question for you is, if we look at this series, we've got an Aurora that's now maybe getting tempted into overpass, maybe now finding some more depths to their map pool. What are we thinking about this Aurora team? How strong are they looking now that they've secured a spot in the playoffs?
They're looking about as strong as I could have expected them to look against Heroic. I mean, this is still an Aurora that was on the downswing coming into this event. This is still an Aurora that we have questions about. This is not an Aurora that I think is a world beater quite at this moment, but certainly a confidence-inspiring win, especially on overpass. You can't take anything away from them.
In just a spitball power ranking off the top of my head, I'd probably have Aurora as the 8th best team in the world. I feel like that's where they comfortably land. I mean, the elite teams like Vitality and MOUZ and Spirit are just like, they're definitely a tier above them, but then they're kind of fighting in that realm of, they were fighting with MongolZ, but MongolZ seems to have sort of surpassed them and now has cleared them. Then you're kind of with the Falcons where there's some disappointments, but we know there's a lot of potential.
A lot of potential indeed, and certainly a lot of firepower that we saw today. That's always been the case for this squad, but do we feel like, is there enough confidence from their wins here in the first couple rounds of the bounty to make you think that this is now an ascending team once again, that they had their dip, they had their little bounce, and maybe they're ready to start trying to climb those ranks?
I would say that you could at least say they plateaued, maybe. I'm not sure I'm ready to say they're ascending. I think there's a lot that goes into beating the teams above them, to making the next step. Just beating the teams below you, I don't think really makes them on the ascent in any real way.
Aurora almost functioned as playoff gatekeepers of every tournament they were in last season, where you're going to have to beat them to get to the playoffs, but any team that solidly makes their own playoffs in their own right was just better than them. That's why they had such a bad loss record when it came to qualifying for playoffs. And I think they only, what was it, Astana, I think, was the only event where they actually won a playoff game, and they still didn't even get to the grand finals of that. So yeah, they're just kind of like, they're in that weird limbo realm where you're good enough to get everybody's hopes up, but you're not good enough to hoist any trophies.
Now, a final thought on Heroic, right? They're out. They are done here at the Blast Bounty. I think we summarized it a little bit after last map. Surprised us in the victory over Complexity, but ultimately this deck was always going to be stacked against them.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say I'm relatively happy with what we saw for them on Dust 2. I like that Aurora, they tested the B site, they ran it in Nilo and Youngster, and they said, I don't want any more of that. And then they just went back over to A and they said, let's attack Scrob. Scrob had a bit of a tough game, but I mean, he's a stand-in. Yeah. I think he showed himself decently in this event. That game, not that well.
Now, it is time for a game that I'm very excited for. It's the matchup of the day. exactly the one you expect. Vitality looking for a little bit of revenge against the Legacy team that ended their undefeated streak. That will be on the side of this interview as we get to hear from Dumao. I've got Dumao here ahead of their matchup against Vitality. Now, Dumao, this is a rematch, and this is a rematch where Vitality might have a little extra of something to prove against you guys. You are, after all, the team that ended the streak. You gonna do it again to them?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna do our best. We are just here to play our best game, and that's it.
Now, building on the success of the Major, it was kind of an unbelievable run for you guys, right? The team that wasn't even supposed to be there, then just continuing to prove yourselves and move on and beat stellar competition. How are you taking that success and building on it into this season?
Oh yeah, we are just trying to build our confidence, our game above what happened, because, well, to be honest, it was a crazy run. It was like unbelievable, and we are just playing our game, and that's what was left, you know, for us. Just believe in ourselves and play our game and do the best we can.
The streaks are over, the trophy streak is over, the match streak is over, but obviously this is still a massive championship caliber team. So what is the messaging to the squad? What is the idea? Yeah, maybe it's not flawless anymore, but what's the next objective?
It's not about anymore. It's about, like, it's one game. So no one will judge us on one game. When we had probably around 37 or 38 best of 3 wins in a row. Like that, it's not because you lose one game that it defines who you are. So what I will remember and what I know we're capable of is those 37 wins in a row. So for me, it's focusing on that. No, not much. Just being ourselves, not overthink about what we've done there. We know we fucked up, but we know we are a fucking great team, and we know we can win against anyone and win any trophies. So it's in our hands.
A great team indeed. Apex not letting the one loss in Cologne do anything to define his team's stellar legacy, but speaking of legacies, they did prove a bit of a thorn in the side over in Austin. The unexpected storyline of that event, the massive surprise, caught everybody off guard. They weren't even supposed to be there, Maui.
No, Legacy slotting in for the Argentinian team that really, I'm going to move past that, actually.
Bestia.
Yeah, Bestia. No, the Legacy were really the heartthrobs of Austin for me. They were the team that out of nowhere made it through stage 1 in ridiculous fashion, started taking it to stage 2, and then in stage 3 got exceedingly close, kicking it off with a win versus Vitality in the BO1 to end Vitality's win streak. They put themselves on the map after a season that really didn't give you a lot to get excited about. A 3rd place finish in the ESL Challenger League in North America made me think, oh God, they're just going to get destroyed in stage 1 of the Major, but they proved everybody wrong.
Yeah, I mean, with missing the Major, you were really looking at them as like, that's a disappointing season. That's not what we were hoping to see out of that team. We want to see them on the come up, and then they get this kind of miracle invite to the Major. Everyone kind of puts them 0-3 in the first round. They surprise there. They come through the second round. They do it again. And not only were they doing well, but they were playing an exciting brand of CS. This is the type of CS, if you're a CS fan, you want to see this type of team succeed because it's great to watch. They don't give anyone anything to work with.
We learned a few things. We learned a few things from that Major run. We learned that Dumao has a lot of mice, that he has a lot of lung capacity, and also that Cinderella stories are very much still a thing in this era of the VRS Counter-Strike, and that they ended a storyline for Vitality. You know, it was on LAN, it was a BO1, sure, but it was such a shocking display, dominant from Legacy. No one really expected that to be how the undefeated streak ended for Vitality.
I mean, that's unfortunately how those types of streaks often end, with a kind of a team comes out of nowhere. Maybe Vitality weren't giving them full respect. They thought they're going to play this style, we're going to destroy them, and then they just blow them off the page. That's just kind of how these streaks go.
I like the fashion that Legacy do it too. They really, for lack of a better phrase, they do just kind of play their own game. They have a lot of quick plays. They have a lot of kind of tricky little individual moments for themselves. Even though Dumao went 7-9 in that game, I feel like he made 3 winning moment plays for his team in that series. There was times when he's just creating so much pressure on the opponents where he's sneaking through smokes, he kind of reveals himself, and then the Vitality player realizes, oh god, I'm in a crossfire right now. And then MOUZ, he wasn't getting the kills, but he was just causing all of this chaos that Vitality had a very hard time quelling.
Not talking about Vitality, right? Because obviously there was a little blip last season of Legacy, but ultimately they ran them over. They ran, not them, but everything else over en route to the near perfect season. But the one place that they did stumble last season was right at the beginning, was in the Blast Bounty. And now we see them stumble in Cologne on the stage, not showing the Vitality that they know they can be, not showing that championship caliber roster. It was, again, just a situation where you kind of get just a shocking touch of form from Vitality that makes you wonder if maybe there's some more tremors going on there.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them struggle at the Bounty. That was before we knew this was going to be arguably the best team of all time. That was when we were questioning, is Rops going to suit into the team? Or is he going to fit in that roster? Rest of the season, they dominate, they go to Cologne. And this is where sometimes you do have teams kind of collapse when they have this type of streak. They're so incredible. We can think about Liquid for a second. So incredible for so long. Their streak gets broken and then they disappear. And so far, we've seen Vitality dominant in their first showing here, but the question still remains if they can get right back to it. And from the interview, I mean, Apex sounded like he was ready for it.
I don't think that Apex is unfamiliar to adversity. He has been on teams in the past that were sometimes less than the sum of their parts. I'm even thinking about 2024 Vitality. You had all of these top players, like Flames was a top 10 player, Spinks was around that range, Zywoo was vying for #1 in the world, and yet they only hoisted a single Cologne last year. And yet he was able to rally, with the addition of Rops, of course, to become one of, if not the greatest teams in Counter-Strike we've seen. You know, it's still to be decided based off of how this run goes for them. But to be able to bounce back like that, it shows the value of, 1, a honeymoon, but 2, great leadership where he realizes, okay, there's something special happening here. And I don't think he's letting that go off of a single BO3 and BO1 loss.
No, I don't think there is. I don't think he is. But I do think it's just interesting to see how you respond when the narrative changes, when the storyline changes, right? Because Vitality was a team possessed last season where they felt the weight of what they were doing, and it created that propulsion, it created that motivation. I was curious about how they approached it after the loss in Cologne. So I actually asked Apex. We've got a clip here from the interview of him talking about what they did after that loss. Now, asking about that result in Cologne, you gave some interviews afterwards talking about how you were disappointed in the form of CS that you guys showed in the LANC-CEST. What do you think went into that, and how do you think the team bounces back?
Well, to be honest, we had a really good talk after, right after first, and then also after the when we came back home and we started to practice again. So yeah, I think now we all are on the same page again. Doesn't mean that we're not gonna lose, because you can always lose, but at least we are more like on the same page and ready to fight again together and with each other. Which was the thing that we lacked the most, mostly when we looked at the game with the communication. That was really not enough, and that's not something we got used to. So yeah, but it had to happen. It had to happen at some point. So, but it's okay. It's fine.
It's interesting that Apex has been so frank through this whole run, through the whole iteration of this team, about what he knows this moment is. He knows how rare it is to have these teams that are in this moment, that have this kind of championship potential. And also, they've been very honest about the fatigue that comes along with it. The number of games that you're playing, how deep you're going into every event, how many days you're spending away from home. They were very intentional about actually taking time off in the midst of that run to try and make sure that they could sustain it and they could keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, that's an Apex that knows adversity. He started out the game, he came to the pro scene as an entry fragger in 2015, and I think the adversity they saw last year, where you're right, I think they did underperform for the level of their players. They tried to get the best out of it. They struggled. They finally get Rops in the roster. They pop off, but he understands what it's like to lose. He understands what it's like to bounce back from a loss, and I think that's why Vitality are unlikely to pull off the Liquid disappearance after one bad result.
I've had some pretty long, in-depth conversations with Apex off camera regarding his longevity and what it takes to just be a player that has survived a decade of Tier 1 Counter-Strike and an evolving meta and a change of games. And he boils it down a lot to just the fact that you're constantly re-innovating yourself and you're trying to instill that sort of idea around with the people around you. If you stagnate, it's death, and he is definitely not stagnated.
I bet you even call him Dan when you have those conversations. That's right. Maui knows players like that. You know what I know? I know it's time for the veto, so let's give it a whirl. Where are we going here, Vu?
I would like to see us go back to Inferno, but I think that's more likely to be a map 3. We know what maps it's not going to be. Obviously, we've already got the bans coming through. Ancient for Vitality. No huge change, guys. It's still Ancient.
Unfortunately. No, I mean, it's fine. I'm curious if Legacy just want to pull it right away and go for the, okay, so they go for Mirage. I feel like that fits maybe more of what they're actually good at, but I wanted to just see the Inferno right away.
They should have done it for the fans.
That's
for
what
the
I'm
fans.
saying. Like, I wanted the run back immediately there, but for Vitality, I'd want them to, okay, they go for Dust too. I thought they would maybe just try to test Legacy's nuke a little bit more personally, because they're so structured and they can just pick you apart in a million different ways. But all right, let's just brawl it out.
It's interesting. I mean, look, the Mirage is like in last season in the perfect time. It was like the one vulnerability sometimes where it looked like Vitality would maybe be mortal. So it makes sense to go for that now.
I mean, it is a great map for them.
No Inferno. No Inferno. Vitality ban Inferno. They don't want the repeat.
No salty run back.
They said, fans, we hate you. We hate you, fans. We don't want you to see it.
They don't believe in the bit and the narrative.
This veto is just looking really good for Vitality now. I thought the one chance Legacy had was for Vitality to get into their own head about the rematch too much on that map, but now it just feels like it's a clean slate, and now this feels more like world number 1 versus world number 25.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that Legacy don't have a chance on any of these maps, but they don't have a chance on any of these. Okay, they definitely have a chance, but this is definitely, as you said, this is a Vitality map pool through and through. They're the favorite.
They certainly are. They certainly are. And unfortunately, there was no wager placed on this one. So it's just about survival on the line. Survival of the fittest, perhaps. 2 of the fittest you'll ever see. Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
Thank you, Mike. Big Mike. And the boys on the desk. Love you, gentlemen. Here we
can
go.
place a wager.
Yeah?
Me and you. I got Vitality. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll take Legacy.
Loser.
Oh, maybe.
No chance.
We'll see. We'll see.
Why didn't we get the salty run back, though? Like Maui said, like, that's exactly what we need in a match like this. Come on, Vitality. Pick Inferno. So they won't. And you know what? I guess you have to respect the fact that Legacy not only won that Inferno match.
Yes.
But weren't supposed to be at the major, made it through 3 stages, absolutely destroyed on their way there, and still look good to this day.
Yeah, it wasn't just some best of 1 fluke and then the Vitality runs ending. It wasn't just, you know, the one-off. It was a legitimate event from Legacy that has propelled them into the upper, slightly higher echelon. I'm not going to say upper echelon. That'd be wrong.
But Legacy, they just need some more, like...
Just some more reps, some more actual LAN results in international events. So it's, you know, on a different day, maybe Legacy have a higher likelihood of winning this out, or maybe they just straight up beat him in a best of 3. But what we saw after ZywOo's horrible Cologne playoff dominate on this very map. Don't look at your screens.
What's happening right now? No one's taking any damage.
Everybody look away.
Wait, who's it?
Don't worry about it.
Messi?
Don't worry about it. All that matters is ZywOo and Flamesy are left up, and so ZywOo and Flamesy are going to 2v5.
2v5 after all of this?
By the way, there's also a guy pushing Cat from B.
Nissim taking his time. Flamesy could get caught. No. Oh, goes to check. Nissim not seeing him. Flamesy, does he exit? Yes, he does. Around the corner. And the bomb can now escape and go back. And Flamesy should get caught right here, right? No.
Nissim doesn't watch.
He's not holding a rotation. He's going to play on the site.
Nissim going to try to get eyes on market instead, but you've let Vitality figure this one out.
Could be a 2v5.
Could be. We are 3 kills into it already. 2 to go. Oh, Flamesy gets gushed, so now ZywOo's going to have to close it out. And he gets tagged slightly, runs down that bomb, and woof, Legacy going to pull it off. It's a pistol between them and Vitality.
Mezzy and whoever that was, I want a replay of all the misses. Might be too late to ask for that, but yeah, Dumao.
It was Dumao.
Dumao had a bit more of an excuse because for whatever reason he was on burst mode. Or was it Apex? Maybe it was Apex.
Your guess is as good as mine. I closed
my
eyes, to be honest.
For 2 teams that have shown peak level aiming
I
for
closed
the
my eyes.
past few months, it was a surprise to see. Okay, so good start for Legacy.
It's a pistol.
And the thing is, they didn't just end the Vitality streak. Vitality had absolutely no chance of ever winning that game, no matter how many more rounds we played.
What's this smoke
13-3. Where is it?
J-Raz?
Really do a Delpan smoke here?
What's that thing? It's in the walls.
Chair smoke.
Look at that thing.
Whoa.
What's that doing over there?
Look like a McCain cake.
Your favorite. So triple MP9 Scout Deagle. Mezzy down beneath the window. And all of Legacy are going to storm this bomb site with aggression. Robs finds nothing all the way back on Cat, the worst gun of the 5 that Vitality came into this round with, and it looks like the Force is gonna find absolutely nothing.
If it wasn't a fluke, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die laughing. But that's the other thing. They only ended that best of 1 streak. They had a hand in ending kind of everything, but 3 maps is a whole different ball game. Also, Legacy looked good here at Blast, but the thing is they looked way better on CT sides. A couple of good T rounds so far, but T rounds are, for some reason, where they looked way more mortal. It almost felt like a mental shift more than like a side change. But that just might be the way T sides feel right now.
Legacy can't do it in a best of 3, right?
They can't do it in a best of 3.
Right?
Maybe if it was on LAN, they'd stand a chance. Online, they'll never beat ZywOo.
He was lights out in their first official following Cologne, their opening game over NRG. I mean, just together, ZywOo and Flamesy on that A site were just joined at the hip. Here we go. Execute comes out. We've got 2 CTs down beneath Palace. Molotov finds them. ZywOo hits his tag. Doesn't get cleaned up though, and Lux hits the headshot, dude. Legacy coming out swinging, but they have forgot about Apex. What's he gonna do about it? Taps 2 out of the round, feet for the 3rd. Wall bang going well, and Rops almost pushes another over the line. Apex gets away with way more than he should have.
Nice try, good kills, and maybe if he wasn't stuck up on those bricks after the second frag, it could have been even more dangerous.
Just bricked up and stuck.
Some ladder antics involved could have got real hairy, but man, the fragging and the trading is looking exactly, you know, as it did for Legacy the last time they played, as they played in their past couple matches here at Blast. And I don't know, you're seeing the same ingredients to success, and part of the story definitely is just looking at them be consistent post Austin. Nice one back here for ZywOo.
First kill for Vitality to try to get their first round with it. I think ZywOo will be a driving force for Vitality tonight. Like you said, #1 online. Get Legacy to slow down a second. Nixum just taking a glance towards A, but they walk into the scope a second time. ZywOo not missing shots with the big green in hand. 5v2 looks good for Vitality, looking rambunctious. Apex wants in on it. They've got bomb possession top middle, and they've got a minute to figure out where Nissum's at.
It's a full court press here inside of middle. Great trades. Nissum, 1 lurk left. But it looks like ZywOo's sort of on this angle neat and tidy. And 1 final check here in a sandwich.
Nice. Nissum's first death, though.
3 for ZywOo.
At the hands of ZywOo. First round found in the 4th of play. Pretty straightforward for ZywOo. Gets challenged in middle. This one is just a creep into his scope.
Yeah, and after his disappointing last Cologne match, we've only seen him get to beat up on energy so far.
Yeah, this is certainly a better test. How much better of a test depends on how much value you put behind Legacy's ability. And if you weren't paying attention in Austin, you might be more willing to write them off than some of us. That type of a run builds you so much confidence. ZywOo eating flashbangs. They're just gonna try to barrel down into the B site, and they get MOUZ for free. Oh, ZywOo can't get the close shot, and so Dumao creates spaceman advantage and a chance to plant things. Stall for a second until the volley of util comes through the back door. Another piece. It is all in market here for Vitality, and they have a daunting ask of them. Double swing from the T's in just a second, but they don't actually attack it from bench side, so Dumao goes down untraded. Sadzin's got his shot in. Apex up onto the corner, and Nissim reveals himself going for seconds. Apex with the reload, huge health advantage here for Lux. Smoke on top of the bomb, not even. He thought he was already out, didn't think it'd be up in apartments, so one player left to close out, and that's Vitality swept under the rug. Economy and kills.
Yeah, barring Apex, there's not much happening besides that one ZywOo frag on the defense. MOUZ is having a struggle at the moment, 0 and 4 so far, and that's him coming up with nothing versus 2 B plays. What a kill from Lato. I was looking for the wings in the kill feed because the last time I saw him, he was inside of the window. First bullet as his toes touch down. Buy is still fine here for Vitality. But it's really not about the buy, is it?
Gets into the corner, but they're gonna clear him. Apex stepping it up, hanging on to position. Easy wallbang for Nissim, but he remains exposed to the op. And Rops hasn't had anything to shoot at. There will be no challenge through middle for him. Sadzin awaiting some kind of jungle fight, but it's not coming his way. Utility is gonna put a red flag up towards Ticket. Round slows down at 50 seconds.
Rops is in a position to take a peek if it's planted in the middle of default. They have CT, so everything on the inside they can cover if they want to. They'll have to be a risk. So the T's have to do a good job of at least watching as the plant goes down, but not surprised to see a fake here. The T's don't have enough map control right now.
Then MOUZ peeks from the opposite side of CT, so catches Lux off guard, drops the bomb in the middle of it all. Oof, Rob's almost caught out here by Lotto. Floating around on the site, 20 seconds to clutch up. Knows he's surrounded. Knows this player's tucked into the left. If you can kill him, there's still time to go grab bomb. And he will have to sprint for that if the CTs don't challenge on the pickup. He could plant opposite triple. Just a few extra seconds. Gonna go for this commitment. They swing out wide. They don't actually stop him. A chance for the second, but it's 2 standing for Vitality as the defuse is now needed.
Yeah, nice try, but I mean, the mid to late round position there for Vitality is pretty much as good as it can get. Even the jump spot from ZywOo is fully intentional. They will forget about MOUZ playing and Ticket with him if he shows himself. He had no intention of actually getting a kill. He just wanted to make sure they felt okay about putting the bomb down, and they did.
Chance for Vitality to get this game back under control.
Just trying to draw out some Molotovs before they make this exec happen for real. They're keeping a lot of their utility. really banking on Vitality not pushing anything here. But that's much they're right about. Here they come.
flamez to challenge off the flash. Oh! Fully blind was the Tech-9. You hear it spamming. Doesn't capitalize, and a missed shot by ZywOo. This would be a disastrous one for Vitality. Legacy deep inside the bomb site. Bomb plant denied. Lotto quick trade. Off fires. Not fully covered, but ZywOo, no scope turnaround. You've got a player up close. Bomb's gonna go pushing towards jungle. They want off this site, and MeZi's not gonna let them, but look at Nissim. Oh, MeZ comes around that corner, clears this out to save them.
Bruh.
A turnaround no-scope out of ZywOo.
I was like, oh, he's dead because his teammate at CT's coming in to clear ticket for him. Nope, it's ZywOo. No assistance needed. He's got the genes.
What's that shot look like? I mean, when this doesn't work, things felt scary. Sit down. Of course he hits that.
Yeah.
And that's a scary moment because now ZywOo is clearly in the zone. And it puts Legacy on a true back foot. Lotto gets a bit further than he should be allowed to. MeZ having a rough go of it, man. Just blasted away by the Deagle. Rob's on the recovery with a couple already, and ZywOo is quick to the scene. He's gonna dive the bomb, not even. Oh, okay.
Shut up.
Spams away Lux.
guy.
The fact he tracks Dumao on the jump up, Nissim knows he has nothing to say about this one. Like I just said, ZywOo is in the zone.
Not waiting around. I mean, that's exact. I just, you know.
And just looks out the window to the birds. Like everything's just a normal, peaceful day.
Stop boring me, he said.
Brother, you are the embodiment of violence right now.
I love ZywOo this year with the plays that he's making like this. No, he could have just waited for his team. Bomb's going down, whatever. But
like it looked for a second he was willing to just ignore Dumao. He was gonna let Dumao live to just go dive bomb.
Yeah, go show him how good you are, man.
Dumao shoots at him. He says, oh, okay, if I must. If it's the heat you want, it's the heat you'll get. Timing, man.
That's what it's all about.
ZywOo in.
To be honest, it's quite a quiet map for Legacy.
This one's gonna drop. Good clear of Robs. Stairs player has support. Dumao's gonna try to burn Catwalk before he gets into the A play. Bomb carrier's out ramp. flamez fights him. That's how Lotto goes down as Dumao runs in, finding nothing in the process. And then Apex from the staircase.
They're kind of just guessing now.
Falls on Lux. 40 health. Ooh. Okay, Apex with a round. Just flies off the top of stairs.
Yeah, I love it.
And now you've got him in the zone as he's feeling out this game and taking back the lead. This is Vitality 5 to Legacy's 4.
Don't think there's anyone who visibly hates losing more than Apex. I don't think you get to anywhere near this level without hating losing a ton, but you know, you see him try every match. Every round. He leaves it on the table.
I mean, I don't think a best of 3 over NRG is going to make up for the Cologne performance and how much he holds himself against that.
Yeah.
It's going to take another string of events, run of domination.
Still more year left to play.
100%. An entire half of the year, in fact. Nissim's Tech 9 kills Robs, and MOUZ, chance to shine, cut short. Don't worry, Apex is again slotted in quickly. Catches them off guard, and Sadzin on the hunt for his third frag is gonna get swung out by ZywOo. Apex just lets ZywOo take it up, and so the lead grows to 2.
Yeah, I mean, the machine is moving here. 2-round lead.
The machine is learning.
Can't spell vitality without AI.
True.
Let's go, boys.
Keep it boys. Yes, every single round, boys.
That's the mentality, MOUZ, every single round. Choke them out. Turn them purple.
Just imagine you're in a fight on the district line. How you would treat that opponent.
Good hold by ZywOo towards connector. There's another one in there. Oh! Awkward. Lux pouncing onto ZywOo. And so the rest of Vitality will have to pick up the slack. Bomb planted default. Sadzin and Nissim on site. Lux peels away towards ramp. You've got kits across the board for the Vitality players. You've got a couple of smoke grenades as well to cause problems, including a Palace smoke off already.
Oh, Nissim looked for the pick off, but he can't find it.
He falls back to Tetris instead. Sadzin in sight with the op. This is going to be some close quarters opping. Incendiary.
Missed that.
Yeah, gets burned out, so no effect from the fire. Time ticking quickly, other players dying. Lux serves up a distraction. This op is inside of the site with a knife out. Knife fight! And the Brit loses?
It really is the UK.
Huh? Robs peels away, and Legacy find a 5th, pouncing on an unprepared ZywOo.
Oh, unfortunate. The entire time just tucked firebox, waiting for his chance to get into the fight. No chance they were going to dive that. They thought that the bomb planted default was a mistake based on where 2 players were post planning, but they had this insurance policy.
Wow. A one-on-one knife fight.
It's end times. Wow, so many of these easy picks, man. ZywOo, 15 and 4.
Right back to it. Flamesy into the ramp, gonna make up for his last effort in this position. And again, ZywOo and Flamesy. This is what I was trying to talk about. Versus NRG, these two dominated the A site, and we get a taste of it at the tail end of it. 7 rounds to the CT side of Vitality as they seek revenge over Legacy. No denying Legacy came out swinging, but Vitality stepped up to the challenge. ZywOo's been finding his moments, and FlamZ even with an uptick at the tail end of that one. So tough CT side to break through when you're going up against the world's #1, and especially when that #1 has something to prove on the rebound.
Yes, and ZywOo trying to get back to that #1 spot, and I'm just looking to see him smash through a game like this, to be honest. It's like revenge. It's preparation for his next opponent. It is showing us all exactly how much individual skill he has. And we saw some rounds where he did what he wanted. Let's keep it going.
2 pairs of Berettas for the defense. I'm sure Dumao would want to get fired up and loud, but it's been difficult with his first half performance.
Yeah, might just be yelling in pain. 2 and 11.
Like a wounded animal.
These are messy jump spots, but all good.
They're going to try to pounce him. He's got Sadzin tucked down behind the bench. Element of surprise here. USP's up. Ooh, chance. The blind side now gone. He will still find a second. Nissim's tagged down to 20. Lux sits on 8. It's low health, but it's enough. Clean shots from the USP. And in Dumao's absence, maybe Nissim steps it up.
I love that. And that is a thing where this is a medley of players who all can pop off and all play similarly quickly. It's not sort of like what Furia had, where it was like Art up front and then Case, Serrato, and Yuri way behind, and they just, you know, have that kind of competition, or a Jamie Kinder type of deal. They are all like very similar with their approaches, their tempo, and everything. So not surprised Nissim can pop out like this.
Give them a pistol win to work with. They will fire up.
I mean, man, seriously, their CT side is where they're actually still massively scary. They're kind of like a giant donk. You're like, how do they all play
one big
so
donk
actively on CT side so quickly and still win so many rounds? They never just get shut down by anyone.
A giant mecha donk.
Yeah.
Vitality approach round 14 with a P250. No flashes. Well, 2 P250s to be clear. And it goes about how you'd expect it. Oh, Lotto chipping away at that 5-player push out from the ramp. And Rop's gonna try to milk this for a second, but M4s are king versus unarmored pistols.
Tie game in the rematch.
Tied game.
More rounds than last time, at least for Vitality. Can't sleep on anyone these days.
It's a shame Inferno's not in the pool, though. Would have been fun to go at it again.
Yeah, they really would have.
For the fans.
Yes,
as Boo said.
For us.
I wouldn't go as far as to say Vitality hate the fans. But that's Boo. Dumao, here we go. Guns in front of him, takes the challenge, but it's FlamZ in the corner, and that catches them off. Dumao and Lux thought they were dominating middle out of the gate. They had written off the pace of FlamZ.
Still got 2. It's not the worst case in the world here for Legacy. Yes, they didn't clear that, but it's going to be Vitality who have the ball in their court now.
And it's ZywOo dead.
True.
Strong start. Nissim and Lotto have been the driving force of this Legacy challenge. And from default, Lotto gets his 1.
That's great prep, man. Just perfect angle hold right there.
Leans it back, forces them to stall out for a second. Rotate coming over. Nissim offering the flash, but he actually flashes Lotto, and that costs him. FlamZ climbs the top of Tetris in that moment. Mezzi covers the smoke push. And it is Sadzin from the damn near bottom of the board trying to get into the action. His M4 is empty. 3 bullets in it. And he doesn't have a kit to play with on 40 health as well. That flash could come back to haunt the early start of Legacy's CT side. Sadzin creeps in between the two, and Mezzi's going to put him down.
Solid stuff. I mean, nice try here in the 3v3. I really love that angle held on the walkout. It's perfect for someone back against the wall. If they come up close to the bricks, he could have got punished for it, but that's the kind of risk that shows us how Vitality, or, not Vitality can lose games like this, but that Legacy can win games like this. But still, the answer back is even better. What a round out of MongolZ. 2 trades back in mid and an additional entry.
Have to do more with less. And Lotto walking that FAMAS down through ramp already. So making moves, getting active. But how much further do they go? Rops on the fallback. Ooh, he's ready for it. Insta headshot onto Lotto. One of the guns hits the ground. Doomount, oh, he gets spotted. Is able to fight his way out at least. Will he go in for seconds? Yes, he will with the flash over top of ZywOo. Back-to-back rounds where ZywOo goes down with nothing.
Just not scared. Not scared and prepared.
And you can't be. That's how they beat Vitality the first time.
Ooh, that smoke's landing bottom con. Apex thinks he has a lead. They can wrap around to this. They know where 2 CTs are right now. Doomount staying out in the open, really. I mean, they're going to be so careful as they approach that, right?
Apex already in connector. A lot of pressure here on Sadzin. Doomou's finding a bit of form, even though that rough first half. Now it's Sadzin's turn to do the exact same. He will have no support here, and he hits the scout shot to finish off MongolZ. So Doomount, again, from beyond the grave, continues to find impact off an assist. Lux's arrival soon, but it's just his 5-7 to couple with this scout. 20 seconds. Incendiary here for Sadzin. Could deny a plant.
No!
Oh, he hits that! Slides out. Nails Messi between the eyes, and that drops bomb.
Yeah, he's got to go get this. There's not enough time to do a lot more.
He's got a smoke to try to give himself a cover to plant. You've got that M4 breathing down his neck. Apex, it's only a potential 5-7 spam. He goes for it and hits the headshot. The Sadzin scout pop-off.
That's just beautiful, man. Running away, hitting that scout shot towards Apex. His position, I should say, the one named after him. Awesome shot. Hard-fought round to tie up the game.
The 2 players who struggled the most in the first half just pieced this together in Doomount and Sadzin. It's not over till it's over.
This is crazy. Oh, man, that's just beautiful crosshair placement. Look at that. Oh. I mean, it's just something you can't improve on right there. Waited exactly until he was ready to shoot. Didn't think about the fire burning at his feet. The 2 seconds he had to live. He was thinking about how they didn't give him his last meal. Boom. Wins the round.
ZywOo to be the hero this time, but again, it's activity from Legacy out of the gate into the apartments. Looking to take a different look at the attackers. Terrorists creep through mid. It's Doomount to be at bat again. This 1 AK on the field in ZywOo's hands. They let Doomount know what's up. A lot of information gained off of the audio. He's trying to find his angle. As he's spamming this, it's gonna make Doomount a bit more nervous, but he finds ZywOo's back turn. Doomount through the smoke, turns it back towards middle, just finishing off MongolZ, and truly taking this round out of Vitality's hands. No possibility at the upset with the 1 AK. We've got Legacy in the lead.
It's officially hard mode now for Vitality. They would have had full control if they just recovered that last situation, but times change fast. Winning the first time's impressive. Winning the rematch.
And now in a best of 3?
Yeah. Well, we have to go 1 map at a time, but yeah. They were very aware of themselves after playing at the major, how many times they won Inferno, and even talking about, well, yeah, teams are getting better at it versus us. They don't even look forward to playing it all the time anymore. But this is a team that doesn't really run off of any one single gimmick. No one's told me what that gimmick would be. I'm just seeing a lot of great cohesion and clearly a lot of reps together. It was supposed to be 1 good week of form. Hey, they got lucky. Then it was 2 good weeks of form. Then it was 3 good weeks of form. And then post-major, they've been right back to winning. There's been no hangover for them. They've just been so solid about the way that they've approached all their games, even versus lesser opponents, which we all know after majors can just take you out, catch you off guard.
The level of dominance that we saw Legacy put forward in their opening game against Fnatic, specifically on Ancient, I mean, it felt like they were just waiting to get back to Europe. Regional competition, no real trophy for Legacy at this point. Not a feature of this series. We get down to 30 seconds. Vitality gonna have to hammer this home on A, and they are met by fire the moment they want to pounce. It is Lotto and Rops in an awkward position inside of Palace.
They're trying to frag before they put their smokes down. Oh,
Rops
big
reacts. Luckily for them, Sadson holds his own back sight, but the Palace player's coming, and Rops will get a second. Spam through the top of it. Rops is dead. Lux able to track that down towards sight. 3v3, and here comes Apex. Galil gets 1, and he just keeps shooting to make sure they don't follow up in the peak. Great spam through smoke to keep the CTs back and low. Lux on 10 health. Nissim, top stairs, dealt with, bested by Zywoo.
Expertly handled here by Apex. Just as 1 kill where he comes out on this lurk. How he takes it, that sort of looked like a frag that, you know, Legacy would do to them. That was awesome. So, very complicated situation, very chaotic. Vitality come out ahead, bring this game back to a tie. But not to a standstill. There's going to be a reinvestment here for Legacy.
Terrorists win.
Rob's got 2 kills. He actually, of all the players, struggled the most versus Legacy the first time they played.
And I thought of all the players in this round was the one that was doomed. CT and Palace had the drop on him. But a great reaction we see there from Rops. First blood and snowballs out onto the site. But it looks like Legacy want to put a stick in the spokes. Vitality rolling forward towards ramp. Apex playing a dangerous game out middle.
Yeah, he's doing these lurks, right? But he's doing them well. He got that kill on Dumao.
Sadson holds his own on ramp. The first one his, the second a miss. And so Lotto peels back, tries to find cover. Lux is going to cut off the mid-split, and Zywoo trades out this time. Back to the 2v2. Rops an inevitability from Palace. Bomb will eventually need to cross, and they'll lay down smoke before it happens. We've got a staircase player isolated. Nissim tagged down to half. The nade finds damage deep on Lux, but Nissim, no fear, swings out wide, stands in the open and delivers double digits.
I mean, that's a perfect play from Nissim. Once they mollied Palace, there was no way for the other player to protect himself. I thought he was going to be more aware of that potential push. This one does look a little strange, though. Once Apex gets his kill, I mean, he can slow down to a crawl. As long as he has connector, then they can't come up that way. It makes him very hard for them to fight, knowing he could peek at any time, but he dies. And this is also a spot where they took that raw swing up through the A ramp to get the trade. They relied on a miss to even have a chance of getting in the site. This one looked a little bit discombobulated out of Vitality. Definitely the most worrying round, I would say. And the punish game remains strong here for Legacy.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the thing. There were great shots in here, but in terms of who made better decisions, it was actually Legacy. A lot more opportunities, a lot of good spots. And their shots were easier.
Got to appreciate how confident Nissim played that as well in the 2v2. Single AK Mezzi.
It's like you could be the best team in the world, but you still got to be better than Legacy.
AK reveals itself. Instantly falls back.
So I was up to 3 kills so far this half. He was super. He was super throughout half number 1. Miraculous output. Constant Maltese, lots of op presence. And it's not a map where you switch to T side and suddenly your op can't do anything. You definitely can. Patience pays off here for Mezzi.
There's the first. He's grabbed it. ZywOo now has an AK-47 as well.
Fake it B a little bit.
ZywOo's low health. We'll see if that AK ends up getting anything going. Satson steps forward. Deagle shot.
What a shot.
Lotto, time to deliver. Player falling down on him. The first to drop a triple here from Sandwich. The pinch off of Catwalk. Dumao comes through, but you let ZywOo put his hands on a real gun, and his shots towards Catwalk, not enough. They stop it in its tracks on bench and one step closer to a win over Vitality on Mirage.
From Sandwich, that's absolutely beautiful. Bomb goes that way. Don't know if that even really mattered. They just had to trade him out one way or the other, and they couldn't do that. Lotto, amazing spray down. Every single kill looked like it was necessary. Saved the day.
Push them to the limit with just that one Mezzi rifle. Meticulous in the setup to get that ball rolling. It's one thing to get close, it's another thing to close.
Looks like a little later round B play. Not something we see a lot of here for Vitality. Finally respecting Dumao's bounce back, it looks like. Not too shabby. They avoid a really important timing on that nade.
Sadson leans back. Tough angle here for Nissim on an MP9. Missed shot as well.
Oh, he's not shooting.
No, he buys his time until they jump, and it's wonderful because he just hit the dink on Rops too. Opper in the pocket. Sadson cleared. Flamesy rounds that sight. Bomb drop for the time being, and it's a well-placed shot here for Lotto. Unable to get a second. Back and forth we go, but it's Vitality with the edge.
Oh man, they looked a little bit unfocused there for a second on a couple of them. First op shot gets missed. MP9 is lucky to get a kill and a half, and now Dumao must clutch.
Moves this one forward. His rebound in the second half has been real.
They don't know where he is. They might give him one chance to hit a great shot and make this a one-on-one.
He steps wide, and he falls to the hands of Apex. Double kill for the in-game leader of Vitality. Double digits for Vitality off the back of it.
Yeah. Still surprised some of these movements. They forgot the op is at empty pillar. It did take a shot. They kind of strafe right in front of it. Vitality lower on rounds, lower on timeouts. As we reach the 11th hour, it's where all the pressure has mounted. And Legacy showed us a lot of one-sided games. Less of them came close at the end. This will be a real test of their mental. And already looked just a touch shaky right there, that last round. UMP is a sign of dire times here for Legacy to defend against match point. I wouldn't put it past them, though. It's not been a perfect day for Vitality.
Double scout, challenge to the ramp again. Rob's trying to pick up what's been a pretty flat map.
Yeah, he's struggling.
He'll drop one in the process. Apex has to go back from Palace. We know what Dumao did last time. That went well for him. His deep position into the T-spawn found more bodies. Mezzi hears the rumblings of an apartments push, but keeps himself moving forward, and they will find no resistance out middle. Dumao does indeed still sit around on ramp. But don't forget, 2 scouts in play here for Legacy. They force buy in on this, and the scout finds damage. Dumao doubling back to default.
Must be so tempting. He wants to take that second peek.
Apex swings.
Yeah, I love it.
All the way down, in behind the firebox sits that M4. Lux trying to sell his position, and Dumao gets both. They've got to turn around. They'll drop him there. Flamesy's rebuttal. 30 health, thanks to that scout, and Mezzi confirms that out jungles the next one. There's the final piece of this. Sadzin's scout in between Vitality and their 11th, and he finds tag damage through that triple box. Sadzin trying to get this 12th. It's right there for the taking, but Vitality just holds strong. They wait a second, pause, and then layer up on the angle, pushing him back off of Ticket.
Absolutely crazy situation. Again, I actually don't mind Apex coming out that way, but I think something was lost in the communication. They knew someone was back default, but when he disappeared, I don't think they went and actually searched him out with Apex, who got under balance. Dumao ended up getting these 2 kills. Looks like Apex is just holding him. Mezzi saves the situation. Very close call, very winnable for both teams. Vitality win it by a hair. Legacy wishing they had a few more dollars to invest that last round.
Ugh. And bags of cash for this one. It's a bleak picture out of the gate. They get aggressive through underpass. They try to find a kill in apps. Doesn't come to them. Vitality leaning back out of the start of this.
They're trying to scare him into an A push quickly. Vitality want to play off information first.
Flamesy. First blood. Robs was challenged last round. Couldn't get his game going out ramp. Very little between him and that site, and Apex, again, also passive. If they attack Robs now, he's alone. He won't be for much longer. But they opt to just remain on site.
This all gets heard, but there is no rotation here from the other B players. Be a foregone conclusion that this round is over if they don't do something interesting.
Playing this one like it's worth everything. Everybody grouped up for Vitality, a 5-7 in front of them. Teammate Dink, not ideal. 5-7 though, down with nothing. P250, same result. Smokes for the wall, and it's all good Vitality. They will indeed grab that 12th.
Felt like for a while that just was not going to happen. Legacy getting back into the lead late, looking so good on CT side, having a very two-half game, and some very scary, weird moments for Vitality as they tried to get organized. But now they're very much in the power position.
Economy ends up betraying Legacy. These last few rounds are going to be weird. Said it's a tale of two sides, and I think the same can be said for the performance from Dumao and Sadzin. Got to remember how flat it was in the first half. This is a Legacy that picks up both pistol rounds, converts the first one for 3, converts the second half pistol for the 2. They had effectively kept Vitality off of consecutive round wins for 8 rounds of play on this CT side until finally Vitality find consistency. This is 3 rounds in a row to get that 12th. And they'll hobble together whatever they can for this final round.
No wop up here for Legacy. Decent amount of grenades. The only small handicap is Nissim's Thomas. But they've done more with less.
We saw how professionally Vitality took that last round. Threat assessment across the map before grouping up to commit. All 5 players in on the decision when it came time to push. Legacy looking slightly timid in this 24th round of regulation, at least so far for the first 30 seconds, as they don't make any drastic moves. Letting Apex float around out middle yet again, as he has, constantly challenging this connector. Oh, but dumau's position finds him as he goes in smoke. A 5v4 is what Legacy has to try to push this. Make it 5v3! Lux comes in with his. Arops and ZywOo 2v5 at 45 seconds. Counter-terrorists with good guns draw the line in the sand on this A site, but there's still time to slow it down. Still time to crush Legacy's hopes.
I mean, how's ZywOo gonna do that? From Tetris with an op and the bomb on his back as Rop starts to leave Palace at 30 seconds. They might draw out some rotation, but this is just about impossible.
Waits for Robs to get closer. Stair players holding their lines. Swing out from Palace being thought of. ZywOo misses his chance to clear out, and you know that flash came from ramp. 10 seconds. Legacy pushed them the distance with an individual recovery across the board.
I mean, OT is already pretty incredible. They couldn't close this game out. And there was a comeback here for Vitality. But now it'll be full strength for both teams. They'll have to experience the CT side more.
He
That's a nice
sees
find.
a sliver.
Yeah, that's I mean, they have seen Apex do this lurk a lot, so that's great counterplay. It's pragmatic.
Sadzen versus ZywOo. They're going to give it to Flamesy instead to go for this connector hit. Apex out Palace early. Kind of shaking up Legacy for a second. Opera's concerned about mid. Has reason to be. No vision from window for Legacy. Lotto confirms one out here. Robs while blind. Hits that headshot. ZywOo wins the op duel. And they try to expose something out middle, but ZywOo reacts in tandem with the moves from Legacy. They chew through this setup for the defense. And Nissim in the corner with nothing to do.
Vitality has shown they know how to snowball, right? They can make bad go to worse. In the rounds where there's a lot more structure, it actually looks like Legacy have a better chance in these slower positions later on. But, well, when you get this blind opener from Rops and then the 2K from ZywOo, it's individualistic, but it is perfect counters. They knew exactly what was going to happen. No saves may be a problem. Wow, what a find.
And this shot gets
after a dink
in that moment and still finds the window kill as well. Composure there for Rops. Blind as a bat. Still hits him. Posted up in the window. Sadzen missed chance at the jump over top. That's ZywOo now going to be primed on high alert that the op is hunting him. He's winning the head-to-head in overtime. But again, Legacy want to go in on the ramp play. I feel like it's been good for them taking over ramp.
I have never had a problem with any of their CT setups, honestly. They do a good job of pairing up in all their spots.
Apex bombarded by nades.
Excellent. Lurking every round.
Wow, they're going for the boost. The Vitality jump on this.
This is only effective if Lux, you know, really delivers.
Let's see if he can with the flash,
Flash
out.
does nothing.
Finds himself, if anything. But look at this. Nissam's gone unnoticed. Doesn't get either.
You need someone else to get a kill for that to work.
Dumau's going to have to go nuclear now, and he has found this timing. Slides up. 2 players on the wall go down. But there's just so many bodies. He would have had to have killed everybody.
To be honest, that spot is really great when you have 3 players, because you have 2. You make it look like an overstacked site. They get a 3rd and 4th, maybe, but like once your teammate dies with no frags, like that'll eventually get cleared. You don't even, it's kind of uncomfortable even to try to aim from that spot versus a lot of engagement, so doesn't get anything, but Vitality moved quite quickly. So we jump into OT, and I mean, it's a 3-round comeback. They've won 2 rounds now in OT. They've won 5 out of 6 of the last rounds.
Terrorists win.
I think they might have gotten warmed up. This flash is pretty unfortunate.
No doubt makes his job all the harder. And Flamesy fast reaction to clear sight.
Yeah, as soon as they touch E-Box, they're going to look and see you. So see if Legacy can dig deep here.
T-side sweep of overtime would really cement that momentum shift was going Vitality's way. We saw what happened when Flamesy replaced Apex on this kind of a route. Apex picks up the challenge again, this time crouching, learned from his lesson, won't be plucked off by Dumau, but he's not even boosted on that same spot. Comparisons to round 24, Apex dead first, just steps around that corner. Flamesy's gonna be a late layer to the same play as the rest of the approach comes from Ramp and Palace. Lux floats out here. Mezzi's already gotten to Tetris.
Oh, 2 taps and he's out. Lotto eats his team's flash. It's a little messy. Lux is going to get tagged and pushed back 2 HP.
Barely standing now. They are banking on this player down beneath. Lotto back turn, but he is stuck here. Bullets coming up through the plywood, and ZywOo covers off to Dumau. Here's Nissam off of Catwalk to keep this even.
Lux on 2 health, was spotted. He'll reroute to join up with Nissam. And he spam downs, planted front sight, no chance of it.
Lux trying to set up Nissam here. A clean sweep of overtime would spell disaster for Legacy.
Looks like the CT reroute might have been better. It's an open plant, though. They won't necessarily know where the T's have got off to.
And still a frag grenade for Rops that could have Lux's name on it. Lux doubles back towards CT spawn. This is a super late scramble for the CT push.
That should work, right? What?
ZywOo backs up right into it. Lux, it's perfect, but he's low health and the time's even lower. Rops into the corner now, feels like a guarantee, but bomb open plant on the other side. Nissam's gonna get back on it. A second tap gets Rops to react, and Rops is here to close this. 3 kills in the 3rd round of their T side for the sweep in OT.
Yeah, I mean, it's messy and everything, but they get back to it. They lost a second. They lose both pistols this game too, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
So, it's a position where Legacy set up a chance for an upset, but yeah, the T side is starting to just get ridiculous here for Vitality. Now it's finally over. It's actually a moment of reprieve for Legacy. We get to switch over. They had a good time getting to overtime off of it, but
disruptive play from MongolZ costs him. Apex nade is great, though. You love to see that, finishing off the kill with no vision. Smokes off connector, but that walk through would have been dangerous. They'll go for the window boost instead.
Yeah.
Holding that smoke is MeZ. So in anticipation of the Legacy approach, barrel to the back of Nissim. Second player to climb up through windows, gonna try to get this back. Under wraps, 2v4 denied because ZywOo's already got your angle, and it is flawless in the overtime. Vitality lose both pistols, allow for Legacy to convert. Clearly, Austin, no fluke, as this challenge is real. But the series goes to Dust 2 as Vitality attempt to complete their revenge.
Did they scare you? Were you getting nervous, Vitality fans? Legacy looking like they were back to haunt the nightmares of Vitality once more, but Vitality managed to survive the test and regulation, bring it to overtime, and then it was all about the French squad rolling right through.
Great CT side, though. Even though it was just 7-5 by ZywOo, I mean, the total score line, that is, good recognition of what was available to him. I feel like basically everybody, MeZ was a little bit slow to start, but a lot of people on Vitality chimed in pretty nicely in that first half. But, I mean, to Legacy's credit, once again, they pushed them. I'm really surprised that they were able to play this well, especially on their own defense, actually, where it felt like they were just doing the right amount to make every mid-round situation hectic for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, so often when you have lopsided matchups like this, one team will win by getting out to a hot start, continuing the hot start, and then finishing with a hot finish. And when it gets to these games where Vitality managed to bring it back, it was 7-5, then you had Legacy win pistol, then it was 9-9, I think it was 10-10. They were tied up all the way through, so Legacy even getting to that 12 and making overtime happen. Unfortunate not able to pull it over the line, but it is impressive the way they actually did that. It's not like Vitality didn't show up and Legacy just got them 12-0 down and Vitality had to come back.
No, it was an absolute brawl, right? And there were a lot of rounds that we wanted to dive into because Legacy were doing a lot of things well. We're going to start here with round 11. Let's give that a whirl.
Yeah, this one, okay, this is towards the tail end of the half. This was the one where Vitality just played the clock down so low that we had a fun little goof, a little gaff, a laugh. That's what you call in Britain, right?
A little haha.
Rob's pulling out his knife.
Wait, hold on. Let's not talk about Britain when we're talking about the knife round.
It's a London classic.
So anyways, Rob's pulled out his knife to fight back there, which is the key. That's the funny bit after we got knifed. Yes. That's the funny bit.
That was the funny bit. That was the funny bit. Now we're diving more into the serious bits here. Round 16 that we're going to take a look at. This is a little bit more serious. That one was funny, haha.
Yeah, I can't remember which one's which of the rounds we have back, but I think this is when Legacy was doing a lot of great things with the scouts.
Yeah, this is Dumao with the push into T-spawn. I mean, Rops even spots him there, spins around, picks up one, doesn't leave it at one. He could just back away. Instead, picks up a second. Then he sticks around. He could fall back onto the bomb site, but Dumao, he's never going to choose the passive option. Picks up, or gets taken down. 3v3. We thought it was kind of over there for a second.
It was going to be tough for Sadzin. That's the main thing. But then he pulls out an incredible shot. There's a lot of utility pressure that's about to come his way. And to get this fadeaway shot, like Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Sadzin, they all should be said in the same vein. That fadeaway is
We call that the sky hook, Maui. We call that the sky hook.
Okay, the Sadzin sky hook, okay.
3 athletes that I put on the exact same level of importance and impact. Ooh.
That's beautiful.
Cojones.
That is just
scope
beautiful.
In when you're flying out of the Molotov. I love it. I mean, look, you talked about it. We had impact from a lot of different players, right? I mean, popping in the top of the scoreboard, you have Lato and Dumao, the usual suspects for this team. But really, it is impressive that it did feel like a complete game coming through, that we had contributions from a lot of different players in a lot of different moments.
I just love that Legacy are so unapologetically themselves. That Dumao's pushing towards ramp, fighting in spawn. It's reminiscent of how ridiculous and aggressive they played the first time around to Vitality. If they see an opportunity, individuals are given the green light. If they want to go, if they want to send it towards something, they always let them do it. In fact, I'd say most of the time, there's usually some kind of structure to what they're doing. They usually are setting their pieces up to get aggressive. But even in the mid-round, too, if they want to just send one guy because he has a feeling, they'll also work off of that instinct.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of reminds me of Prime Furia back in 2019 when they popped onto the scene, that they were going for these aggressive plays. They had Art jumping through smokes, doing insane plays, but there was a logic to the madness, and it's the same thing with Legacy here. They look insane. They look like they're making weird plays, but there's a logic to it. It's not just random.
It's a cohesive picture, and we saw them in a lot of late round situations as well. There's one we want to take a look at, round 19 here.
Yeah, round 19 is a great example of why Vitality struggle with this team, because, you know, the round starts out, it stays 5v5 for a long time. You still have, I mean, you even have the trade onto Sadzin here at top ramp, but then you end up in this kind of odd situation. Apex obviously misreads the rotation, gets taken down in what was an advantage situation. Then they're 2v2, the smoke off towards jungle. Vitality's trying to play this one by the numbers. They want to lock it down, smoke off jungle, set everything up, but the molly goes down, and then you're going to see ZywOo, he's caught with a nade in his hands. He's just not ready for the swing. Perfectly timed swing, but they're clearly not ready for this level of aggression.
It feels like one of those moments where, like, maybe the ideal play in 9 out of 10 situations would have been to fade back, but you also know that Vitality are expecting that, so you know your one chance to actually slip the dagger in and win is to push forward, is to catch him with that nade, is to catch him unable to shoot back.
I mean, there's a smoke jungle, but to Legacy's credit, they did molly off the other position that the other player on Vitality is playing, so it sets themselves up for these kinds of plays, and I feel like that sort of tempo and that sort of pace setting is something that Legacy, like, they're never on the back foot. That's one thing to their credit.
They never do seem to be. Always taking the initiative, always taking the fight. Now, you may think it's crazy that we're praising this team so much, considering the fact that they did actually just lose the map. But it's the context. It's the fact that, you know, there's no more excuses for Vitality. It's not like you weren't expecting these guys. It's not like they were unknowns. It's not like they surprised you. It's none of that. You know who they are. You've been thinking about them a lot. They ruined your streak. This team has you a little bit hot and bothered, I'd imagine. So you're thinking hard about this matchup. You're coming in, you're not discounting this opponent, and still we go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say enough positive things about Legacy, because it was easy to say, okay, they beat their Inferno streak. Maybe Vitality wasn't ready for it. They weren't ready for the aggression. They wrote them off. They come back here. Exactly like you said, they want revenge. They want revenge for that. And for Legacy to pull it so close to victory, you can't do anything but give credit to Legacy and the players within.
The only unfortunate aspect, as they did end up falling on this, is that once it hit overtime, it did feel like the cohesion between some of the players was lost. Just the inability, like, first gun round, Lux flashes himself. The player that's boosted in the site is unable to get anything, also just kind of flubs his lines too. They got so close, and it's one of those things where they've tasted victory before against Vitality, but it wasn't this close of a game when the pressure was really mounting.
Now, that being said, now, as we're looking forward, right, on the Vitality side of things, are there signs of concern? We had some players contributing. We had them ultimately gutted out in overtime. But let's be real. This is a team that we're expecting to be right back into their championship form, that we're going to be expecting to be right back into this land, into a contention for this trophy. Are we concerned for Vitality?
I think Rops took a little while to heat up into the game. I think he started out, he was like 5-7 or something at some point. But I think in general, the concern isn't too much about this exact map. The concern is more so about the lack of adaptation, the fact that Legacy can show them their playstyle. Legacy kind of have a clear playstyle. You go into the map on Mirage, and they seem to be caught out by it again. That's the only real concern I have for Vitality off of this.
I would also, I would bring up MOUZ here slightly. I feel like his B defenses were really lacking throughout most of this game. The pops towards his side of the map were what sort of started off the good half for Legacy. I mean, I think he came up with 0 kills maybe twice. So I mean, I don't really worry about MOUZ in the grand scheme right now, but this is just kind of on the day, the slightly worrying signs that you hope are corrected in map 2.
So no panicking, but maybe noticing. What we're noticing is that it's time for a break. When we come back, map number 2. Dust 2 on deck as we head into map number 2 here. Vitality, it took overtime, but they've staved off the upstarts of Legacy. My question for you, gentlemen, is what are we going to get on Dust? Vu?
I mean, this is a map that, if you go all the way back to before Legacy were known as Vitality beaters, they did play Vitality on this year, and they brought them to a close game. I believe it ended 13-9. I'm expecting another close game. This does play, although their win rate doesn't look that good on this map, I think Legacy are a pretty solid Dust 2 team, despite the fact they're playing Vitality, who seem somewhat unbeatable on this map at times.
Vitality are 18-2 on Dust 2.
But there were 2.
In this year.
But there were two. So you're telling me there's a chance?
Those teams were MOUZ and Falcons. Okay, Legacy's great. I love the story.
Sorry, where are Falcons?
Love the narrative. They didn't join this tournament. They didn't like some.
What place did they come in the major?
That's a good question. Worse than Legacy. Then.
Worse than Legacy.
Worse than Legacy. In the sample size of one tournament, Legacy, you could consider them being better. But in reality, I think that this is where Vitality gaps Legacy a little bit more. I think they're going to show the difference. The T sides of Vitality, which I assume they're going to start on, have been just incredible in terms of mostly, I like the innovations that they've actually done towards B primarily, but really, they're getting cat control almost every single round they want it. And Legacy, they got to come up with some crazy answers here.
If I have to raise a red flag, I think in terms of mid control for Legacy on Mirage, I think they left a lot of openings. ZywOo got a lot of entries for free. That's why they ended up having to hit the extremities. And if they let that happen again, ZywOo's going to pick them apart. And yeah, it could end up being a bigger gap than overtime. I agree.
Now, that being said, that is logical brain, right? But logical brain would have said coming back into this, okay, Vitality, they know what to expect from Legacy. They're going to be prepped. They're going to be thinking about this. They're going to be dominating. Logical brain, that's no fun. Emotional brain says Legacy nearly took Mirage. Holy cow, they almost did it twice. Can they do it a third time?
Emotional brain wants to see it happen. Emotional brain wants to see Legacy keep pushing this series the distance, as Emotional brain wants to see Legacy put Vitality in a 2-tournament loss streak. They haven't been on a 2-tournament loss streak this entire year.
Again.
Yeah, no, they've only lost a single tournament or 2 tournaments, but they were separated. But now they can create a new streak of losing tournaments.
Legacy broke their 37 series streak. Now they're going to break their 1 series streak. Streak breakers.
Legacy out here breaking streaks. 2 guys who leave a legacy of their own. Scrawny and Launders.
I'm Dumao.
Powering up for map 2?
Who are you? You're Lux, because you got the stash.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Actually, they beat him up so bad that Flamesy copied Lux's stash, and they both copied you. So,
well, look at us.
Trendsetter.
Working on it. Here we go. Dust 2. The record of Vitality really does paint a bleak picture, Mohan. But like Darf said, that would be the logical brain.
Uh-huh.
But if we apply heart to the situation.
Let's do it. Let's get a little passionate.
Desire.
And just make stuff up. Go ahead.
Well, maybe, just maybe, Legacy have something in them. To do a reverse sweep in a best of 3 over the world's best team, over 2025's best team.
Yeah.
Is it possible for Legacy to go swinging for the fences? Absolutely. They'll swing all right.
Yeah.
Just matters as to where this game ends up. They'll start CT side. And we've got a Vitality that I think is hoping for Rops to maybe kind of get off to the race a bit quicker than he did on Mirage.
Yeah, he just looked way off.
He was pretty quiet for the majority of all that. Luckily, you had ZywOo causing a real ruckus.
And he's the only one playing land with Flamesy right behind him.
Mm-hmm. 2 land players so that they can high-five one another. While Apex gyrates in his chair alone at home. Nothing here for Lux. He's got 2 teammates to work with. CT player coming. Oh, Apex shuts down Dumao. Empty-handed Dumao car hold. No bueno. ZywOo P250. It's a horrifying thing to have to go up against.
Just gonna swing at the same time, try to catch a flank, something like that.
Wait
no.
for Flamesy maybe for the bottom of the ramp.
There, got the
just
bomb.
Chuck that bomb on over.
Can't get up.
This one just gives
Smoke's
smoke.
fine, yeah.
Is that okay? Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, sir.
I will definitely.
I will take that, and Nissim could have made up for it if he was also allowed to go pushing into the close proximity of it. He wanted to make himself a pocket, even if it guaranteed the plant, but the plant did already kind of feel guaranteed. ZywOo's P250 then gets a second chance, and what do you know? Pop, pop, 2 kills.
Pop.
Right then and there.
Yeah, to be honest, I think, if he does the A-site retake, fast cap smoke, then he could play around it to fight against MongolZ. But MongolZ was definitely scared of him and didn't really feel like that was understood exactly. So, I mean, just trying stuff here. They probably thought that Vitality had a little bit more utility to work with.
Probably. Willy Wonka looking.
Taiwu? Looks like Johnny Depp.
Yeah, you got that Wonka split. My goat. Vanilla pistols, no money spent. Legacy wants that round 3 buy. Patience out of the gate on Dust 2. You expect this map to be close?
I don't, personally.
Sorry, you're allowed to have that opinion. It's just delivery.
It's sometimes what you see is underdog, really tries hard, makes the first game interesting, and then, yeah, it is. They got 5 players here, but this site is kind of hard to use all your players when you stack. Let's see if they can pull anything off.
Assassin's got the 1. Nissim as well, but yeah, that's it. It was 5 players on site, but it was also 4 players with real guns.
Yeah, it's like every peak you see like 2 guys at once. It's hard to make them all useful. So Apex probably told the joke about calling them into the stack, and they move on. But yeah, I mean, the typical trope is you see the underdog team make a really good attempt on the first map, but if they don't secure it, then, the road just feels twice as long, and then the second map, sometimes you get gassed. I mean, we have seen Legacy be very good across BO3s, even as an underdog in many matches. But yeah, if I had to guess, and honestly, I would hope Vitality would be able to put them away. I think they've got full respect for this team. And then if you compare the fact that they've got full respect for them, they know this is going to be a hot matchup, hotly contested. Their 5 top 20 players versus, Legacy's none. You would expect them to be able to have one map that's not close in a series like this.
100%. ZywOo challenge gets traded. It's bomb back there on MongolZ. I think as well what you're saying, like that bit of exhaustion coming through from a first map. We sort of even had that within the Fnatic series where Legacy map to map didn't quite look entirely like themselves a second time. Vitality dragged this one out, only able to close in overtime. Statistically, dominant map. 2 losses for Vitality on this map. That's it. Wow. Are you kidding?
That's how he releases the tension. Just a little pop up into the air and instantly gets shot down. Crazy. I wonder from his perspective if it even really looked like a jump. I don't even think you can see the floor.
Wow. LUX.CEST to take the top of the boxes, and it's MeZ now just pummeling through over top of the smoke. I said, they want Robs to get online faster, and MeZ inspired by that long-range headshot. Triple kill down into it. Can we please see what Robs just did? Airborne at the peak of the jump.
Like what? And he only jumped because he got so bored. He's like, someone has to be around here somewhere.
And he was right.
I just want to exchange glances with that person.
Is there anybody down in that? Dead. On arrival. That was fun. For Robs. There's 2 frag grenades in hand for Legacy. They opt not to layer them. Apex welcomes that one. Ooh, 2 players tagged to nearly half by 1 frag grenade. If only they had both nades in that moment. Oh, what could have been? Smoke grenade on Nissim. And again, you see Dumao trying to add himself to this crossfire of pistols in middle. Ooh, Lotto's 5-7 adds one to the scoreboard. Okay. And a second, and they get them all! Quad kill for Lotto on his own out mid.
What a cleanup by Lotto, man. That was going to be guaranteed, the amount of players there ready to swing on him. He didn't even need all 4 of these.
Destroyed.
Wow.
Okay. That's a hell of a way to kick off the CT side, and then on top of it, push your opponents into Tech 9s. Why not? I guess.
It is just special that Legacy can pull that off versus everyone. Like, they can just do stuff like that.
Teammates peppering the CT smoke, but that is really only Lotto with actual targets to shoot at.
Like, that's the kind of thing that happens to Complexity, not Vitality, you know? But, like, Legacy, they really don't believe that they're worse than anyone else. Like, they actually have confidence. Sorry about the stray, Complexity.
And the result on map 1 isn't really going to kind of chip away at that confidence either. Oh no, you lost the Vitality in an overtime Mirage. Like, that's pushing them the absolute limit. Nissim's got a 3rd kill queued up, but we've got MongolZ with an answer as the cat push comes down towards him. It's just sheer numbers swarming over top of Vitality. And it may not have been a successful first gun round, but that 5-7 queues up an early answer.
Yeah, seriously. Set him up for something nice.
Wowza.
No money.
Hilariously, this is Vitality with a chance to end a Legacy win streak, currently on 6 matches at the moment.
Okay.
5 of those in domestic competition.
Were they 2-0s as well, or?
There's a 2-1 over Fnatic, a 2-1 over Imperial.
Oh, right.
And a 2-0 over a team called Dusty Roots.
Dusty Roots.
Never let your carrots get dusty, folks.
Dusty Roots. Okay.
Owned. Your pistols will achieve nothing in the face of Legacy, who tie this game up as quick as can be. Dusty Roots sounds like Dust Murray's biography whenever that comes out.
Dusty Roots, I love that.
Dusty
the origins of the Dust Bowl. Dusty Roots. D-Dust 1.
CT side had to pique our interest with a round like that. Put Vitality on a back burner for a couple rounds, and now let's see them get back to work. Because it's going to take genuine work to beat a Legacy that clearly believes in this ability to pull off an upset. No skipping steps. Some good old-fashioned elbow grease.
Great grenade to kick this off, but a little scary now for Sadz. It's getting flashed back.
2 players out, but back turn. MOUZ just runs right into that op scope. Catwalk challenge has Lux preoccupied. Flamesy's gonna kill him, so it's all in the opper. Second kill here for Sadzin. But a third remains elusive. You've got all of what's left of Legacy trying to work their way up spawn. A smoke to truly cover the cross. And Rops takes an early engagement on his terms to put man advantage in Vitality's hands with the plant. Now, smoke soon to fade on Cat. And as that does, Lotto's gonna have an angle that should have flushed Rops back in. Nissim will connect a headshot to Apex, but Rops now takes his place. And it feels like a tall order for Nissim to pull off this clutch. Between Rops and ZywOo, the crossfire they have, and a push towards ramp. even with the damage on Rops, looks like Legacy have to write off their losses. Vitality, a long push that gets past the Opper, despite Sadzin's best efforts with that 2K. And in the end, all 5 of Legacy's players hit the ground.
I really like how fast they went towards long. It feels like so many teams are taking these A plays, but it's all leaning cat. It's either 5 cat or a long lurk at best. And this time they pull 3 out. And they also have Flamesy push through the smoke, so fair enough. They're trying to put 2-prong pressure on Sadzin from Karn. He does well with it. But in general, they don't have long. He will eventually die. They pick the site with 2 players. It's Vitality not overthinking that. Feels like for the first time at the bounty, they throw a cross smoke that covers the entire thing. Oh, that's a big mistake.
Thought you had more to work with than you really did. Lux in the danger zone.
They're setting up the nade. He was just maybe going to get in a position to peek into lower, so Vitality are ahead of it.
It's a very costly round here, too, with the double ops from Legacy.
Yeah, true. I think, you're right. I think they should really just pick a site, to be honest.
I think they should
At least they double up long, then they're still fine. So they have 2 ways to save here if it's... I don't... They're going to very lightly attempt to defend this and then go save together.
Kind of keeping one toe in the water here, Sadzin. So it seemed, but now he's very much committed. If he crosses back to ramp, there's no way he's getting out of here, so he's fighting for it.
See if he finds one.
No world where he gets away with his life, but he could just fight and stop them all. First kill with no trade. Sadzin peels back, and it's an Apex headshot. What a zinger. Rob's sitting around in middle. If he dies, is the retake on?
That's a good question. They still have another op, though, and they're kind of low on utilities. So,
look at the
they're moving into position. I like that they're looking for... Oh, they found a chance. How did they...
That one surely convinces them. Zywoo on a quarter HP. There's a world where MOUZ has to do it all. That is the world we're now in. MOUZ suddenly has lost 2 teammates, and he wastes no time. Succulent shots from MOUZ. A third right ahead of him. Nissim takes that ledge to try to close the gap. Bomb on the other side of the boxes. MOUZ wide, and the retake comes through for Legacy.
Whoa, he makes it happen. Nissim somehow. They have that op committed, coming back, gets one on the cross, and then Rops gets flanked in mid. I mean, at that point, after this kill goes down, they get this refrag. It looks like they're just going to call it a day. Wow. The spray through the smoke from over on B, but it's because they tried. It's because they tried that they found an opportunity to do that.
Just a bit of belief goes a long way for them. Sticking around just enough. When he crossed over to ramp, I thought, oh, you've given your life away. Lotto, this time down in lower tunnels, gets traded back by one of the 3 AKs in play for Vitality. Lux doesn't like that presence, peels all the way back. That is a round that keeps Legacy right in this.
Honestly, I think MOUZ was even playing with his food in the end there. He could have probably won on time if he wanted to, but after those 2 taps.
Dinky little flashbang from Apex does nothing. Oh,
this might be awkward if they're not careful.
Oh my god, he's turning away. It's the mid play. They turn back just in time. But Zywoo still comes through with the double and joins forces with Apex. It's a gun picked up. And another retake needed of Legacy. Still quite some distance off, though. What a comfort zone here for Vitality to sink into post plants.
Got some good grenades for this to slow it down.
And it's already slow.
Yeah, and the op coming in. Not comfortable, but saw how much belief did for Legacy last round.
Why not do it again? You're kind of on a roll. Incendiary here for Sadzin. He is the player with the kit. Smoke fades on the doorway. ZywOo just locked in for this push. Insta-kill on Dumao. And a Sadzin op that will indeed be valuable. It's not infinite money here for Legacy, but he finds his path to an exit, as does Apex. 5 rounds for Vitality as they get through that smoke and catch a B site off guard. But even though they got caught off guard, still a damn near solid hold.
Yeah, honestly, you're right. Like, they were, at least one of their players was very careful. The other one was switching to get into the window position. I believe it was Nissim, made that possible. And you have to appreciate that. Just ready at all times.
Bob could be huge here for Legacy. MP9s may need the firepower. Call of the Void.
Man, he is alone right now.
Yeah. Sadzin doesn't know the danger's right there, but missed flick shot, fast tempo.
Yeah, that's the whole round.
Especially with a MAC-10. Down goes the op. Of all the guns that Legacy have here, that's the one you would have hoped that if you have to save again this round, it would be a part of that. But still, 2 M4s valuable.
I think it was a little suspect that tunnels was never smoked.
Vitality start to build back that momentum.
They just never let them get to the level where they can disrespect you. That's the thing that, like, Legacy are consistently able to do. They've been punishing Vitality every time they try to put a little flair on something or think that they're about to walk away with it.
Terrorists win.
And we sort of saw that same respect from Vitality given to even NRG in the opening game because we knew they wanted to play as proper as possible to make up for the Cologne loss. You had to come in and look fantastic, which they did. This is a respect that is just straight up earned.
Yes, because they keep testing it. They keep trying to get to that place where they can just go wild on Legacy, but they won't let them.
And, you know, around like the retake they pulled off, when it felt like Vitality, for a second, looked very confident in just storming through that A site over top of the Opper. You know, it's a reminder that even in those post plants, you better stay absolutely sharp. ZywOo dies to a wide swing on long that time, putting MOUZ in what was, credit to his name, a damn near clutch. But when you think of all the teams that Vitality are going to take with the utmost seriousness, Legacy doesn't jump off the page. It should now. No denying, respect earned. No matter how much trash he talks, Apex gotta look at this team and think, damn, because Nissim will not fall away from fights. Confidence spilling over through the tunnels. He wants more than just the 2, and that's where MOUZ is gonna start to bring this round back, but he loses a bunch of health in that process.
Yeah, that's job well done already, Nissim. He's 2 kills, MOUZ down to 23 health.
Another moment where there's little to lose, so Nissim off the leash, goes tearing up through the tunnels. You've got the 2 M4s and an MP9 still saved from last round. Remember, only Sadzin died. That's why he's the guy on the USP. Trying to gain some information here. Reveals the position of the Opper. Clearly still presence for Vitality, but this angle from Lotto, he's going to find them unexpectedly and cleans up all 3.
Another multi from Lotto. No 5-7 included in this one, but that's 12-7 is a very handsome scoreline he's got going on. They're sharing the highlights. That's got to be my favorite part about the team, though. There's not just one. There really isn't just one star. Even though, you know, Dumao might be the biggest personality and have some of the biggest. I see all of them really share the spotlight.
Timing on the long fight goes MOUZ's way. Frag grenade though, ton of damage. Vitality looking to hang on to this lead. Take a chance with the shots through the smoke. Lux lines up a double.
Beautiful. He looked at where the molly was coming from.
Perfect stuff. Robs hears this movement down in spawn. Satsun's gonna get blindsided. He's jumping around though, making it awkward. Robs goes over the ledge, trying to reopen this round from a 2 versus 4 back to even keel.
Bomb has to get thrown across. Lotto can get between this.
Sees it as an invite. Closes that gap up towards MOUZ. Low health for MOUZ. Needs easy. Does it. Lotto with a double. 14 frags to his name and a tied half at the end of the first 12.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays. It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final. And then at 15-14, Stewie2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to blow the bomb!
Thank you very much. Bomb tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramid!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect clip.
I mean, they're out of their chairs, America.
America is losing their minds in this moment. Yeah. There are no pyramids, there is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could!
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know that one, but perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate, you know, it's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
Back in with another challenge. Legacy making sure that not only was Austin no fluke, but neither was the close game back on Mirage. Tit for tat with some seriously aggressive and individually flary plays throughout this half.
Super good punish game. They clearly stayed focused the whole time. That retake that they pulled off is something that like a lot of teams in those positions wouldn't even attempt to try, considering the util, the players, and where the attack was coming from. So, well, you can't have a closer half. 6-6. Long control now taken for Legacy.
MOUZ bullets whizzing through the window shield. Windshield. And we get the answer from ZywOo, the one already on site though. ZywOo trying to hold his own. It's Apex to step it up a notch. Sadzin closes the gap. No help from Rops just yet, and he gets the kill before the arrival of Rops, which is truly key to this clutch.
My dude's taking his time here, going for a stroll up cat.
Oh, but what's he think about? Sadzin, oh, he converts it! Gets the insta-kill to Rops, and we've got Legacy with a pistol win and a chance at momentum as they now have a lead on map 2.
Yeah, it does look a lot like Mirage. Pulled Rops forward, did that little strafe back, baited him into the crouch peek, and took his head off. That's a great start as well. It shouldn't have been a 3v5 comeback here for Vitality at all.
Double scout, MP9. ZywOo doesn't get anything going. Now we saw Nissim just throw a Hail Mary, fly down into that lower tunnel with a 2K on an MP9 push. ZywOo, in contrast, doesn't want to run that risk with this scout. Didn't have the support from the nades off Cat. CT's trying to fall back, but look at the chase here from Lux. Just really wanting to get into it. Really wanting to keep that pressure up. Flash through mid doors does exactly that, but Mezzy hits a deagle shot. And ZywOo's gonna come back at this with his scout. Galil on the chase. Rops is here to support. Lux is here to save it, but ZywOo's got the better of him, so man advantage. And look at this hunt. Flamesy's gonna find a back turn. And while the bomb is up in the tunnels, Sadzin opts to double back. Flamesy tucks into boxes.
I mean, he will get cleared.
Surely. No. Or not. Sadzin writes it off, and Flamesy finds a way to finish the force.
I thought he heard the jump down behind him.
Surely.
Yeah, Well, I mean, it would have still been difficult to win. This is a great round, obviously, for Vitality, but man, right as Legacy were about to create some momentum. Deagle shot in for Mezzy.
Flamesy coming back at the Cat aggression after having been pushed all the way back to the bomb site because of that mid-duel getting dragged out. Just a great example of a tug of war over Catwalk that leads Vitality to the close. The Mezzy Deeg gives Legacy something to think about.
Again, it's the Legacy T-sides, I think. They just don't have the same umph. So we'll have to see about next rifle. If they can keep this party going.
Clean.
What a half out of Lotto. Back on CT.
Takes Doom out a few shots, but he gets in with it. Keep those B players, so they think, locked in sight. Reality is Vitality already coming down towards middle, pushing off of the bomb site, making sure that the bomb's dropped, and it's Flamesy with the double here to hold it off. And 4 strong for Vitality is a great way to get momentum back in their full control.
I wonder what Legacy are thinking right now. Oh, well, they're thinking we're still broke, I guess is what they're thinking.
As he leaning back, lets Apex get wild. And that's an M4 to pick up for Lotto. Tries to make use of it, try to chip away at the money, but not going to be the case. Vitality to the 9-7 lead. Trying to keep Majority alive again. It's 100 pounds of cover.
Counter-terrorists. Yeah. Vitality, this is the stage where they constantly get to. It's like a 3-round cycle. They feel like they're in control. Then they try to get a little crazy with it. Legacy shut them down. Now Legacy just have to do that here in the second half. It's the first timeout getting used. Vitality haven't bothered. And yeah, I don't know what kind of game plan they want to try to bring. I'm not expecting Vitality to do anything too audacious in this half on CT. I think they don't necessarily need to.
I think winning that force buy is already audacious enough. Pressure won't be on to make wild moves just yet. Not unless Legacy get another rebound going. Late suicide drop here. Apex already to the top of middle. A very confident setup in round 17. Oh man, back turn to him. Apex just gonna take the free kill. B bomb site entirely vacant, and Rops is gonna scramble for it. Smokes down at the edge of it. Him and ZywOo with a kill apiece, and this round absolutely fizzles out for Legacy. Could you have asked for a more dominant 10th round win?
That's kind of crazy. It's like they teleported into spots that were going to be perfect versus exec. Apex standing green box, and he already gets that kill, and then they know what type of hit is coming. Ludicrous to get that far behind enemy lines. A minute 25, and this round's over. Off the pause as well. That's
man.
deflating.
The pistol really set us up for something, but now with this round, you let Vitality take an 11th, 2 from victory. You're trailing by 4. You know, there's something magical about what Legacy did in Austin. And I feel like we saw remnants of that on Mirage. The ability to believe in Legacy causing this upset when so few teams can best Vitality ever. But now this one has the makings of it all coming down to that force buy win at the start of the second half. That takes the chances away from Legacy and starting to make mistakes.
That one just to clear out the double doors. Luckily, it's not necessary.
He gets there.
Yeah, well, that helps him find out about this half-buy rush.
Another spray through. Rops clean kills through smoke. Loses the car player.
Okay.
Oh, but he tracks the headshot to Lux. Looked like he was only going to get the 2.
There's 2 upgrades and a plant potentially coming in. CT's slowly working on this retake.
Said they needed to sprinkle that magic back in and that it was starting to dry up. Here we go though, Sadson and Lotto, guns in hand. Oh, but fire over towards the car doesn't stop Lotto from getting his tunnel player. As the gun is empty to the player on plant, Apex can't snap it. Legacy do it again.
No way, they ran into the B site. They lose their first player in the smoke and they still pulled out both entries and a 2v3 post plant. That's a half-buy win.
These are what they need. If you're going to lose to a round like this, after winning pistol, you have to pull one out of the hat yourself. They do.
Man, car player gets nothing on this hold.
That's after Rops puts 3 kills up on the attack. Did more than enough for the rest of Vitality to just put that in. Double up setup response for Vitality. Rops and ZywOo. It takes a little magic, and Legacy seem to have it in spades. Boosts their economy back to a full buy, and this double op will be tested. ZywOo wants to get it going. It's him versus Lux to start the round. There has been no contest towards middle. ZywOo will not miss a shot like that, and instantly down into CT spawn. He's ahead of the curve. He's ahead of Legacy. We've got one to try to challenge up towards B. Lotto, can he truly bring this back? Because you've got bombs still stagnant over towards Cat. It's not the full-blown commitment. MOUZ trying to make up for that messy last round, goes out through the window, executes Lotto, and hangs on to this B site while these ops remain split. Legacy down to a 2v5.
It's all about ZywOo. Really ahead of the game. Up on Cat early to mid. Shuts them down since they don't do a standard mid B smoke. And if he doesn't get that first kill, he can't drop in for the second. So real big impact from him. 23 seconds save here for Legacy. I think Vitality will just be happy to win.
Type of round that just tops off the coffers too. MOUZ up to $10,000. Vitality can see the finish line.
No over flicking, no getting caught off guard.
So we can do the same.
What would he go? What?
What is it? Full eco or what?
Something like that.
Yeah. Oh, because it was so easy.
It was so easy.
Yeah.
I love how
it's just Zywoo doing it, but
I love how Vitality, when we listen in and Apex is doing his thing, you just hear little giggles.
Yeah.
That's the fun part about this, most dominant team in CS2 history. The era that comes.
It's a bunch of nice guys in Apex.
Yeah, it's like when you're a kid and the first friend learns to cuss, and none of the other kids want to say the bad words yet.
Yeah.
Apex is that rowdy neighbor. But make no mistake, these are legends.
They don't need that mid smoke.
Because Legacy have shown us more with less, you'd be a fool to write them off in the 20th round of play. But you can tell Vitality have the confidence to close this. On the listen-in, on the interruptive moves that Zywoo continues to make. Well, there's nobody on Cat this time. He could try to get ahead of it. Rops will find his. They never really found out about that second op because Rops never had to fire it. It's been on the field for a couple of rounds. And it's a sad realization for Legacy because it costs them one. Dumao picks up the rifle. But Flamesy's going to keep the pressure up. Should be held by Lux. It's just the Glock, though. Oh, he hits the dink for 94.
Yeah, that's 2 dinks right there.
Man, oh man, if it's a P250, a Tech 9, anything other than a Glock, Flamesy gives him an upgrade and a possible way back in. Flamesy to get deep flashed.
Peeking again is crazy, 6 health, but there's no time to go long anymore.
And they walk right back into that pinched off setup. Sadzin trying to find the answer as he's now the last man up with 15 seconds. It looks like Vitality's 12th round is one of the easiest that they've come to collect on Dust 2.
Yeah.
4 map and match points.
They should just be diving Sadzin right here. It's a whole lot more expensive if he goes down. And on this fallback, it looks like he might get spotted, but oh, they'll take him out with the op. And yeah, this is the worst position possible. They have enough money for a few full buys here, though. Vitality might not be through the woods yet. Like, Legacy have been nothing but surprises at moments like this, but how many chances do they get?
Aggressive one from MOUZ. The confidence has been earned. He gets hard cleared by Dumao as the off fight doesn't come through middle. So a man advantage to work with. 2 ops on the other side of this door. I would hate to be Sadsin. Oh, they both hit him.
How they do that.
Dumao tries to jump over, nailed by both ops. ZywOo tries to play the same game.
Great shots all around.
And Lux dropping the util on the catwalk while the smoke's up. He's gonna try to charge through with the bomb. Him and Sadsin. They try to force their way in and get turned around, flipped upside down, and damn near denied already. 100 health here for Lotto, challenging the site. Grenades trickling over top of the A site. It's a challenge, and it's still alive. You've got a player on the climb up here on flamez in anticipation of the long push. He gets his, and Sadsin with 67 health has a quickly ticking timer. It is Rops on the prowl from behind. flamez down beneath him, 20 seconds, and it's over. The Rops off to close it, but a real challenge offered up by Legacy to pay homage to the upset in Austin. A slight taste of revenge as the world's top 4 lock their places in for the Malta finals. Added are Aurora, Astralis, Liquid, and VP the challengers. Malta now awaits.
Malta awaits indeed. Revenge for the Streak Snappers now taken. Vitality can stroll into the studio here in Malta with their heads held high.
I think Legacy can have their heads held high as well, to be honest. That's an overtime loss and a Dust 2 loss. That Vitality's the best team in the world on Dust 2. They're 19-2 now on that map. I don't think that you can say too much bad about Legacy and the way they performed, but Vitality, we knew they were going to take it home eventually.
The experience really shone through, especially in the late rounds. I thought Legacy was making a lot of good moves in the first 45 seconds of a round. They had some proactive pushes. They were trying to upset just kind of the macro sense of what Vitality's conjuring up in a round. But late round doesn't even matter if Vitality's boxed into a single spot. The players found ways to get kills.
They find ways. They find ways, and that's all you need to do. And especially with Vitality, we know the caliber of each individual player, right? If you give them their opportunities, they are going to punish you for it. So it does set up a very interesting array of teams that we've now got coming here in Malta. A who's who of the best of Counter-Strike ready to compete.
4 best teams in the world.
You could argue it's the six best or 5 best teams in the world.
Yeah, 5 best teams in the world.
Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. No, Na'Vi didn't actually win their game. My bad.
They did not. They did not.
Actually, there's some good upsets in here, actually. Now
there are. It got spicy this round.
You're right. No, Scrawny's right. Scrawny, it's 4 best. It's 4 best. No, that's actually really sick that we got such elite competition here that's coming through. And I think a lot of people would look at the format in the beginning, Cassad, and say things like, this is a bad format. But if we got the 4 best teams making it through, I mean, yeah, you can make certain things more competitive, but in terms of excitement, this definitely delivered in terms of how close many of the games were.
Let's draw back into this matchup for the moment, because I do want to give Legacy a little bit more of their due, right? This was a team that wasn't even supposed to be at the major, that then made the most of it, absolutely. And it seems like there's more to them. Like, this may not just be a flash in the pan. If they can continue to build on the team that we saw in Austin, Legacy could become a very exciting squad to watch this season.
Yeah, my concern is that they are just hyper aggressive, and if that's not working for them, do they have a second gear consistently? Can they take down a MOUZ, a Spirit? Can they take down these teams consistently? Certainly when they surprise a team, or I mean, Vitality shouldn't have been surprised by this, but when they come in and their plan A is working, they are incredibly scary even to a team the likes of Vitality.
This is a really tough ask, but I love the Furia comparison because they do have a lot of great ideas in the beginning of rounds, but what they really need is a closer. Like they need a guy that's gonna be able to stand up to some of the world's best when it's a 2v2, a 3v3, and Dumao and Lado are really exciting in the early mid-round, but I feel like, you know, what made Furia so special and work so well is that at their peak, they had Serato, who was one of the best clutchers in the world still to this day, and they also had Henny, who was a great late-round opper, and I'm not quite getting that out of some of the other personnel on the team yet.
We did have some of those moments, especially on Mirage. I mean, if you're looking at Nissim in that 2v2 with the slide out.
Nissim was all right.
There were moments.
Yeah. He was all right. It's just a little more. I want more.
A little more.
Well, more.
We've got someone who might be able to tell us how they're trying to find that more. We've got Lotto joining us for this. Oh, sorry. We've got No one joining us at the moment, but we are going to look at some beautiful highlights of Lotto playing well because he was dang good coming through here.
Yeah, when it comes to Legacy, I mean, Lotto is statistically their best player in a lot of ways. I'm a huge fan of Dumao, but this series made me a Lotto believer. Honestly, he had so many aggressive plays that worked out well. He had the bomb site defenses as well. He was showing up exactly when they needed him. When a couple of other players were struggling a little bit, he put them in a lot of good situations. He had a couple of lurks that I really liked in very odd spots. Really great played strats. Can't say enough well about Lotto.
I find Lotto to be an incredibly versatile player. When Lotto and Dumao were coming up, I would say that Dumao went from being a baiter, like a hardcore baiter, to now he's kind of an entry. He's a space taker at times. He's doing a lot of crazy antics and plays. Lotto was always kind of this glue guy, this fill guy that just kind of fell in line, and he would always almost be right there with Dumao, who was viciously baiting him. And so now Lotto is kind of in this position where he's gone through so many different iterations of teams with Dumao, and now for some reason he's just kind of, the versatility is now meriting high ratings too.
Now we do, in fact, have the interview. It's with Lux. Lux, commiserations on that loss, but once again, pushing Vitality to the limit here. What do you think the team did today?
Sorry, I'm not hearing you. It's kind of low volume.
I will shout. No, I'm not actually going to shout, but hopefully it'll sound better. Look, you guys made a game of it again. Vitality's a dangerous team. You certainly know that. You pushed them on a couple of maps. You made a game of this. How do you feel about the team today?
I feel like we had a good game. Of course, we can say that we play bad because they're the top one HLTV rank. And yeah, I think we had some chances to win this series. We lost some crucial rounds, like they did as well. And yeah, I think we are on the right path.
Going into overtime, you guys got swept on Mirage. I was looking at some of those plays. It felt like, I think you flashed yourself in one bomb site defense. There was some mistakes. Do you feel like it kind of the moment got to you, like we can beat these guys, or what went wrong there?
Yeah, I think we read them well on the overtime because I was rotating to B and then I got self-flashed. And then the other round we were on A and it was A. So yeah, I think it was like the details, like just kill the guys because we were reading them well, but missed the crucial point of the Counter-Strike, that is kill the guys.
Yeah, a question maybe not just about today, but kind of what's to come for you guys, Lux, that, you've been playing some competition, some qualifiers with other Brazilian teams exclusively. What is your read right now, or what do you think of the Brazilian scene right now?
I believe we've lost him. So if you want to know what his read of the Brazilian scene is right now.
Offensive question.
Hopefully, maybe he'll post it on Twitter later or something like that. I don't know. He saw MOUZ face.
Next time
I got to get out.
I'm asking first next time.
Yeah, you're cutting Vu off. Understandable. It happens. You know what also happened is the first week of Blast Bounty. It's the last day of the first stage. We're done with the online games, but there were 4 of those today, starting with Vu.
That's a great question.
Let's roll it. Let's just roll the clips. Roll the clips.
There we go.
We had MongolZ versus paiN. This was not the rematch that I think we necessarily wanted. Like, you would have wanted 3 maps. You would have wanted to see push it. I mean, they did push him technically. Like, the first map it was pretty back and forth there. So, it's just a shame. But MongolZ, I'm glad that they made it to the studio.
Yeah, it would have felt wrong with MongolZ not making it to the studio, honestly, when we talk about these teams that actually are getting to the LAN, like a MOUZ who turned down baiT's offer. bait wanted to bounty.
That was shameful.
They wanted to
call them out.
That is shameful.
Call them out.
You're supposed to be like the 2nd best team in the world, 3rd best team in the world. You're in the top end of the world, and this is bait, and you won't take their wager?
Auralus.
Oh, wow.
Without Aura.
I didn't say it.
I guess they can't apply to be their own social media manager.
Next up, we had Aurora versus Scrob and friends on Heroic. I mean, we kind of knew how this one was going to go in the fact that Aurora finally playing with their 5 this season. Xantares is back in the fray. Scrob filling in for Grix and Alcarin. I don't know. He's filling in for 2 people, I guess. And the journey, the Scrob daddy, he had to be put to rest.
That's just the man that he is, that he can fill in for 2 players at once.
It's impressive. It's an impressive task.
We're going to build the
Him's been doing it on desks lately.
We're gonna build the Scrob propaganda machine here. We're gonna be taking over. But we did see 16 teams enter this second round of Blast Bounty. They're whittled on down. And unlike the first round, we actually had upsets here. We actually had some of the bounty hunters claim their prizes. So it wasn't just favorites all the way down. And that makes me a very happy camper personally.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like the only talking point we could come up with was, why are there no upsets? Why do we have 16 games with 0 upsets? It is great to see some upsets actually happening, but that means we miss a couple teams coming to LAN. However, there'll be some pretty good pickings for the top 8.
There's definitely going to be some pretty good pickings because we are down to those 8 teams. And once again, we're going to have a draft show. I'm just going to say it right now. I'll say it again probably at the end. Wednesday at 8 p.m. Central European time, we're going to be doing that live draft show. Players will be here in person. They'll be picking their opponents. So we do have a simulator here. I wanted to ask the question, what would you guys do if you were drafting? So we're going to go through this. We're going to do a little bit of a mock draft. You know, it's an NA desk. We love our mock drafts in NA. We're going to talk about this a little bit. So the first team that has their pick, if I'm not mistaken, is Aurora. If you were Aurora and you had your choice of Spirit, Vitality, MOUZ, or the Mongols, which way are you going, Vu?
That's a tough question, Mike. All 4 of those teams are exactly on the exact same level, and so it would be very tough to decide to pick the Mongols. I think that would be the really obvious choice, not only because, honestly, of 4 great teams, they probably are the weaker of the bunch, but also, I think it's the only team Aurora has beaten in a playoff this year.
I like the veto a lot for Aurora in this one because they ban Ancient. That's a map the Mongols like to play. Also, if you're Aurora, you get Inferno in the pool. That's a map you like. I think you get... I'm not sure if you get Overpass, but I think you do actually. So there's a veto structure here that I think Aurora is favorable in.
So now here's the next question about that, right? If we lock the Mongols in, both of these teams now have substantial banks to be able to wager. If you were going to do that, if you were going to lock them in like that, how much would you be putting in? How much of your bank would you be betting?
All of it.
Aurora are very frugal. Okay, they're very frugal people. They are not going to be wagering. I'm being realistic about it. There will be teams that wager. There will be, but Aurora is not one of them. Okay.
All right, let's say they gave you 2-to-1 odds. Mongols gave you 2-to-1 odds.
The Mongols also realize how much their dollar, how far that goes in Mongolia. They're not going to wager either. That money means more to them.
We're moving on. We're moving on. So VP, Maui, you're Virtus Pro. Your choices, again, Spirit, Vitality, MOUZ. That's a kind of a poison pill choice. Who are you going for?
With the second pick in the Blast Bounty Draft, Virtus Pro selects MOUZ.
Okay.
There's an aura diff for one, and I think going into the veto beyond that is unnecessary because electronic Mogs and honestly Roland Buckles.
I mean, this is, to be fair, it's a Virtus Pro team that has played, I think, all 3 of these teams, and MOUZ is the only one that they seem to have any hope of beating when they did play. So it's pretty straightforward. The map pool, the history,
the vibes,
the aura.
The fact that MOUZ definitely won't take any wagers, even if VP want to do it.
That's sad.
It's so sad. Can we bully them? Can we start a bullying campaign to get MOUZ to put some money in? Please. All right, Astralis is our next pick here, Vu. If you're Astralis, Spirit, Vitality.
Well, if you watch that game, Vitality look beatable. But if you watch every other game, Vitality don't look beatable at all. So I think if I'm Astralis, I think they actually do have some aura. I think they might go, damn, boys, we want a revenge for that best of 5. Let's go Spirit.
Damn, boys. Ooh, Donk is below a 1.0 rating in a series. We can get him.
I don't think I really need to say all that. I mean, just based on the ranking and the way they look, I think Vitality, I think we're mostly going to say they're the best team in the world.
I think everybody's clamoring for this one. I think the crowds, they're murmuring about it. They know that the middle head-to-head on Ancient, Donk versus Stare. The people want it.
The people want it. The people are clamoring for it. And that would mean that with the 4th pick in the Blast Bounty draft, we would be locking in a Vitality Liquid matchup.
Wow.
The Twists, what could have been, according to some rumors at times, now taking on his old compadre in Rops.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably, if we're talking about it, the most likely upset of the 4 matches, I think, must be Aurora MongolZ. Definitely not Liquid Vitality.
NAF doesn't have you back on board yet?
Bait and switch is too much.
Certainly not Liquid Vitality, no.
Look, what I want to see, we're going to be doing this in person. So I think it's going to get a little spicier, especially with the wagers, because at the end of the day, when you're face-to-face with someone, I think you're more likely to actually get suckered into taking a maybe riskier bet, having some more fun with it, and I am very excited for that. So I can't wait. I am so excited. Once again, this Wednesday at 8 p.m. Central European Time, we will be going live with that in-person Blast Bounty draft show. Be there or be square. It's going to be some banging Counter-Strike coming on next week. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you then.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?